Soy vaudeville. But no, we're back here for the cast.
I love that. I was gonna go
We were
off
doing
it.
a test
I
earlier.
got excited for no reason.
I can't go
Again.
any further than that, unfortunately. But we were just doing a test earlier, and Chewbacca was speaking Spanish, and I spoke a little bit of French, and then it's like it didn't really work out there. Anyway, we do have the first game actually done. It was playing here. The people who were watching in person, the parents and family, they were able to see that Green Hope did win the control map. So apparently our audio is working too, so we no longer sound like Decepticons, which is great. So thank you. We just had to reset things, and then it works. So
It happens.
it happens. You know,
I'm
tech
telling
issues.
You, reboot everything, and that's
Turn it off and on again. That is like 99% of IT.
Yeah.
So
You can
that's what
work
we had
IT,
to do.
yeah. Anyways, whenever we are ready, I want to get into the match. We were watching Green Hope being very vocal, very.
Yes, they were.
The communication was on point. I mean, I don't know if they were following the instructions of the in-game leader.
Maybe.
But probably they did.
They
because
sounded
actually-
passionate, and
they
that's
actually
what's
won.
important.
Yeah. Looking at the picture here, it seems like there's two players that have the leading voice here. Well,
Yes.
there's one
Yeah,
leading
usually
voice
there's like
and
an IGL, like an in-game
secondary.
leader. Yeah.
Yeah. And on the other school, there's
See, the
only one
secondary is
person.
probably like the Genji that's just wanting healing. That's probably what it was. Yeah,
Ah.
that's what it is. I'm calling it now.
They don't have like a quick chat. Like,
No,
heal,
well, they
heal,
probably
heal.
do, but it's more effective just to say, I need healing, like
Yeah.
5 times.
Yes.
So really loudly.
Yes.
Just like that, I need healing. So.
You get hit 20 hit points and I
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. That is the
I could
default.
be a Genji.
You could be a Genji, yeah.
Yeah.
Or Tracer, whatever that song is. Anyway. Oh, that's a throwback. Still, we're getting set up for game number 2 of this best of 5. Currently, Green Hope Team A are up by 1 in this specific matchup against Research Triangle. Again, a reminder, they will be playing the 2nd seed of the top 16 teams that are here today. It will be against Providence Team A after this matchup. Whoever wins. Not 16, I misspoke. 14 teams. That's why there's only 2 seeded teams into the second round.
Oh, gotcha. Still, I mean, votable. Should we do the whole podcast again? But with
I mean,
nice
we
voices?
can do the podcast again, but I
With
feel
nice
like
voices.
it probably got canceled after the first season, so we weren't renewed after that. So unfortunately, I know you wanted a podcast, but it's not going to work out this time. Instead, we're going to have some Overwatch in just a moment. We're getting set up for this one. So we'll be getting into the second map in just a sec. But the second map, looking at our rotation that we have here as well, it is going to be hybrid. So I'm curious on what exactly we're going to be having for these two. So we start with control, go to hybrid, and then we go to push after that. Then I believe it is escort, and then back to control for the rotation of the maps or the modes.
Let's see if we get past push. That first game, it wasn't too long, to be honest with you.
No, it didn't take much time at all. So Green Hope definitely had a pretty good handle on things too. But that's the way that control goes, right? I mean, if you do really well and hold on to the point really well, it goes by very quickly.
Yeah.
It could either be a very quick game or a very long game, depending on how back and forth it is for trying to hold on to those points. So curious what the map was, but we don't even have to worry about that. That's yesterday's news. We'll be getting into this next game as quickly as we can for hybrid. But looking at the specific maps that are available for this too, I have to consult the archives here for a second. One sec. But Chimako, as we are consulting these archives, I mean, what are you expecting Research Triangle after they lost that first map, now going into hybrid, for their strategy to be?
I mean, it's a tough one because I didn't get to see the players because it could be, maybe there was a specific combo of DPS that were doing a lot of damage, or maybe they were focusing on the tank instead of getting the healers away,
True.
So
I was going to take down the healers.
So there's many little details here that without being able to see the whole picture, it will be, I mean,
Well, the 3 maps that we potentially have for hybrid, Blizzard World, Midtown, and Kings Row. I mean, Blizzard World and Kings Row have been around for such a long time. They're synonymous with hybrid. We've seen them like time and time again. And there's always interesting like results for that. I remember one time on Blizzard World where they were trying to get out of their spawn, not in this specific qualifier, but it was like another high school competition I was casting, and they just kept getting destroyed out of spawn the entire time and could not do anything. It was like, I feel so bad for these players, but I don't think we're going to experience any domination like that. I've been there too.
I've been there. Yeah,
See, I played Overwatch back in the beta, and then I stopped playing Overwatch for a while because of things like that.
Yeah, I played. I remember, played with a friend that he really likes the game, so he's decent level.
Okay, well that's enough of our podcast. We are getting into the game itself.
Cool.
So
that's very
there
good.
we go.
No
Perfect.
story from me. Let's
no
go into
story
the game,
from
please.
us.
Let's
We
go.
are going to be getting into the game. We are getting into the match as quickly as we can. So we'll see what happens in this matchup here for Hybrid as we do get into game 2. Assembling the heroes. We'll see what they pick, but looking at Mario's place, love it. He's a video mega store too. Always a good area to be in.
Ready for battle.
We'll see what
I'm here to support you, but you have to put in the work.
We got a Sigma, we have Viking, I believe, Soldier 76, and some Ana, yeah.
If you want me to heal
Sojourn,
you,
yeah.
stand very
So
still.
interesting composition that we have on the side of.
They
I
get a
believe-
Zarya on the.
Oh, Zarya. You know, I love Zarya.
But it's been nerfed quite a bit, so it's interesting to see on the in the game right now. So let's see how it works.
We will see how it works as we're going to be getting into this in just a second.
Yeah,
between
soldiers
these
in
two
both
teams.
sides. That's interesting. So, yeah, let's see how it works.
Yeah, and this is Midtown that we are going through. So hybrid match from Overwatch 2 was originally known as New York during development. So that's kind of why
I can see why.
listed
I can
this.
see
Yeah.
why. Yeah.
Going into the tunnels though, seeing what we can do with this Zarya. Trying to just get some early damage going. The deployable barrier is always nice that you see from Sigma, but it doesn't last as long as you would have typically from Reinhardt. So that's going to be a big thing to worry about here. I'm curious.
However, they regen quite quickly. I mean, not full power,
True.
but they do. So you can stamina a little bit.
Oh, and they got Maywald behind them, so they are going to be taken down pretty quickly. Nobody getting killed just yet, but you see Happy Rogue almost at 0%. Same for I'm a Cookie, somehow able to back up in time so that they can't get re-healed by their teammates. So dangerous position from the defending side, but still looking pretty solid all across the board. They are able to keep the pressure going and making sure they can defend this first capture point.
That Sigma pushed by himself. Still, I mean, he survived. However, they got I think it was Ana down, so one of the healers for the team. Now we're getting some down here. So appreciate it very much. Thank you.
There we go.
Yep. on the game.
Okay, so on the red side, we do have, that is Research Triangle, and on the blue side, we do have Green Hope as a heads up for those that are watching at home. So those are the two squads that we have currently here. First objective already, first tick taken down, looking for that second one to capture as well. Looking at Green Hope and seeing what they can do in this situation.
Yeah, they decided, okay, we're not going for the site anymore. Let's wait. After they get the
They're gonna have the payload now, yeah.
They're waiting there. They're regrouping on that side.
And this is what I talked about too.
Exactly.
Usually when we do see a team quickly take the capture point, then they are just on it for the payload escort portion of things. They don't really have to worry too much, and a lot of this comes down to the speed of how quickly you can get it to the final objective, or if you can't get it to the final objective, how far you can get it there as well, based on the back and forth for like the best of 3 that you typically have for the escort.
It's about time that we're going to be having quite actually, Sigma used this. Wasn't able to get anyone out of it. So I think he went too fast on that ulti instead of waiting for
I believe we're also just going to use their platform to pull someone towards them to try and rescue them for a second. Or actually, no, it was just one of the other enemy team members to do some good damage there. Sigma doing as much as they can to hold on and keep the pressure going, backing off as well. And nobody really on the payload right now. They have to regroup with the rest of their teammates. They can see the ultimate loaded up on the side of Green Hope. So they have some options to work with Zarya. You see the Soldier 76 as well, able to use their aimbot hacks basically. And also Lucio able to break it down a bit. So they have some support if they want to push onto it and push the payload back, but they're waiting to use those options. We did see the Zarya use their ultimate to pull in everyone.
Yeah, and they had to use Lucius all that. Lucius is trailing here. He's about good thing. Hey, Happy Rogue went down, and Happy Rogue was keeping basically alive the Sigma. And another, I mean, all 4 of them went down. It's only a matter of time.
Team wipe.
Yep. So I mean, you were talking about how kind of easier it is to move the payload, but they found a spot. You know, they really decided, okay, let's go into the bridge, let's wait for them over there, and you know, as soon as Sigma went into used the ult, I think he was early, then they couldn't take anyone out, and they couldn't keep moving off the payload, which I think it was a little bit of a mistake.
Mistiming, yeah, and that's where it's so important to time your ultimates with your teammates. We do have the like we were having their ultimates, they have some more sustainability for their teammates once they do get into that situation. Put the flower up and just do whatever they can to get onto the point. But you do see that there is still plenty to work with for Misty, who's actually out of their, or working with their mech as best as they can. I'm curious when
they
get that.
switch from Sigma to a D.Va right now.
Yeah.
And it's not looking good. I mean, it's taking a lot of damage. Well, the thing is, Misty, I mean, now with the D.Va, it's going to have a lot of more improvement, but it's going to be harder for the support to keep D.Va alive. That said, I mean, they did a great job there and survived everything. They killed 3 players from Green Hope, so now it's going to be a little bit easier for them to move around. They could be able to take a few more, but somehow they are surviving. I mean, the players from Green Hope decided to go back group and not waste their lives over there. So they're going to let go of the bridge and move back backwards and wait for the payload over there.
I'm liking the way Happy Road is playing so far. I mean, they are supporting their team as best they can, but Misty is getting pushed so far. They got taken out of their mech, and they are going to get back into it, luckily for them. And we do see 2 players taken down, 3 players taken down on Green Hope, and this is a good look. And finally, the payload is being pushed. There is more players getting taken out completely, almost an entire team wipe. Spicy Pepper, the only one remaining for their squad. They're trying to sort them down and take them out completely. So they just leave one person push the payload towards the objective. They'll be one step away from completing their victory in this first round and see how fast the other team can do it after that.
Okay. They get 2 people pushing on the payload right now. So that's still good for them. They reached that second point, that checkpoint, I'm sorry. So they're now trying to move with the remaining time here, the 2.5 minutes, trying to get the payload. Yeah, to the other end. They're doing good. I mean, they didn't do so good at the beginning where they got demolished, all of them at the bridge. But other than that, you know,
look at how many ultimates they have stacked up though. All 4 players, almost 5 now, have their ultimates ready, and they're going to do so at a moment's notice. But the Blizzard is going to freeze Misty and make it a difficult position for them to really do anything in this stop. So I'm liking the platform positioning by Happy Rogue with the Lifeweaver so that they can be out of position and out of the crosshairs of the enemy team, and it's working out pretty decently for them.
I wish I could see, you know, a little bit of a storm play. It's always exciting to see the players move around and do some damage. But yeah, I understand why we're not seeing a lot of it. Woo! You got a good spot there for Soldier and Lifeweaver. You know, that top line allows them to get a lot of damage from that area. Even though you don't want to do a lot of damage with the Lifeweaver, but also.
Tree Life by the Lifeweaver able to put their ultimate up and support their teammates as much as possible. It's just going to be a continuous AoE heal in that area so that they can push forward and have some sustain going for them. You can see the Lifeweaver just popping off and healing as best as possible. And Spicy Pepper getting taken down there too by Cookie and making it that much more difficult for the side of Green Hope to really do anything in this escort mode, escort portion, of Hybrid. And 10-player kill streak, as you can see for Misty, they're doing as best as they can. This was the best decision they could have made. They came over to this D.Va.
Yeah, definitely. I thought it was going to be a little bit harder for the players and support to keep the D.Va alive, but it wasn't the case. Actually,
Cookie with 3 kills too.
It feels like a D.Va not only, you know, was easier to survive, but with the mech having like a second life kind of thing.
There we go, it's over.
Yeah. So, GG's. I mean, this is the thing. When you ask me what to do, what to change, it was impossible for me to know with the little bit of information that we had left before. But now, you know, they completed the 3 checkpoints, 52 seconds remaining. That's the time to beat, basically, for Green Hope.
And that's going to be interesting to see exactly how Green Hope counters that, what they're going to do, what the strategy is. I think the biggest issue was they gave up the capture point way too early. They should have taken much more time, contested it. They were like, okay, you know, we're going to focus on the escort portion, and that's where we're going to stop things. And they did it at the beginning, but I think they should have focused a little bit harder on the capture point itself. And then if they could have prevented them taking all 3 ticks immediately, because it was really quickly that they took that.
I think it was they got 2 people killed early on.
That's true.
So they said, okay, let's.
But they should have at least contested it a little bit. I think that's the big difference that we'll see here potentially between Research Triangle and Green Hope in this next round. Well, Research Triangle will be defending and Green Hope will be attacking. Research Triangle, they're going to try and see how long they can hold on to the capture point. If they can prevent them from even taking the capture point, they win.
Well, obviously, yeah, that's I mean, really tough part.
Yeah.
I felt like the Zarya didn't do that much. You know, that was my concern from the beginning, and I think it was a valid concern. It wasn't dominant. tank as you need, the tanks to be. So I don't know, maybe hopefully they change that composition, the team composition now on the next round, and be able to, as you said, do better on the capture part.
Well, we'll have to see what goes down in this next specific iteration. I think we're getting into the game itself already, so we'll see what happens between these two teams as they are getting quickly on to the objective, or trying to at least, coming out of the spawn, and the objective's already there, and it's pretty decent already. One of the players for Green Hope taken out quickly, which is May, so that's going to make it that much more difficult for Green Hope to advance forward. You can see they have plenty of time to get to that point. And you can see that that is the objective. You want to make sure you get all 3 points and get the things as best as possible. But now we're yeah, they just wanted to show us as we were working. It's okay.
As we point out on the screen, right?
that.
One thing I'm going to mention, only change here is Floor going with the Reaper. Yeah, other than that, it's the same composition of team, which is very interesting. Again, I don't think Zarya was very involved, was able to do that much damage. So, yeah, but who do I know? I mean, if they feel competing with Zarya, let's go and see if they can do some damage.
Well, now we get to see what Zarya can do, and they are able to get one kill on Diamond 50, and Diamond 50 was the one who was dragging out a lot earlier before we saw, so that looks pretty good. They've gone to the capture point as best as they could, but again, this make is going down, and it's just deleting any chances they can have to sustain their presence on this capture point, and this is huge wings that are coming out from the side of Arctic. You can hear them popping off in the background, and you see the Life Weaver, Tree of Life coming out too, but instead we do have the Graviton Surge coming out as well, and you're trying to see if they can just get anything with that, but Jaster doing everything. Misty as well, getting a kill and wiping the entire team of Green Hope. They have to go for another push, but the time is ticking down here, Chimako, and this is what I was talking about. They needed to take time, focus on this capture point, because this is the first crucial objective. If they get something here, they can win the game.
The thing is, the longer it takes you to go for the capture point, it still makes it hard to move the payload in less time that the opponent, in the previous matchup, in the previous round. So that's, I mean, every single second counts in here. And right now, is it Research?
Yeah, Research Triangle.
Oh, they got
what though?
Oh my God, the Reaper went in and did the damage that it needs to do. That. I mean, that's the cool thing about Reaper. I think it was nerfed a little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
But still, whenever it's a chance like this where you have all 4 or 5 players on the same spot, he can sneak in very quickly and then make havoc. So you gotta wait for the ulti to be there. But once it's full, then you can do a lot of damage in that situation. So great
using that Death Blossom and then ultimate so that they can just spin around, spin to win, and take out everyone that was on the point. And it took some time for them to get there for sure. But now it depends on how quickly they're going to be able to escort the payload down to that first objective. The first objective took a while for the side of Research Triangle, so that's going to be the big difference here. You can see the high ground, low ground difference from where the positioning is for Research Triangle. So I'm curious if they can get anything going. They do use the Soldier 76 ult. They do almost take down Shirikun, but it's not enough for them to really get any momentum going. The good thing there is that they are able to stop them from pushing the payload.
Yeah, and Hurricane moving to a Sojourn, and Spicy Pepper moving to Kiriko. So switching up things a little bit. I like it. Okay, so they had a composition to take the spot, capture the payload, and then afterwards moving on. Okay, let's use a different composition. And it's fine. That's part of the strategy they have, so it might work. They're doing some damage.
Doing as much as they can. They're able to take out one. Oblivion was looking pretty good for themselves too, and there's 4 with one as well. So 3 players down on the side of Research Triangle, and this is the fastest we have seen this payload push.
And that's me complaining about the Zarya, and that was Zarya.
Yeah, Zarya's doing good.
So I'm sorry. Okay, it works. Let's continue with that one.
Zarya is always pretty solid for what I've seen, but still, payload getting pushed so quickly to the first objective. Can they stop it before it goes to it? It is contested, which is huge. They have to have somebody on it. You see Jactor going forward, is pushing in, and is able to get that kill onto Spicy Pepper, looking as solid as they can. Another contest coming in from I'm a Cookie. Jactor getting one, Misty gets another 2. Ryoki gets one as well, and there's trades back and forth from everyone, with the payload still being contested by both sides. It's not going to go towards that objective just yet. We do need to see someone respond from Research Triangle. They're somehow holding on to it as best they can for Misty.
Queen is amazing.
But no, they are going to get taken down, and eventually it will go to the objective. 1 spot away. We'll see if there'll be enough time. It is contested for a second too, and somehow it's still not at the objective. There we go. Finally they have the extra time, but that was dangerous.
Raw, I mean, Misty, as a Junker Queen, it was holding there and just, you know, using the ability to keep itself alive for as long as it could against 2 attackers. And that was so impressive. I mean, we knew it would fall at some point, but that at some point kept being delayed as much as it could. So now
this is really good from Green Hope. I mean, they have so much time to work with. They're pushing it so much faster than we saw from Research Triangle. And I was thinking, oh, Research Triangle, they took the capture point so quickly, they're going to easily clear things. But the way that this works is once you get to that first objective, you add extra time to the timer so that you are able to continue going forward. So even if you are behind a little bit, you can make up for that lost time. And that's what we saw happen so far. We're still seeing the push happen. No contest at all, and it's still getting pushed forward. Finally, we do see Research Triangle get involved in Oblivion, doing everything that they can for this team, but they are getting taken out, and everyone from Green Hope is now gone. Things will reset for a second. They're going to push things back as best as they can, but there's still plenty of time for Green Hope. Research Triangle, that was a good win for them, but will it be enough?
Yeah, and you see, well, right now, you still have the Reaper's full ult. In Oblivions as well, so they could go in there and, you know, and create havoc. However, you know, Happy Rogue also has its ult, so maybe they can withstand it. And with this ult getting there, it's about 1%. It's
all about timing.
Yeah, so this could be very even. So we don't know if Green Hope will actually be able to move the payload quickly, easily right now.
Well, we do see Oblivion putting some good work in again, waiting to see if they want to use their ult yet, but we do have Reaper going forward, taken out completely. They weren't able to take anyone down with them, so instead that ult is going to be wasted a life. We were floating up the Tree of Life instead, and that's going to sustain everyone on Research Triangle. 2 players are down. Misty is back into the swing of things, so both teams contesting this payload. Time ticking down too. There's only a couple more seconds that they have to go to defend as best as they can. They're looking pretty solid.
There's a hint. That tree was clutch over there, just to hold everyone there. I mean, the heals are getting back and forth, but still not allowing the payload to move very far away.
Just a couple seconds to go.
Couple more seconds, yeah.
And they're not even anywhere close to the end.
4, I mean,
oh man, that's it. I mean, still they're going to have to eventually complete it, but that is going to be so beneficial for that 3rd round, so that once we get things going, that they'll be able to have the favorable position that they want to start at. So we'll see if the side of Green Hope can finish the objective, but time is ticking down, and if they can't, it's not going to be a good look for them.
They can't be separated from the payload, right? If I'm not mistaken. Actually?
Well, they have time. They still have less than 30 seconds, so once it gets to the payload, they can potentially try and push it forward. If they're on the payload when it's at 0 seconds, they still go into overtime, so they have a chance to get it to the final objective. At least time. So we'll see what happens there.
Yeah. It's going to be very wise about using that student from Jericho, but I don't think that they're going to have enough tank to actually push it all over. They have 4 people that push the payload. I mean, you see everyone. I mean, they're like right now is the moment that they're pushing. They actually got it. They got the overtime, and they did move around, and they move it all the way in. Ooh, I don't know how that happened. I mean, I thought that maybe with the
round 3 is where it really matters. So this is kind of seeing how far they can go, if they can go for the same amount of time, but the time remaining, that's how much time they have once they actually get into this 3rd round. So we'll see what happens in round 3 between these 2 teams. We'll get into that in just a sec, but still beneficial for Research Triangle. They looked pretty good. They had plenty of time going for them. There wasn't really much time for Green Hope, so I'm curious to see how this 3rd round is going to go once we are in hybrid for this as well. So it's interesting how hybrid works in this way, because like there's so many different strategies on like, okay, you can try and delay them as much as possible. That's exactly what they did. They felt really positive about that. Now we'll see what they're going to be doing on the attacking side in this next round.
Me of myself when I was younger.
That a compliment?
You be the judge.
Stressful for both teams, for sure.
Thanks for the compliment.
It is, but a lot of, I mean, it's a lot better than what I had expected, you know, seeing how Green Hope won the first round. Not of this one, but the first map, I should say. It makes it a lot more even now to see how they're actually playing. Because, again, that first map felt quite quickly, but seeing how Triangle Research is working, I can see that they have a lot of talent in their hands, and you know, the communication and everything else even though Green Hope is a little bit louder,
Yeah.
they have the communication on point and they're working together.
Well, we'll see what happens once we get into this too. How quickly they'll be able to capture points. You can see right now that, well, Research Triangle will have so much time to work with, where there's only 50 seconds less
By
than
the
that
way,
now for Green Hope.
the only way they were able to get the points before was using Reaper's ability.
True.
And getting the spot. Otherwise, I don't think in this time they're going to be able to do so. I mean, only 20% right now. I mean, that Reaper is not doing anything to actually get the ult done.
No, not at all. And time ticking down, not in their favor. They're pretty far away from the point, but they are hesitant to push onto it because they know how strong this team, Research Triangle, is, how good and confident they feel in the way that they have been performing so far. And having Rogue doing so good as a support for their team, I've really got to shout out them multiple times. And Misty getting the first kill, Jackter down as well. Misty with another one here again, and 3 kills in a row. Misty on this Junker Queen. What a great switch up that we've been seeing from Misty. Doing so well as this character. I'm a Cookie getting a kill, and there's another one. That's basically the game. No overtime's going to really be happening. They're just going to wait for the time to tick down. Oblivion's gone, and there goes the game. There goes the round, and we go into the next mode, which will be push. And I kind of expected this to happen, Shabaka. We called it basically over once that second round happened because there was not really enough time to get onto the capture point.
No, there wasn't. But yeah, you call it Misty. How good, you know?
As long as they get onto the capture point, it's basically over at this
Yes,
point.
yes,
So.
yes. But you call it Misty, and you know, switching from Sigma at the beginning, you know, going into Diva, and then going into Junker Queen, just such a good, you know, recognition of everything that is happening and what character suits better for the position, for the situation. So, you know, going for Diva was great. They were able to push on and have the effect of, you know, the mobility, yeah, that they needed. And then Junker Queen being that badass that, you know, just could take on anyone.
Yep.
Also holding the payload from moving at some points by itself. Just great all-around player.
Well, we'll see if they can at least get a tick on the point. That's all that they actually officially need for them to pretty much win. But with this situation that they found themselves in, they almost have 2 minutes to do just that. We saw how quickly they were able to do it, Research Triangle, once they got it working for them. I'm curious on what the comp's going to be like once we get back into the game and load into this final attempt, see if that's going to be the win for them or not, if it'll go to an overtime situation. But still, crazy to see how things are going there between both these teams.
Yeah.
If it does end in a draw, though, the attacking team does not gain any time for capturing or reaching the checkpoint. So there might be one final attempt if neither of them can actually get there in time. So
well,
we'll see if it gets to that situation, but I don't think it's going to.
Last time they were able to get the point, to capture the point in less than a minute.
Yeah.
So
they should be able to.
They have 2 minutes now.
We maybe called it a bit too early, but they should be able to.
Maybe. So if we can get to the back to the game, they start already. Yes.
There we go. So Green Hope have to defend for 1 minute and 20 seconds, and we saw how quickly the other side was able to. But now we see a Bastion using the tank feature here as well, and I'm liking it, picking up the kills, but really can't do anything. Jaster doing everything to take them down. Misty, as you mentioned, also taking down the Mei as well. Spicy Pepper trying to just support the teammates. Hey,
hello.
It's all good. As we keep getting the respawns coming through, Ana is going to be taken down so quickly there, so that will be pressure onto the capture point.
That's good.
There we go. It's looking really good for Research Triangle. It's going to be contested though.
Gotta get the Zarya out of the way.
Zarya just doing so much good work. We saw before from Oblivion how much they were able to take down everyone, but somebody needs to focus on Misty. I don't know why nobody's attacking them. They are just holding on to this capture point. They have to back off, but the teammates are taken out of the equation. And there we go. Some good defense by Green Hope.
Wow, that was clutch. I mean, they didn't go into Misty right away. They decided to. Well, actually, my surprise was that they actually didn't go for Kiriko.
Less than 3 seconds now.
I'm talking from Triangle, Research Triangle. They didn't go for Kiriko for some reason, and they allowed Oblivion to survive all that time. Well, they only have 16 seconds here, so they gotta go and push all together and make, you know, put their feet on the capture point.
10 seconds to go. They have to get on the capture point before it's overtime. They are trying to get there. That's a good idea to use Lucio, but there is going to be the gravity ability. They do miss it, unfortunately, but there is one person contesting. So 2 people contesting. We're guaranteed onto an overtime, but only 2 players remaining. Lifeweaver, I mean, that's who you want to have trying to stay alive because they are such a floaty character. They were able to use the tree alive to stay alive as much as possible. Now there is still a chance. Jaster is down. Overtime is ticking down. Nobody's going to be able to get there in time. Maybe the Lucio
I don't think so.
No,
nope.
They were so close, but they couldn't get there. This will end in a draw instead. That's insane.
It is insane. It is insane. It shows you how good Green Hope is as well. They really
I had too much faith in
crumbled.
Research Triangle there, but
Yeah,
wow.
but that's the thing, because they crumbled at the beginning. They didn't do so well at that, defending the capture point. And this time around, I mean, when it came to it, they survived against a Misty being
We didn't
there.
even see this. Ryokan just doing everything to make sure that they could tie for that round there.
Some
so.
of those really good DPS, they get
Get in, get out really quickly, yeah.
they work in the shadows, basically, right? unless we have someone focus on them the whole time,
Yeah.
we're not gonna be able to see what they're doing. It's easier to see what the tank is doing and what the healers are doing instead of watching someone like Tracer going behind the scenes.
Well, we'll be going into push in just a second too, and we saw how like the payload objective escort worked in that hybrid mode and how good it was for Green Hope compared to what we saw for Research Triangle. So I'm wondering if Green Hope will have maybe more of a benefit in this game mode based on what we've seen, but we can't really base that around the map that we saw, the compositions that we saw. But we saw some star players. I mean, the way that these teams were able to perform, Misty was looking really good on the side of Research Triangle. I always liked the Lifeweaver play that we were seeing out of Happy Rogue. Had to give them the biggest shout out too. But Oblivion was such a integral part of that victory, or the draw at the end there, because they were able to use their ultimate, pull everyone in away from the capture point so that there was no chance for them to even contest it and keep the overtime going.
As you're mentioning, yes, and that's maybe the point of having this area in there.
Yeah.
From the beginning, from the get-go.
I didn't even think of that as a strategy. Like that was such 200 IQ play.
Yeah, it takes a while to get the ult there, but once you do it, I mean, Zarya is always doing damage, so you create the
constantly.
You get the ult
using
high.
the beam.
As long as you survive a little bit,
Yeah.
you're gonna get the ult.
Zarya is such
done.
like a heavy character too. Like they've got so much health to work with, so they don't really have to worry too much, and they can build their own shield around them as well. So there's like so many different ways for them to have some sustainability while they build up percentage for their ultimate too. So that's what we kind of saw happen at the end there, but. That's crazy. So we're going to be going to a game.
Possible game number 6.
Possible game 6.
If it happens.
Based on the draw that just happened here. So we'll see if that happens. That's the crazy thing about Overwatch. That, draws can happen in these game modes too. So it's a lot of fun.
So do we know what's going to be the last...
I'd assume it'd go back in order. So we start with control, then hybrid, then push, then escort, then control. So probably end with hybrid, but then we could potentially get a draw again.
That wouldn't be too smart.
I don't think that would be smart to do.
I don't think
the
that would
admins
be
will
smart.
tell us. We're just here to do our job and cast some Overwatch.
You know,
I'm having a good time though.
If it was my decision, me doing this,
What would you do? Escort?
no, the hybrid will be the game by 5, so we can get a draw.
Yeah, that's fair.
And then make it more hype, and then get something else. Then we do a 1v1.
Yeah, that's true. A 1v1. Yeah.
A tank 1v1. Let's go.
Tank 1v1. That'd be crazy. I mean, who would you choose in that? I wouldn't do Reinhardt because they got like no mobility.
No, I want someone that could hit you from afar. Probably Oriza or.
Oh yeah,
Ramatra.
and they like even changed Oriza in Overwatch 2 compared to the previous game. So I don't think we're gonna see an Oriza because people don't really like the new Oriza.
Some
rework
do.
from what
Some
I've
do.
seen. Some people do.
There's always someone crazy out there.
But yeah, they do have some more options that they can use. I mean, they have like that spear that they can use. So we'll see once we get into this next game how things are going to be going. But still, crazy work being put on between these two teams. It is currently, I don't know what the score is now because it was like a win in the first round and then a draw in the second round. So is it like 2-2? Is it 1-1? Like what's going on there? We'll figure it out.
It's either 1-0 or a 2-1. Right?
Yeah, I guess 2-1 technically would be. We'll figure that out.
I don't know because it's the best of 5.
Yes.
So if you give them a 2-1, then that means
Or is it like
that
a
they
half
can
point
actually
because
get
it's like a draw? Like I
think it's nothing. I think it's a 0.
Oh,
for
no
them.
one got it, so it's just 1-0. That makes sense.
I think so. Because otherwise, best of 5. So it's the first one to get to 3.
Yes.
That will mean that if they get a point, then if they win this, they win the whole thing.
That's true. I
And you
didn't
don't
think
want
about
that.
that. Yeah, that is true. So probably just 1-0 right now.
Yeah.
Technically, with the draw
I don't know.
happening.
I'm making up stuff, guys.
Yeah, we're not the admins here. We're just
He's the
casters.
one that never lies. So
Exactly.
Me?
See, he remembered. But we are going to be going on to push soon, and that is going to be Colesso. How do you say that second name?
Esperanza?
There we go, Esperanza. I wanted to make sure I didn't mispronounce it.
Yeah,
And then
something like
New
that.
Queen Street for the maps that are there specifically. So we'll see which one we're going to be getting once we get into the game itself. But still, They are just loading in as best they can. It looks like that might be an Esperanza based on the image, but I can't really tell from here. I need some binoculars just to like look on what maps they are selecting. Next time we'll get the admins to tell us what the map is before we get into the game. I think that'll be a good idea. But
well, we'll try. We'll try. I don't think they'll listen.
Maybe
No,
not.
They'll do whatever.
Maybe not.
They're gonna be sneaky about it, because they don't want any leaks.
No leak. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
No,
Don't want any leaks whatsoever.
Well, why not? I mean, these players are ready for anything, so it doesn't matter to them.
Ready for all of the different things that they can do here. But we're just getting into this game itself. I think next time we should probably just take like a break in between these games and then, get into the match once it's all ready. But either way,
maybe.
we're doing it live.
Coliseo.
Coliseo. Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See, the admins are great.
Admins are great.
Yeah, lovely.
Shout out to the admins. So that'll be the one that we'll be playing on for push. We'll see what goes on from then on out. But still, some great looks from both these teams so far. They've shown how skilled they are. We talked about it going into this match of that. Based on the seeding, these are two teams that will be very closely matched, and that's exactly what we were seeing here at Chamaco.
And if you are waiting for any of those teams afterwards, you mentioned, was it the school that's waiting for them?
Palisades?
Palisades?
Yeah.
If you're Palisades, you got to be watching this right now. I mean, you, if you're the coach
strategizing,
or the
seeing what
leader or
the
something,
players
you're
are playing.
You're looking at what the characters that they're using, the spots that they're waiting for, and how they move in those situations. Everything. You got to be paying attention to that, saying, okay, so we can counter this way. We can, go at it that way. We can choose these other characters instead, with these heroes to neutralize these others that they're using. We sneak in back on, hit him on the back or something. Doing the flanks.
Yeah.
Yes. There's so many information that you can get from this right now, which is, very useful tool for whoever is waiting for them. That they actually don't have from Palisades themselves, which is a shame. But it's
unfortunate.
It's the nature of the beast. That's how tournaments work.
That is how tournaments work. So I'm curious to see what heroes we will have from both these teams on who's going to face off against each other here. But instead, I don't know if we're switching over to a different game, potentially. We'll see. But still getting all set up for this next one, Chamaco. And
by the way, I love that we have spectators, all around the
all around.
parents and all the people, and they are super stressed about the whole thing.
I'd be stressed too if my kids were competing for not total for the game itself, but across all the esports, $72,000. That's a lot of money.
One thing I gotta say is much better than some traditional sports where they're shouting and they're telling their kids what to do.
That's true, yeah.
And
You don't want that.
Your kid knows the game way better than you.
That's
Let them
true.
play.
I don't know, but we're getting to that age where for certain titles,
if I'm a dad, I will be
you
shouting to
might
my
know
kid,
more
flip
than your
reset,
kid.
flip
Yeah.
reset.
I think you would League of Legends is one of those games where it's possible, since it's been out for so long, that you know more than your kid when it comes to that game. So who knows?
I don't want to see that. I don't want to get to that point because they're gonna be screaming and it's gonna be frustrating for me. Anyways,
eventually we'll have Squishy and Squishy Junior, and they'll be coaching them.
Yeah, Lil Squishy. He'll be the squishiest.
There we go.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting how this game goes, though. I mean, that was such a great round from both those two teams. Going back into what went down, I mean, Research Triangle, with the way that they started so strongly on the capture point and was able, it took them longer for the escort portion of it, but even then they were able to just stop them when they were playing the defensive end so much better. Even though they did force that third round and eventually a draw, I mean, Research Triangle, the way that they played and came out the gate after losing the control round, made it that much more entertaining, but also that much closer between these two teams. So,
one thing I'm going to say, I think we are on the phase to select characters, so we should be we're back into the game.
Yeah,
so
I think we're getting into the game in just a sec here on push. So we'll see how these two teams compare against each other. Colesso
very
is the
similar.
map
Again, very similar. No, that's
never mind.
That's
we're
all
not
good.
showing anything.
We're not showing anything.
we're
That's
pausing
fine.
it. We're not starting yet.
That's on me for telling my producer.
Yeah, that's on
my
you,
producer what to
Jamaka.
do.
I mean, they should have known.
I
They are the
they
overlords.
tell me what to do. I don't tell them what to do.
Exactly.
That's the other way around it. Again, like me as a father, telling my kid what to do in the game. That's
yes, we're not the coaches, we're just the casters.
feel bad. I
See,
feel bad now.
people always say casters start the game. We tried to do it this time. We
No.
can't do it
Who
though.
starts
We
the
just showed you we can't start the
I
game.
don't have
so-
anything in my hands.
Yeah, I have an iPad and it's dying. I probably need to step off camera for a second.
Yeah,
grab a charger,
they're
but
stalling
still.
too much. And we're like, dude.
That's our job. But still.
Anyway.
This one, again, as we were talking about it before, if you aren't familiar with Overwatch 2, it's very similar to that escort the payload sort of objective style game. Instead, it's a robot that you have to contest. Both teams go against it to see if they can push a barrier to the other side. If you push it all the way to the end, that's an instant win. So that's kind of the objective. If not, it depends on how far you push it compared to your opponents.
The cool thing is you don't have to draw here.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't think so.
think so. Well, it will be
We'll
very,
get back to you on that one.
very awkward if you get like 89.6 meters and
Yeah.
89.6 meters on both sides. I will guess in that situation it will be the faster, the one that got it there
Yes.
faster. I think it wins. However, I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. But it's gonna be a bit tougher to actually get a draw if that actually can happen. So yeah, we'll see. Should be good. Should be good.
I think we are actually this time getting into the game.
Don't
so
tell the producer what to do.
I'm
okay?
not telling them what to do. I'm just
Don't
saying that
tell
I
the
think we're
producer
getting
what to
into
do.
this time. They gave us a thumbs up. So okay.
If
See, I told you I don't lie.
whenever they want us to get into the game, we'll get into the game.
Yes, that is very true.
That will happen.
Oh goodness.
And if
Either
they,
way.
they don't want us, we'll stay here. That's
We'll
fine.
stay here. We'll keep
We can
podcasting
get
up. It's
closer.
okay. Yeah, closer to the camera. There we go.
I
or
can't- I
just
can't
like
get that-
shorter on the camera.
I can't get that much closer, so don't worry about it.
Yeah,
Th-
that's
there's-
as close as we.
there's
This
like
is
a
as close
desk
as we
in
can get to the
between.
camera. There we go. That's enough
Right.
of us messing
Yeah.
around. We'll be getting into the push objective. I love the overlay for this one too, because it's got like the robot in the center. I know we sounded like Decepticons earlier. We were just alluding that we were going to have the push game mode here.
So since it's a robot that is pushing, if you
Yes.
sound like a Decepticon, does it work better? Does it walk faster?
It depends on if the robot is an Autobot or Decepticon.
Okay.
I don't know if it is.
Oh, it depends.
It really depends.
Okay, I hate this map. I always get flanked here. It's super hard, super tough to actually, that first battle here between the two teams that trying to control the robot is super important, but at the same time it's tough to get it, to actually manage it and win it. So let's see how it moves around. We got really changing now. It's not even a tank, so that's really impressive. A bunch of guys going down. You see Amakuki as Winston doing a lot of damage and being able to hold on. Oblivion going close to going down, but I mean somehow surviving. I'm surprised about it. Well, dude, this Zarya, okay, it lasted way longer than it needed to, and it's gonna be Research the one to actually control the. Well, maybe. Yeah, they're pushing. The robot. No, the robot is already pushing towards Research area.
Yeah, Research Triangle looked pretty solid as well. They're pushing towards that first objective, and once they get it there, they can potentially have that respawn all set, locked, and loaded. Happy Rogue, instead of playing the Life Weaver this time, they are going to be playing this as well to see how they are performing. So we'll see what's going on there, but unfortunately not working out as well for them to play the Mercy. They did have some more rotation ability and trying to stick alongside one of their tanks with the Winston. I mean, Mercy and Winston, or not Winston, excuse me. Yeah, Mercy Winston is the way we see those two perform. But the robot is going the other direction. Now this being contested by both of them. 5-player kill streak, though, from Misty, as we did have to switch perspectives.
5 players, so we go black on the screen. Yep. We see missing out with the Genji, so the players are switching roles here, not even changing from a tank that it was before now to a DPS, and Amakuki is the one holding the Winston. So that's not a change that we see on the other side. Research is doing so, but we hope it's staying with the same pick. Well, types.
I mean, Misty was feeling more like DPS in that last game mode too, so I feel like this makes sense. That
But
be playing
it's
this
different
as
to do damage with a tank rather than with a DPS. I mean, you're
Yeah.
so much trickier now than you are with tank.
True, with the maneuverability that we're seeing and having a Mercy when you have a Genji, I mean, it's always nice. Genji is down, and so is Cookie, so is Griffin. Dragon Jactor, the only one who's still alive, and Floor was looking for something to take out there, but the entire team is now getting pushed back, and finally the robot going back to where it was before. So there is still a chance to get some progress for Green Hope, but they got to keep on this robot. They want to make sure nobody can test it. Now it's finally pushing the barrier, as we see in the overlay up there, and you can see it there as well, but being contested, stops in its tracks, and now it is going to be pushed all the way back towards the middle. All that progress gone.
Okay. They still have someone pushing in. For some reason, it seems like Research moved out or way a little bit.
This ends.
Good taking Happy World down and taking Jacker down as well. That's big. Taking one of both healers went down for Research. So that's big win right there for Green Hope.
There's a huge win there. 5-player kill streak as well for Oblivion. He was playing with Zarya last time. This time on the Evo, looking really good against the Winston. Maneuverability of Winston is always a benefit. He's always good, as I mentioned before, he has the Mercy there just to tag along with them, keep them sustained, and make sure that they can keep wherever they need to. They also have their revive available for their ultimate, so they've got some options if one of their players do go down, and so that way they can keep it on the payload or on the robot as much as they can. But it's still looking pretty decent for Green Hope, and as I talked about that, there is the revive coming through. They are going to try and get them up, but they can't use it just yet because there's so much pressure happening. There is a cooldown, and it will be interrupted, and there we go. Jacker is going to be respawning this time, but Green Hope looks pretty decent for the most part with the pressure that they're putting on. They're almost at that first objective to try and get the spawn in a better position for them. Nobody is contesting them.
I'm not feeling the pick from Jacker. You know, this fire on here. I know they're trying to get the ult and it's an open map, eliminate a lot of people from the air, but at the same time, it's doing a lot of damage and not being able to do a lot. So, or at least that's what it seems from my point of view here at this moment. But, I mean, let's see if things change. They still, you know, charging that ult very, very easily.
And there we go, recent triangle, resetting things back towards the center as best as they can. Nobody contesting them from Green Hope, and they didn't even get to the objective. It was a little bit short, as you can see from the overlay up there. So Green Hope, they have their work cut out for them. They're still pulling a time at that, but you can see the difference in the speed or the distance that both these teams, have been able to get it. Now they're getting it back towards that objective, and there's some speed behind them, but gotta be careful. Oblivion outside of the mech getting, oh no, they couldn't get back into the, got eliminated by I'm a Cookie. That was a huge play as well. Spicy Pepper looking for anything here to sustain, and they finally got it to the objective. Now it's even between these two teams. This just goes to show how close things are.
Yeah, exactly. I love how, you know, they both have a Rico here on the side. And I mean, I think a lot of players, they're trying to go for the ult, and watch now because the ape is going wild and moving, so and he can actually take people out of the
map. Yeah, just send them off the side, and that's what they're trying to do. But Genji is the one that is cleaning up the business there for Research Triangle. I'm a Cookie doing some good damage, and Genji just getting the final touches to take them down and make it so that Green Hope can't advance as much as they would want to. But the respawn, since it did get this objective, was a little bit better for them. But now the robot going back towards the center. It is almost kind of even between these two.
Very close. Very
as
close.
we see it, though, that point 42 is going to be huge for Research Triangle. They got past the actual objective there. So if they can't continue the momentum on their side, they'll be unstoppable for Green Hope with the time that's remaining.
Let's see. I mean, it's very competitive. It's very close here. And now you can see the battle is in the middle of the map. And so all the dead robots, and you see everyone going in, Mason going down after you know getting hit from the floor. Floor is great. I mean, the damage from the soldier is amazing. And you can see now, using the Lightweaver's level used to be all the way high up, and you know, now they're having the tank, but see if they're able to actually get it.
All the kills on the side of Green Hope. There's nothing that they can do here. Finally, we are seeing some more advancements from Research Triangle, and that was huge. Just deleting the other team. Lucio trying to stay alive as best they can, but Jacker looking good. Misty with another one, too. This robot is sprinting at this point in time.
And they're catching the people before they can actually spawn. I mean, on the spawn, attacking them, so they have a little bit of a harder time getting into the bot. They're fast. I mean, they're even though they're getting a lot of downs on the side of Green Hope, they're still being able to contest the robot before it starts moving the platform too much. I mean, yes, it was a 66.42, and then it was moved like 3 meters from that moment. But that's it. You know, stop and now moving backwards and going into the.
That might be all they need to Camacho if they can hold on to it as much as possible and see what they can do there. That all they would really need is that advantage in the extra distance that they have to get the victory.
We got 3 ults right now on Green Hope. They're powerful.
Also 2 on Research Triangle. So.
But you get you know the supports over there. Oh, they used to believe in it. That wasn't great. No. Well, actually, no. That was great. They actually took 2 of them. Yeah, my bad.
They got 2 Research Triangle players, making it so they can try and push it past this objective. And and need to be able to just take everyone off of it. Finally, they got it past the checkpoint so they can continue that momentum forward. They are pushing it as fast as they can, and they've gotten way faster, way further than Research Triangle in less than 2 minutes to go now, and this is some good momentum.
Look at this. They want to corner them on the spawn. So you see that's why Oblivion is right there. And they're just waiting for them. It's maybe Oblivion by itself, a little bit of help, but they have always someone with a robot pushing in. And I mean,
you're talking about this spot. It's so annoying as well when you're trying to get it around the corner, but finally they do just that. There is some success happening from Research Triangle, but they got to do it here and now. They got to wipe the other team if they want a chance to take it into their own hands and take the robot to their side. Keep pushing things. Misty and Oblivion kind of fighting back and forth. And Misty taken down. Lightweaver, not much they could do here. The last player really remaining alive for them, and everyone wiped from Research Triangle.
And that was the two ults from the support players that I was telling you. You know, they use over tackle with the Lucio, and they use the Kiriko with the Kitsune, and they had so much power, you know, speed and armor that they were able to withstand everything that wasn't coming in from Research. Now Research on the spawn, you know, they're towards that area. They're going with the 3. They're trying to do something here and survive a little bit longer. Try to push back against Green Hope, but Green Hope attacking very well. They're using that, you know, that barriers as ways to stay themselves alive. Getting a lot of action here, and but still, I mean, no one was able to took him down. So there's still hope here for Research.
Trying to go in as well, put down their barrier to see if they can sustain themselves too, but looking at all the kills in the feed, there's so many coming out. Misty is on fire, unstoppable, and this is potential if they can keep this momentum going for Research Triangle, but they got to go the distance. They are so far behind as far as the distance is concerned. They got to keep it on this robot as best as they can, make sure it's not contested at all, take out every single member of Green Hope while it continues the other direction, but this is going to be a shot in the dark, it feels like, for Research Triangle, because Green Hope have such a heavy advantage. It is contested, time ticking down. It will go to an OT situation. They got to stay on the robot. If they get taken out at all, that is the round win for Green Hope.
They used the ult from Winston. I don't think that was the right call in that moment. I think they should have waited a little bit longer. They do have the Kiriko, and they use the Kitsune themselves to get themselves a little bit faster, more attack. But you know, Kiriko went down, and it seems like Amaguki is going down as well. Happy Rock went down. No, that's it. This is the only one holding it there.
All 3 players down, all team members down for Research Triangle. There's the team kill, and there's the win from Green Hope. What a victory that was to take that one in stride. It looked dangerous at the beginning. It was such a Research Triangle favored push at the beginning, but then afterwards, Green Hope rallied behind each other. You can see Misty as Genji really popped off for a play of the game. We'll see exactly how things went down. Taking down Spicy Pepper, then looking for another, going forward 2, and then they're using their ultimate, slicing and dicing, taking out everyone in the competition. And that was such a great 5-player kill streak, make it 6. And that was a great play as well to end off things there too.
Pretty good, pretty good. I'm a little bit confused. Everyone's celebrating this, so was it a 2-1 or was it a 1-0? I'm confused. So
we'll get word from production.
Yeah.
Oh no, what's going on with that? But
well, I don't want to put more work on production. Maybe the admins, but the producer is here doing this.
Yeah, they'll let us know if that was the end of it. I think it might have been Green Hope getting the. Oh, it's not. No, it is a best of 5. So we'll see if. It
was a draw. So yeah, they're not done yet.
No, not done yet.
And we see the head admin telling them to get back to the game. It's not done yet. Don't celebrate too fast, okay?
Yeah.
That's the only thing. It was an exciting match, though. I mean, I will be celebrating that round. Not the win, the whole thing, but that round was worthy of celebrating because they waited, they dominated. They went into the opponent's spawn. They held it very long over there. And, you know, even though they were moved back at some point, they wasted enough time to not give them a chance to research, to actually go back and move, and, you know, have enough time to move the robot back.
Well, that was a huge win in that round from Green Hope. It might be done, actually, from what we're seeing here currently. So we'll see.
I don't know.
There's a little bit confusion.
It makes more sense to me to actually the draw gives you a point.
Yeah, and then it would be done after that. So we'll see if it is still being played. The admins will let us know what the actual
I'm
plan is for that.
I'm not an Overwatch.
I'm not an Overwatch admin,
so that's fine. I'm just an enjoyer here.
We're just here to cast some games, have a good time, and hope everyone at home is having a good time with these matches. So still, Green Hope, I mean, if that was a win for them, then they were looking pretty strong there. So we'll see what's happening there specifically. But
they have gone through these draws throughout the whole tournament, you know, to get up to this point. So you know, the admins know what they have in their hands, and it seems like they're going to be playing another one.
yes, I believe they are playing more. So we'll see what's happening in just a sec. But
Any words from the production?
Any words from production?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, from the head admins. No?
So they're still playing? Okay.
Draws is 0-0.
Draws 0-0. That's what I thought.
Yeah, that's
okay,
what we
so they
thought.
still got to win one more.
So it's
Sweet.
It's 2-1 right now.
Perfect.
No, actually 2-0.
2-1.
2-0. 2-0.
Oh, 2-0. 2-0. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. 2-0.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good to know. There we go. We got that sorted out. Now we'll know for all the other Overwatch games we have today.
So we need the
Baby
reverse sweep.
steps. Reverse sweep, potentially. Oh, my gosh. That'd be crazy.
You know, from the get-go. Okay, we have to wait like 7 hours yesterday to do this one.
Casting curses? Oh, yeah. Yeah, so it is going to be reverse sweep.
Yeah.
Sorry,
full
everyone.
on.
I haven't lied yet, so it is going to be a reverse
Full
sweep.
on
But
reverse
as you can see
sweep.
here on the overlay, we just wanted to show it to you for a second. That is the current score, 2-0.
Research needs to lose 2, right? So they, you know, get slapped in the face and then it gets very
This
strong.
is their regain arc.
Exactly.
This is their time to not take an L. I'm going to say everything as cringe-worthy as I can. They have to be more hyped than the other team so that they can get the victory. You know. I can't think of any other like slang that I can think of that would work right now.
I'm just thinking right now, you know, what could they have done better? Maybe, you know, they went very hard on the Winston. Maybe Misty going as a Genji wasn't the right idea. I mean, even though it got the play of the
I think
game.
it was decent, but yeah.
But it was more solid as a
Winston definitely wasn't the best decision for a tank, I think, on push. It is good when you're trying to have that mobility to quickly move with the robot to get to the next objective, like to try and push it as quickly as you
But
can.
you can get that with Diva as well. You
Yeah.
can get it with some other.
And we saw how Diva was with Oblivion, too. Oblivion, I think, so far for me personally, has been like a
Great
star
tank.
of the show for tanks, at least, on this specific matchup between these two teams and the way that they have been such an integral part for their team. I mean, they got a self-destruct. They took out a couple players towards the end there and made it so that they could push as far as they did. And that was a big thing that changed the game for them. I think another thing, too, is that Research Triangle, they stopped the objective right before the first checkpoint for Green Hope. And they should have focused so much more on that, but they gave it up a little bit too early. Although, of course, they did get team wiped a couple times, so you can't do too much in those situations. But then it took them too much time to try and get all the way to the other end. So used most of their resources, most of their time at the beginning of the game, and towards the end, they were like trying to fight tooth and nail to claw back, and it just was not enough.
I gotta say, Green Hope did great getting the supports down. They killed so many supports, you know, like 2 at a time. It wasn't like I killed one and then, you know, we keep going. No, they focused on those supports. They killed both of them, and then they start taking everyone else apart. So that was very good. How did you defend that? I mean, your supports gotta be more mobile and be able to dodge that and get out of the way. But it's easier said than done. When you have a good set of maybe this is why Genji, I mean, was trying to do, you know, its thing, trying to get the supports out of the way. It didn't work. It didn't really work.
No, it didn't work at all. And then we also saw the switch from the Mercy into the Lifeweaver, which kind of helped a little bit towards the end, but I think it was too little too late. The Mercy didn't seem like the strong suit for the player on the side of Research Triangle, and they tried their best, but Mercy Winston is such a classic combo, and that's what you like want to go back to what you're comfort with. But based on the composition of the other team, it just didn't work out. So they probably, I think the biggest thing was going to be they should have changed their comp a little bit sooner when it wasn't working towards like the halfway point of that game. So that adaptability is such a key part in these games, especially with how quick they are.
Yeah, but I want to see Misty back into the tank role.
Yes.
And hopefully that works. The thing is, you can't change roles in between matches. You know, you can switch players.
That's true. Yeah.
You can switch players within the role, but you can't switch roles. So that, I mean, if the tank that you had right now at the moment, the player, it's verse with Winston, then you gotta go with Winston. There's nothing much else that you can do. That was a good thing about Misty, which, you know, could play any role. Could do anything else.
They're currently going through the map pick right now, and there's a couple of different options that they have for Escort. They have Circuit Royale, Dorado, Chambly Monastery, and Route 66. I like Dorado personally.
Yeah,
for
it's
Escort.
classic.
Yeah. That and Route 66 are also solid, so we'll see if which one of them they are going to pick. I believe Shambhala Monastery might be a newer one for Overwatch 2 compared to Overwatch. I've done more Overwatch myself, I will admit, compared to Overwatch 2, but still, great game. And we'll see which one they do manage to pick. It might be Dorado from what I can kind of tell. Could be mistaken.
I don't want to say anything until production tells me what to do. You know, learn my lesson.
Yes, we have learned our lesson in that aspect. But nonetheless, we'll be seeing momentarily if it is Dorado. It looks like a dark map, so I'm like, okay, it's probably Dorado. But still, we're going to have some great times. Green Hope celebrating a little bit early. As
you know that could backfire a little bit.
That could backfire.
You get all that hype in there, and then now
they even like
low.
took a picture together with like their victory and all that
but
too.
It's a big low. Like
yeah,
I
it's
mean,
cool though. They have like jerseys with their names in the back of them and everything. I'm loving the support that Green
ready.
Hope has here as well. But it looks like we're going to be
I'm a
getting
fan.
into this game.
I'm a fan
as
of
quickly
Green
as we
Hope
can.
after yesterday.
Yeah,
you know, like I got.
they were so close,
I
but they
became
got
fan
reverse
of
swept.
both
Wait,
teams at the
wait.
end.
They could potentially get reverse swept in both Rocket League and
Dude.
Overwatch. No, no. Don't do it. Don't do it. Please. Our hearts would not be able to handle it.
Technically, not a reverse sweep if they
If
went
there
to
was a draw, yeah.
Can it be? I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't
I mean,
matter.
technically, we'll see.
It's
It is
Dorado.
Dorado. Okay, I was
Yeah.
right. See, I don't lie. I'm telling you.
Yeah, there's
I know my stuff. Every once in a while.
every once in a
Yeah.
while.
You know,
You-
once in a
you
blue moon.
fake it very well.
Fake it till you make it. That's what you gotta learn these days.
Ah.
But still, we are gonna be going to Dorado. Dorado is really fun for escort. There's so many different aerial maneuvers you can do. I mean, I'm so curious on what the composition is going to be
Actually,
for
one
these
thing
players.
is that they never got use of Farah.
That's true, and I was thinking about that. Farah would be decent. Like Farah is always like a good choice on this map, just because of how far you could go with that. I mean,
but in the previous map, they held into it too long. Then they used the ult, and it's like, okay, now let's switch it because it's not working. I think you should have changed it before that. You know,
we
like
also see Sombra a lot when it comes to escort, so I'm curious if we're going to see any Sombra play, just because you can like hack into the the team. You can use that stealth to kind of rotate around and get from behind, stop them when they're on the payload too. Widowmaker is also very popular because there's so many different lineups in Dorado because it's such a popular map that's been played so many times. So we'll see.
I want to see a Torbjorn, is the name?
Oh, Torbjorn.
Yeah.
Torbjorn's also fun on escort, actually, now I think about it.
I just want to have it there.
Because you could use like the molten core around the payload so that nobody can stand on the payload.
I want it because I can't say the name.
Okay.
That's the only reason why I want
Yeah.
it. Yeah, but
Just say Torb.
Torb.
Yeah, there you go.
Turret guy.
Easier.
Turret guy.
Turret guy.
Yeah. Oblivion back, you know, has not
strength.
changed that Zarya all game long. It's not a bad thing. Misty is back into the tank position, so that's pretty nice. Happy Rogue back into the action now with the Life Weaver we saw used so well before. So let's see if this works for either team here.
It's going to be interesting, but we'll see what happens from these players and what exactly the strategy is going to be going into this one. You can tell speed is key for the side of Green Hope for what they are trying to do. Again, they just need to win this and then they win the series. Got to stop the payload on the defending side. Trying to see if they can overcome and just do like a dive tomp onto their opponents as best as possible. We do see a D.Va from Misty again, and that was a great opportunity for them, but the rotation is going to come out onto the high ground to see if they can go through the tunnel and take on this player as best as possible, but still not really enough from it, so we'll see what happens. We'll see what the plan is for the Triangle, but I believe they have an Illari on their side for Griffin Dragon, so I haven't seen Illari much personally, but they're kind of like the FPS healer.
it is. So it can use the angle very well and keep it from afar.
Do some good damage too.
And also kill you from afar as well. It's kind of a mid-range kind of a player, but it can do a lot of damage if you.
Well, it didn't work out too well so far. Taken down 3 times. Well, Misty's taken down by their Beck and their just driver or pilot as well. So unfortunately for D.Va, they're going to be taken out of the equation there. The payload did get pushed a decent amount of space, more than halfway to that first objective. So, and again, they have so much time to get through to these points in just the escort game itself when you're not playing hybrids. So that's the good thing about escort by itself, because it's not just 2 objectives, you have 3, so you still have some more momentum to work with there. And finally, we did have somebody contesting from Greenhope onto the payload, but not really too much they can do here. Research Triangle trying to push up as quickly as they can, but again, not much they are able to as well because Oblivion is going ham with the Zarya, taking down 2 players, and Happy Road trying to steal as best as they can to put them back into this, but they have to back off that payload. And unfortunate for Research Triangle, they're going to have to regroup.
I mean, I was looking at Life Weaver just taking Misty out of the bunch, but it's about the same. You know, it's basically letting Misty die because they went back full sword to the respawn. But anyways, I mean, Misty changed, decided that D.Va was not a good fit, so they went back to the...
Which is pretty solid when it comes to escort.
I
You can
think
get behind
so.
everyone. But we do see Lucio, they had their ultimate. They didn't use it though. Lifeweaver used theirs instead to sustain everyone on Research Triangle. But 2 players down already, and everyone is trading back and forth. Oblivion with more kills. Spicy Pepper, Ryoken. Spicy Pepper with another one. Oblivion with 2. There's all players down from Research Triangle. Almost Misty trying to stay alive as best they can. Wait for their teammates to regroup with them again. And this is already a great look from Greenhope, trying to just shut them down before they can get a single objective. Less than a minute, 30 seconds to go, Chimako.
Gotta love it to see Zarya doing so well, especially after being nerfed and everything. But still, you know, that's a player, that's a character that you like. That's the one that you have been used to play with. So I mean, just using it in your team or helping you out. As you mentioned, you know, Lucio didn't use the ult. You see how Reaper has the ult right there. He's gonna use it down. He's gonna take only 1 player, make some damage to Amakuki. Okay, Amakuki goes down as well. So they got 2 in combination, and then Oblivion doing some damage as well. So very good ult by Floor, and the team actually helping out. So they good 3 picks in total in that play.
Less than a minute to go for Research Triangle to at least get this first objective so they can gain some extra time. Otherwise, really, Greenhope's just going to have an easy go of it on the escort side of things to try and progress forward and get a victory here so that they don't have to worry about any potentials for draws. Nonetheless, though, Oblivion, as we were talking about before, doing such great work for this team as a tank. The rest of their squad looking solid. The Reaper trying to escape as best they can with using their invincibility, but it wasn't going to last for too long as they are going to get some good kills. Or he's going to get 2 kills. Oblivion gets 2 as well, and everyone's getting taken down again by Research Triangle. Misty trying to stay alive, trying to stay on the payload, trying to keep things going. They need to if they want to keep it going to an overtime. But there goes another kill here for the side of Greenhope. Everyone's gone from the other team, and that is going to be that first round. Wow, what a great first round for Greenhope. They didn't even let them get to the first objective.
Impressive. Super impressive. I mean, usually that first objective is a present. Like, yes, I mean, you can get there and it should be fine. But this time around, I mean, they held so strong. They went all over and they were on the roofs every single time, just waiting.
Good positioning.
I think it was a mistake of changing to the Reaper at the end from Research and just going by itself. You know, I know maybe he thought he could flank them.
Flank and maybe use your ultimate against them. But
no, but he didn't have an ultimate. He was like 11% because he switched characters back then.
Yeah.
So he didn't have any ult. So didn't flank because he got seen. Then he actually tried to survive by going in between everyone else.
Yep.
So you're getting into the wolf's mouth, basically, trying to get away, which is not a thing to do. I like the Misty switch to Junker Queen because the other
was really good.
The other tanks were not working very well for them, but still, it was a little bit of a too late action for them. They needed the change earlier. Maybe if you change to Reaper before that and you get the ult charge.
It's all about timing, like knowing
exactly.
when to change out and when this hero isn't really working for myself. So we're going to be going into this next game, or this next round, excuse me, momentarily and see how it's going to go.
I'm sorry, Oblivion and Reaper. The combo.
Yes, the combo from those two was amazing. Yeah.
Amazing. That's the play of the game. You know,
Floor and Oblivion was amazing.
Yes, Floor. I mean, you can see me right now, but it's like
we're bowing.
Yeah, we're bowing.
Oh goodness. So now they got to escort the payload. Just got to get past those 58.19 meters, and it'll be looking a lot better as far as time goes for that third potential round. At least get that objective. That's going to be the first goal here with 3 minutes and 30 seconds that are on the clock. Misty using Mauga and seeing what they can do with this character, but they're going to take it out completely. They're going through just every single tank player, tank hero you can go with, and it's not working at all. The payload is getting pushed. It's getting close already. They're not respawning in time either, and they are getting right towards that 50 meters. passed it himself right towards what they were before, and there we go. Green Hope are able to get it. They are able to win it, and there we go. GG's, Green Hope wins, and now they can celebrate. Congrats to Green Hope for getting that victory. They'll take the second picture, I guess.
Yeah, go ahead.
As we can see there, maybe pose like they're heroes too. GG's, but there we go. Over Taku.
He did amazing. He kept them alive so many times.
Oh, yeah.
You know, they kept together a lot of times, so that means that Lucio can actually spread the lob, you know, the healing all over. And he was doing a lot of damage, as you can see here. You know, at one point, I think he was the one to take out Magua by himself on
at the end there, yeah.
At the end of there. So, yes, Over Taco, very solid player. Again, it's something that goes maybe unseen a little bit, how much you work as a Lucio, because you're healing, you're keeping everyone alive, right? If you see the team alive, that means that the supports are doing a really good job, basically.
Yes, great job from what we saw so far. But that was an amazing matchup that we saw between those two teams, Green Hope. Now moving on to face off against Palisades, I believe, in that second round. So they have their work cut out for them, as we were talking about, but still a great first matchup nonetheless with the way that they are performing there. So still hoping for the best for this team. Still, Research Triangle gave it their all. They were able to draw in that second map, and they kept it competitive for the most part. But Green Hope, we saw the camaraderie. We were able to like hear the comms and the cheers and just everything that was working out well for them. They had the energy going into this. They were the ones who, while the game was playing, while we were trying to fix our audio earlier, were able to do everything necessary for that victory there. So some great work, but I believe we'll be heading to a break anytime now, as we'll be getting things set up for either Valorant or maybe another Overwatch match. We'll hear in just a little bit, but still, that was a great performance to see from these players. I mean, who was your star of the show?
It's Oblivion.
Oblivion, that's my thoughts
it's
too.
It's gonna be. I mean, the way to survive and just allow everyone to work together. It was great. It seems to be like the in-game leader. You know, that's just pushing everyone. I gotta say, you know, I was doing my homework before this event and trying to see, you know, how players, how characters are rated right now, tier lists and stuff. Yeah. And you know, they were saying that Reaper has been buffed quite a bit. I mean, nerfed quite a bit, and also Zarya. So those two were the most dominant DPS, if we can call them, of the show. And I mean, it shows you. Some people were saying in the comments, I mean, that's kind of true that they were nerfed a little bit, but in the right hands, they can do a lot of damage, and we just witnessed that.
Oh, some great work between those players from what we just witnessed. So we'll see what's going to be happening. We're going to be going to Valorant next. But, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens between these players in this next matchup that we'll be having as well. So we'll be getting into Valorant in just a little bit. They still got to do some setup because they're going to have to like log into their accounts. They're going to have to make sure that all their keybinds and all their settings are correct and everything like that. So Valorant, it's a completely different game from Overwatch. Overwatch so fast-paced, Valorant more strategic, so that's going to be crazy to see what's going on there specifically. But again, we are going to be taking a quick break, and then after this, we'll be back with our first Valorant match of the Greensboro Regional Finals. Welcome back, everyone, to the Greensboro Regional Qualifiers for States next month here with VESL and UNCG Esports. We just had some amazing Overwatch action. Green Hope took the victory, and against Research Triangle. Well, we have another Green Hope here, Green Hope B, that are competing against Green Level High in this next matchup, but in Valorant this time. So more Green Hope action is what we get to see.
I want to have a Green Lantern now, right now. Green Lantern.
But it's like the Green Hope logo instead of like the Green Lantern one, just because we can't use that.
No, but the Green Level as well. So.
Oh, Green Level too, yeah. So you have one on each hand. Well, we're loading into Lotus. That's going to be the map for this best of one, no best of threes here between these two. Love the overlay, by the way. And we'll see what the exact picks are going to be between these two squads on their specific characters. Got a Gecko, Pokemon trainer, basically. Wow. A Reyna that we get to see too. Sky, Omen. Kind of what you expect to see Killjoy as well. So I like the decent comp we're seeing from Green Hope. Curious what Green Level are locking in themselves. Astro, okay, I like it. Pretty decent too. Some good utility across the board on both these teams, depending on who they go with. I'm wondering if Nader is going to go with the Viper. I'm a big fan of Viper. Viper used to be like much more prevalent when the game first came out. A couple nerfs here and there, more people knowing how to play against them too. But we have a Chamber or Schnitzel. I think I remember Schnitzel playing Chamber, and they were insane using that ultimate ability and be able to take down the competition. So we'll see what they can do with this one.
Again, one of the new characters, agents that have been nerfed quite a bit.
Yes, very much so.
Used to be like a
still pretty good though.
Solo guy that can do, in the right hand still can do a lot of damage. But yeah, the community, I mean, not the community, the devs doing their job to keep the game entertaining and switch things around a little bit.
Always got to balance and nerf and do what you can through a game's development life cycle. And a live service game like this, there's always going to be different changes like that. So we're going to be starting with Green Level defending and Green Hope attacking on Lotus this time. See exactly who is going to be the ones to come out on top in this first go-round. Green Hope so far today are on a roll. We saw in Overwatch they did pretty good. They got a quote-unquote 3-0. There was a draw in that second round. And we'll see if this is going to be cut and dry or if it's going to go to an overtime situation. We were talking about it before. And overtime, well, we didn't get too many of those during qualifiers. We really got a lot of one-sided affairs for the most part. So I'm curious on how things are going to go here. I'm just getting set up with those smoke-offs. See the Viper already putting their smoke down too, and a couple shots coming out here as well, just to see if anyone's hiding, but nobody's really going to be in those positions to start off, especially in the pistol round.
Especially not at this level anymore, right?
Yeah.
This old, like everyone here, like in any game, in Rocket League, Overwatch, Smash, Valorant, they have gone through the gauntlet already. They have played quite a bit, so it's not like they're noobs, they're not quite new to this. Okay, we got a few deaths. It was a race, getting a few kills right there across the smoke.
Woo! Wow, that was quick from Green Level. Everyone taken down, only a single player dropped, and that was the Chamber. We were talking about before, the Rays doing the majority of the work there, getting 4 kills for their team.
Right, 4 kills.
That was insane.
Wow. Okay, so basically they can buy all the weapons and everything right now, with all those kills that they got in the situation. So very powerful start from that race. Now I want to see the name, I want to see the player.
Rays was MF Stork, I believe that was. So.
Okay. Huh.
This team of Green Level were really dominant in the qualifiers too, so I'm expecting to see even a better push from them in the second round, especially with how confident they were able to take that first one. Green Hope B, they got to choose a different game plan and able to get some good vision there as well, using their ability just to scout out the area, and that's what the greatest thing is about Sky. But now opening up this area, we do see MF Stork getting 1 kill, but taking out themselves. And Logan with another great shot too, but trades back and forth. Only the Reyna remaining for Green Hope B. A good interaction for Green Level as they come out on top for the most part and defending as best as they can.
Okay, Reyna got a good gun, a lot of attack now, and just waiting very patiently. I mean, the power Reyna has as a solo player, it could actually do a lot of damage, but let's see if that's going to be the case. It's got to be in the right hands. It's not going to just do a lot of damage by itself. So we see Joko Win having the spike now on his hands, and got taken down by Nader from very far away, and that's gonna be it. Defenders won the rounds 1 and 2.
And this is what we kind of expect to see. The team who usually wins that first best round able to continue forward from then on out as well. So looking pretty good. We hear some maniacal laughter in the background. So maybe that's what you need to do. You just need to laugh it off once you lose those first 2 rounds and then continue forward afterwards. Green Hope trying to be the best green team, but Green Level proving that they are on another level in these first 2 rounds.
Wow. I'm about to walk away from that one. It is. So far, Tekkers have been able to do too much here. I'm not sure if Green Level, just by waiting a little bit longer, they were basing their picks on what Green Hope was choosing, the players that they were choosing, which is, you can do so, but Green Hope was, like straight on.
They locked in, they knew who they wanted, and that's what they were going for. But now we have MF Stork, who was the star of the show in round 1, waiting patiently. They are able to deploy their buddy there for a second, see if anyone's going to run into it. But Obey does get the first kill onto Sigil. We will see some more shots coming out from Joko will win. But the smoke cough does come through. Somebody is going through this connector, and there is going to be one Viper waiting to get 2, and Logan will finally clean them up. That happened in the last round as well, but Nader really good with that shotgun.
Still very even here. The planting, that's new for the attackers, and they haven't been able to do so the first few rounds.
And the flash from the Gecko ability, just taking down that player. Pale, unfortunate for them. MF Stork taken down as well, and this is Green Level in a position they have not found themselves in before. Astra bonks. Well, they're going to get bonked in the head there by Obey, and they will be taken down real quick, and a quick round win for Green Hope once they have the economy back in their favor.
Logan doing great so far. I mean, with pistols or with the heavier guns, he's been able to do a lot of damage from Green Hope. I think he's been the most consistent player so far. So I'm impressed. Let's see what they can do. I mean, Obey also did a little bit of damage. They actually received a lot. It was almost a trade on that exchange. But yeah, those 2 have been the players so far for Green Hope that have stood out of the bunch. Gecko a little bit as well. So there's still hope here. The first 2 rounds, it's very common to see one team lose them both and then do a little bit better in the next few rounds.
That it is, and we'll see what the game plan is going to be for Green Level here to change things up in their favor. Looks like things are going to be positioning towards that C site instead. So Joko would win, carefully moving forward, seeing if they can scope out anyone who might have an angle here. But there's nobody really in position, so they are going to be going towards that middle side instead. So we do have Snitzel, who's been taken out almost the first time every single round so far. Chamako just trying to position, see where everyone's going to be at, but slow rotation and going into the C side now. They are going to clear it out. Snitzel does get 1 kill, taken out by Logan. You mentioned they were the star of the show before. Joko would win, wait to see if anyone will push through the smoke, but no, they have taken control of the site. They'll swap up some of their guns, get that plant down. That's exactly what they want.
Yeah, they did right. I mean, they took that Snitzel out. Now they're taking out Joko Paya as well down. That was a good exchange. A Bonk with getting Joko would win. It's pretty much, I mean, not even quite. It's a 2v3 situation right now, but still, the defenders have to take the bomb and defuse its spike.
They do have to get that defused at some point in time, and we'll see how long they have. But still, 3v2 situation. MF Stork pushing on with the Astra, and they are able to take down 1. Gonna have to back off, but actually they're just gonna use their mobility. They tried to go for the defuse, but they weren't focusing on the player that was there, ready and waiting. Bonk is here, still alive, seeing if they could do anything to at least get a kill, but no, they were trying to focus on it as well, and it wasn't enough. The clutch came out from Logan, 3 kills to their name.
Logan, a clutch player, as you can see, but it was a bad play going for that defuse at the moment. Right, it wasn't defuse, right?
Yeah.
It had to wait a little bit longer, just make sure that no one was there from the opponents. I don't know why they decided that it was a safe moment to actually go for the defuse, but definitely, they had the weapon ready to counter-attack, probably it would have been a different outcome of that situation, especially seeing that at the end it was a 1v1 that made the difference in the match.
It was close. There was almost a clutch moment from Green Level, but also they didn't really have time on their side, unfortunately. So Green Hope looking good. Obey with 2 kills, but does get taken out by Pale. That was a good exchange, but Green Hope still comes out on top yet again. 3 players compared to 2, and this guy on Green Level's side is injured. So Pale looking for anything, does just have the classic not really many options. More of an eco round for Green Level after the way things have been going against them in these last 2 rounds by Green Hope. They don't have the advantage of being able to get some more economy by planting that spike, but this plant, speaking of, does come out from Green Hope. In 3 rounds in a row, they've been able to get that spike plant down. That is so beneficial for them.
Yeah, pretty good now. And they were able to find a few, well, actually it was Green Level finding a few extra weapons, so let's see if they're going to be able to use those. It's going to be beneficial for them. Of course, it's going to be better than the lone pistol that they had before that.
We will see, but they are on the site. There's really nobody there from Green Hope. They are just baiting them out, though. They saw last time they are very trigger happy to go for the defuse. They're just going to use that to their advantage. There goes down Schnitzel. Rhino getting the victory in this round. 3 in a row, Tramaco. This is a good comeback after losing the first 2 pistol rounds.
Yeah, after being able to actually get the plant, spike, that has been the game changer for them, because now they have the cards in their hand. They are telling you what to do, and you're not being able to do whatever you want against them. So very good from Green Hope, going for that spike every single time and as fast as they can. Obviously, getting a few picks here and there, killing a few of the agents, but trading very well. You saw Obey going for 2, and then giving the slab away. But you can do that. Take 2 on your way out. That's a pretty good.
It's a good trade. Yeah.
Exchange every single time.
We see the wingman coming out to see if there's going to be anyone there, but no, they will be reclaiming that for the Gecko. Realizing that they want to rotate in a different position instead, so they will be going towards the C site potentially in this full rotate.
And they have
down.
planted C every single time.
Every time, yeah. That seems to be their game plan. They were trying to fake that they were going to go both to the B site, but Nader, no, missing everyone, didn't even connect with any of the shots. Oh, that's going to hurt.
Well,
I've done that before.
happens to everyone.
But now onto the C side, we do see Logan trying to see if they can flash and stun anyone, but their teammates got stunned instead, so they are going to get that plant down as best they can. They are smoked off, talking about the defenders, so the plant doesn't come out just yet. They are going to be interrupted. Bonk with 2 kills, making 3 kills in a row, finally taken down by Rhino. Logan with 1 too, but Evan Stork trading with Rhino. It's a one-on-one situation. The Chamber Schnitzel does have their sniper rifle available, but we do see the change in location from Rhino. They pick up the spike, they're going to rotate around, and I'd be wise if I were them, but actually they're just going to go for something else instead, see if there is anyone there. They will transport to the other side of the map, and that is a wise decision to get that spike planted.
That was great. Now he just had to sit there and wait for Rhino to come in. Oh, I'm sorry.
Rhino with the clutch.
Excellent. I mean, just moving away from C all the way to A. Again, the options that you have as a defender are very limited. You get a goal straight away and try to find a way to defuse that spike. And Rhino knew that. He very smart play here from Green Hope, and that's 4 in a row for them.
4 in a row. It's insane to see how well this team is gelling together as we're fixing some settings on our end. Excuse us. But, hey, we're back. It's all good. We'll get that set in just a second as we're getting into this next round. I think they had to reset things. Maybe a timeout was called, but we'll get that figured out on our end and exactly what is happening. So we'll see.
So how those going 4 straight losses affect your economy?
Well, it depends on if you save during those rounds. We did see some saves that were happening from the side of Green Level, so they were just taking it in stride, and then the next round they'd be like, okay, we can get some of our armor, we can make sure that we have our utility all set, and then go forward with some decent weapons here and there. If you are able to take the weapons from your opponents, that helps too, if you're going for more of an eco round itself, but still, we will have to see what the strategy is once we get back into this game. I think it's just a tech pause right now, it looks like, so.
Maybe
getting things figured out there. Yeah, PC issue, maybe controller issue. I think something might have popped up or something. There's so many different things that can happen. But yeah, tech pause, it sounds like that we're going through right now. But talking about the different rounds and things that were happening.
Yep.
Ammo Stork at the beginning. 4 kills, looked really good. We haven't really seen as much as we would want to from Emma Stork afterwards. We did see a little bit towards the end of that last round. But Rhino, Green Hope, we've been seeing a lot of great work. Obey's been doing good on the side with the Killjoy from their team too. So, and then Logan has been so consistent with these frags and the entry frags too for their team. I'm really liking the way that Green Hope have been performing as a unit, whereas Green Levels, maybe some individual plays have been stars of the show, but it hasn't really been enough for them to secure a round.
And also the mentality to survive on the 1v1s from Green Hope, because we have seen quite a few moments where it's only 1 versus 1
Yeah,
player.
so many 1v1s.
And Logan has survived those 1v1s. We saw Rhino at the end also surviving very well. So they have been very strategic, even in those situations. So not only strategic as a team when you have all 5 players together, but also when you're the lone wolf against another loner. How do you react to those situations? And I mean,
yeah,
that
it's a
also
tough
shows
situation to be in.
That shows the skills, the gunfight skills of those players.
It really does. It shows that all these players at this level, they are the top 8 out of the Valorant squads who competed to make it to this point in time. They just have to play this one series to make it to states. So this being the qualifier, this is their qualifying match. They just have to win this one map out in Lotus for this one specifically to move on to that state final. So there's a lot to compete for. We'll see what they do, but they are deliberating on some strategy while they have some downtime here, and we're getting this player set back up on one of the teams. So we'll get that as quickly as we can. But still, some great competition between these two teams so far. And talking about the team comp, we really haven't seen much out of the Viper from Nader. We wanted a little bit more from them. We saw some individual plays when they're just like camping in a corner, just like shooting and trying to wait for someone. And it works out a little bit, but they missed all their shots that one round, and that was so unfortunate.
It's bound to happen, well, you have all the pressure in the world right now.
True.
In this stage, you're playing in the land with everyone, watching it, and
Yeah.
it's a little bit of an added pressure trying to qualify for the states. And also, it's when we're talking about Latin Rocket League, how hard it is to find like really good players for one game. It might be the same thing here. I mean, you now have to find 5, not 3.
Yes,
But
you do.
Actually, I mean,
More players.
Valorant,
There
I
are
think-
more people probably playing
yes,
Valorant. So.
I think so as
Yeah.
well. But high quality. I mean, there's a lot of people that are very low level.
Yes.
I am not insinuating anything. If you're low level, that's fine. I mean, completely fine.
We'll be fine together.
You play to have fun, and that's it. So having more players doesn't mean that you're going to find good players, like a really solid player.
But it being a popular game does mean
And
that it's
I don't mean-
decent, so.
And I don't mean
think we're
anything
resetting
by him.
the lobby itself so that we'll get the player that got disconnected back into it as best as we can. So we'll figure out exactly what's going on here to get them into the game itself. So we'll see what's happening in just a sec, but we'll try and get things reset as much as we can. The good thing with Valorant is you can reset a lot of stuff. Hopefully they were able to get a screenshot of what the economy was and how the rounds were situated there. Just based on the way that the tools work in the spectating feed. So we'll see what they can do, but tech issues bound to happen. As I was talking about it yesterday, like in a LAN environment, you would think you have more control, but there's also more things that can go wrong with like computers that you aren't used to that shut down or maybe resets or something goes wrong with that and you get locked out, and it's like, well, got to see what I can do in this other computer, and then it's like all the software you got to download for your mice and your headset. It's like, okay, I got to make sure that's working too. So we got to make sure like all these player stuff is working properly so that they can have the most optimal environment for them to play these matches in. So
Well, actually, we played a game yesterday, right? And
Yes.
it took us a while to get set up.
it did.
Get in there, get our Discords and everything, and communication, and just getting into the right. Was it Steam? It was Epic,
yeah, we're like, it's not Steve, it's Epic that we had to sign into,
okay,
so we had to get that sorted out too.
Yeah, a few things. So
Yeah.
things that in your home might take a minute.
Yeah.
Here,
Yeah,
Just
exactly.
because of the-
So
the
I
way
think
that
they're getting
it's
logged
set up.
in. I think they're getting set up into the lobby itself. So we'll see in just a sec on what's going on there. But we're getting things all set up. Again, also, shout out to UNCG Sports. We have a lot of students here that are helping with the production too. So there'll be some stuff to work through with that. And they're getting some good opportunities to learn firsthand on what you're going to have to go through when you're playing in, or when you're doing an event like this in the workforce, in esports. On these are the things you're going to have to troubleshoot. There's always something new, and you have to have the adaptability to really do anything here. So we're going to be back after we fix these tech issues, and we'll be getting back into that Lotus matchup in just a sec.
Perfection is unattainable. But if we chase perfection, we can obtain excellence. Thousands of students, hundreds of teams across this great state are all in pursuit. We've dwindled it down to the elite. We may be able to catch that excellence.
Out to midfield space, Adonis over the top, going to crossbar. Right there. Yeah, you have the flash, you have the ball, you have the flip reset, and you.
Welcome back to the VESL State Qualifiers. $72,000 are on the line. These high schoolers are looking to put on a show. North Carolina, are you ready?
Games have become something that you played by yourself in your living room to a kind of global interactive space. So being a kind of responsible citizen within that global space is something that I hope my students appreciate. If you look at a game as a way of forming a sense of a way of thinking about the world, a way of interacting with the world, we need students who are literate in the ability to understand how that game is acting on them and how they act in that game as well. The scale and the technology that we have here allows us to use this as a classroom space like no other. Understanding that our students are already gaming and taking seriously that this is something that they can use throughout their lifetime and throughout their education, I think is taking our students seriously and is meeting them where they already are.
It's that previous season All-Star and ID Bay from Kaz on the field. Oh my goodness. Mafia Shadows though, MVP status is just barreling through.
And we are back at the VESL State Qualifiers here in Greensboro at the UNCG Esports Arena. I'm Vodable, we got Chimako, and if you missed it, we had a couple rounds of action played for the first Valorant match that we have on this specific stream. It's Green Level versus Green Hope. Green Hope has had all the hope necessary to get the last 4 rounds in a row. We got things reset. A player's PC had some issues, so we had to swap them over, get them all loaded in, reset the economy back to what it was, and now we are back where we were. Thank you, Valorant, for having those tools. That's what I gotta say.
True. One thing I'm gonna say, Green Hope hasn't needed any hope at all.
No, not at all.
I mean, hope is when you're losing. Right now, they're winning. They're winning handily. They have had 4 rounds in a row. They lost the first 2. But after that, they have been planting every single round.
Planted.
And once they plant, they control the action. This time around, they went for an A instead of a C. And you see how Green Hope starts getting a few kills right there.
4 in a row, make it 5. That's a flawless for Green Hope. What a start. Right back into the swing of things. No worry whatsoever. And Green Level, we're waiting for their time to shine, but it's not going to come anytime soon, Chimako.
Well, I don't know anytime soon, but
maybe the next round.
Maybe the next round.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Not that round.
But not that round. Not on the round number 6. So attacking has been great for them so far. They have done a great selection of zones. Going from C all the way, faking a little bit, and then going to A. The last 2 have been, I think the last one we watched was Rhino going all the way to A.
Yeah, it was.
So this time around, nothing on B so far, but I think that's part of the decision of, okay, so let's fake areas, and then we can really use the, force green level to go side to side. You know, A or C. Which one is going to be?
They have to split their resources, that's for sure. They have to put some people on B, some people on C, people rotating around to see where Green Hope is going to be, because Green Hope's been doing really good on those rotations, Shamako. I mean, that's what you're talking about. Going to C, they see, oh, maybe that's not the best option. They rotate to a different position. But they're also using the smokes in a good spot as well from Astra to make sure that they can put the, or not Astra, excuse me, they're using them from Omen to just fake that they're going to potentially push onto the C side. You can see right now nobody is near A.
Yeah, they're going all to A. I mean, finally, Green Level decided, okay, let's put some people in A, just maybe because we think that they're going over there. But they're planting right now, and I don't think, yes, they planted. They were able to get the spike. So now it is a 5v. Actually, you know, because Green Level actually got the kill. It was in
4v4 right now, yeah. Rhino with a 2-piece themselves, looking pretty good for their team. Make it another one pretty soon. Maybe, but there we go. Quills from MF Stork, 3 in a row. Beautiful look there, and they're going for the defuse. This is, well, I did cast a curse at Germanico. I was saying, oh, it was a flawless, they got this. No time soon, that Green Level bounced back, and they did just that. And who else but MF Stork, who got 4 kills, remind you, in the first round.
Yeah, we were thinking, you know, we were talking to ourselves a little bit. Okay, so where is Fork headed? We don't say, is it Microsoft Fork?
It's MF Stork.
Stork.
Yes.
Well, not fork. I would like it to be a fork.
Probably uses
maybe
a fork
I'm too hungry
decently.
right now.
Yeah, you know what? That's probably what it is. We'll get some Panda Express after this.
Okay, cool. Well, I don't know. Hey,
or maybe something else.
I don't know. Stacks might get here, you know.
Yeah, he'll get jealous. We'll have to take a picture of us at Panda Express and send it to him.
That's it.
Enough talking about a company, though. Not sponsored, by the way. But Green Hope and Green Level facing off against each other here. Back onto the C site. The chamber smoked out. Not too much they can really do, but they are going to use their ultimate. And Bonk with a 2-piece. Looked like it was a collateral almost, taking down those 2 players and making it so that there is an even better position for Green Level on the defending side this time around. Green Hope, they have to go for really a different angle. The Spike's not in a good position either, and I don't like their chances on going to the C site.
It seems like they don't like their chances either, so looking for another option here. I'm wondering, I mean, who was the player who had the trouble with the computer? Because, I mean, if it was Bonk or Stork, I understand, you know. They're doing so much better now in these last few rounds. Obviously, the first round they lost it. It was a flawless, but the 6-1. But 7th and 8th have been great, and now on 9, they're looking so strong.
Well, Bay we saw pop up a couple times before. Kaito, we haven't really mentioned them too much, but they were taken down by Bonk with 3 kills now. But the trade came out for Logan. Logan, really good star of the show for Green Hope a couple times, going for the spike plan. They are going to be able to get it down, so that will help them for economy a little bit, especially after they lost that last round. MF Stork, though, they have plenty of time to get this full rotate back from their own spawn of Green Level and see what they can do. Or Green Hope, excuse me. Ooh. Does get 1.
Stork got away. That was big. So Logan is the only one alive right now, and it goes down as well. So it's gonna be
that's gonna be a defuse. Yep.
Interesting. This puts things very closely now. It's gonna be a 5-4 final result for the global result for the match. I had hopes here because Obey and Logan had been really good at the 1v1s, but still, you know, Stork getting Obey out of the action, and it was only Logan against 4. Then that was a really bad odds for Logan. So out of nowhere, you know, Green Level. I mean, I was saying Green Hope doesn't need any hope. Maybe they're hoping now that something else goes wrong with the computers of the Green Level, because Green Level, the comeback is real.
It is real. And one thing I didn't think about, Chavaco, since they could probably hear us in the arena, we probably shouldn't say exactly where they are rotating towards just yet until we have the team actually there and planning on the spike and everything too, just so we don't give them some extra information. But nonetheless, though, Green Level and Green Hope, seeing what they can do here. The alt point is going to be huge for Joko. And Joko we haven't really seen too much of from Green Hope recently. I mean, if you're playing Arena, you would hope that they'd be able to pop off as a duelist for them, but Rhino has really been more of a star of the show, as we see here. Try to get the high ground, see if they can get maybe a vantage point using their abilities, but nobody really peaking just yet from that POV. So we'll see exactly what they can do while they are looking for them. But there is going to be some shots coming out from Emma Stork, back off as well from Obey through that the Viper wall, excuse me, as we do have Obey looking for just an exchange of some sort. Nader just shooting with their weapon as much as they can. The Odin. I haven't seen an Odin in a while, so I'm curious how effective it's going to be.
Well, they're trying to go through the walls on that one, so maybe that's what they're trying to do. See how the attackers are moving in and they're trying to make something happen here, but the defenders are very well spread. They're not allowing anything. This is I think this is the hardest time that the attackers have had in Greenhope into getting the plant, the spike plant. See a lot of action here. Oh my God. I mean, that was everyone getting some of the piece of the action in green level. It was everyone involved, and they were able to not diffuse, but deflect the actions from the attackers. And we have a tight match already. I mean, it was a 4-2 for Greenhope, and then they won that round number 7. But after that, it's been 3 rounds in a row for the green level.
That it has been. Round 10 was pretty awesome for green level to tie things up. Just a couple more rounds before the half is over. This could very easily go to potential overtime, depending on how the second half goes with the side switching. But when we usually see a one-map game, so a best of one, and a team chooses their favorite side, depending on who it was that got to decide sides, the other team really does not like either the defending or the attacking side. So I'm curious if that's going to change the dynamic between these two teams, if one's better at attacking and one's better at defending. I'm curious on how that will lead up to be. But Rhino getting the entry frag, Snitzel getting one right back onto Obey, trades back and forth. Nader's still just trying to shoot through the wall and see if they can just get anyone with it, but it's not working. The strategy's not there. And Bonk taking out 3 players in a row, back to back to back. Beautiful play there. And now we're trying to see what Kaito can do. They are splashed. There's nothing that they can do that time. So a couple rounds in a row this time for green level. The resurgence is here. They were down by, they had 2 rounds to their name. Now they got 4 in a row.
Kaito has been great at planting, but in the 1v1 situations, not so much. Attacking and getting kills, that hasn't been their stronghold. So whenever Greenhope loses Obey and Logan, they have struggled in attacking afterwards. So those. I mean, Rhino has been good in the 1v1s, but not as much, taking a lot of people at the same time. So, yes, every single time that green level is able to take a few kills ahead of time and before Greenhope plants, that's a really good deal for them.
Well, we do see the Viper's pit deployed here by Viper on the side of green level so that it can see if they can cut off that one side, but not really the best option for Viper. They just all are going towards the A side, so a misuse, I would say, of that ultimate. We are seeing the Astra ultimate coming out too in just a sec, but I'm curious on.
We know they have to use it.
They do have to use them, but there are some trades back and forth. Nader finally does take out Kaito, and it is a 3-on-3 situation. The defuse is coming out. So there goes Obey with 2 kills, back-to-back collateral too. But there we go. Logan will get the finish, and it will be Greenhope tying things up 6-6 at the half.
You see, as long as Greenhope has Logan or Obey, they can do serious damage. You know, they can be. And I mean, also Nader with that Viper speed, that wasn't a great selection.
Yeah.
It was like hoping.
I mean, it made it so that no one would go towards B, so that they knew for sure where they were going. But still, I think it was a misuse of that. It would have been better to use that later on. But we'll see. It looks like we'll be getting switched off in just a sec, and we'll see. I think there's a pause or maybe a timeout between these teams, so we'll get that figured out in just a sec. But nonetheless, we will see exactly what's happening. They did call for a pause, so we'll be back figuring out what the pause was for. I think they just had maybe a timeout or maybe an issue with the controllers, or not controllers, the keyboards, excuse me.
No one plays with
Yeah. Could you imagine playing controller with Valorant?
I do. Actually, I tried.
Okay, I thought you said you do play Valorant with controller.
No, I don't.
I was going to say, oh my goodness. But either way, I think this is just a pause. We'll be back in just a sec after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is Overlord. We are live right now at UNC Greensboro. And for those of you hearing me, seeing us, you might say, Overlord, weren't you just in Charlotte at Bank of America Stadium kicking off this regional championship this morning? The answer is yes. And then I jumped in the car and headed right down here to this amazing campus, to this amazing esports arena in UNC Greensboro, where at a start, over 200 schools, over 3,000 high school students across the great state of North Carolina set forth in this season to dominate. We're at the regional finals. I'm standing next to David Wyrick here. He's one of the great champions of esports and STEM here at UNC Greensboro. And David, let me tell you, because we're speaking right now to Wilmington, to Charlotte at Bank of America Stadium, and UNC Greensboro here in Greensboro. 3 simultaneous, for the first time ever, live championship events, so we can crown a champion on February 17th here again in the state championship. How does it feel to see all these kids absolutely grinding it out here as we hit this regional phase?
Well, I'm kind of amazed because my thoughts can't help but go back to early conversations that we had over a year ago with this vision for a statewide high school esports and STEM league.
Yep.
And to go from idea to fruition and seeing the activity and to see the smiles on the faces, to see the competition, the friendly banter, the coordination across the state, it's really music to my ears.
Absolutely, and we are loud as we possibly can be here at the stage. Now, I got to tell you something. First of all, hey, if you can hear me here in the arena, let me hear how excited you are, guys. You're not going to let Charlotte beat you, are you? Charlotte screamed real loud today. One more time. Who's psyched up to be at the regionals? We'll do better. It'll be better than the finals. So, David, if you can, real quick, before we jump back into the live action, a lot of people are in this high school league across the entire state.
Yep.
They're learning STEM. They're learning skills for the workforce. Many of them are saying, maybe I should go to college somewhere. UNC Greensboro's really leaned into this collegiate esports stuff. What have you done at a high level, and what could kids expect if they might be interested in UNCG as somewhere to maybe take their next steps?
Yeah, so we're addressing esports very comprehensively across the university, from the academic side, from the innovation side and drawing out new technologies, from the competitive side, and connections with industries across the state. It was the first thing that jumped out at us when we got into this space was the workforce development opportunities. Students go to college because they want to get jobs.
Yep.
And so we want to position our graduates, whether they're an English major, a media studies major, an animation major, it doesn't matter. We want to position them with the technical skills where they can go out and get the most cutting edge tech jobs in the state of North Carolina that they want to get.
Yep.
and work as hard as they want to work at it. We're going to give them the opportunity to go as far as they want to with it.
Beautiful. Well, listen, it is awesome to partner with you guys here at UNC Greensboro, to be here in your esports arena, which I might say is the top of the top experience you can have in collegiate esports. And I think probably what we should do is get back to this action in the regional championship round. Somebody's going to be crowned a regional champ and head to the state championship.
Yep.
So let's see it happen. Charlotte, Wilmington, Greensboro, all simultaneous. Let's see who's going to make it to the states.
Placing sentry.
Welcome back, everyone. We just had some matches going on, or some rounds going on in the background, but as you can see, it's still neck and neck between these two teams. Nobody going down yet in this round specifically. They are taking their time on these flanks and just diverting the attention from where everyone is, seeing exactly what they can do to get onto either the C, the B, or even the A site on where they're going. But Jogo would win, finally getting a two-piece themselves, and a nice look for them. Snitzel seeing where they're going to go, but there is a split right through the map with that Astra ultimate, so Bonk going to be planting. There is going to be the grenade from Nader. See if they can peek through the smoke. They do spot someone out. They take out Obey, and that's a good look from Nader. They do manage to get one down, so a 4-on-3 situation for green level. Some good trades happening between these two teams. Jamako and the spike already down.
It's 4-on-3, but they actually planted the spike. And now you see that it's a 3-on-3. Bonka got 1 kill. It was about to defuse. I mean, Kaki was so close. I didn't want to call it, because I know the players can hear me. But still, just it was about to happen. Oh my God! The attackers actually got it. They were down the whole time, but they were. I mean, all the time they were 4v5, 3v4 up until the end, and they were able to match it and get the kills and avoid those diffuses. So. Great job by Green Hope, who's now attacking. We didn't see them on that. We didn't see on the phase that changes
switch
sides.
over, the switching sides. Yeah. Once the first half was done, it was 6-6 going into the half, but now it is 9-7 for Green Hope versus Green Level. So it's been a pretty beneficial half for them so far. It's been pretty decent up to this point in time, but we do see Nader also looking a lot stronger and more confident than they were in the past. So a good look from them to get that first entry frag, and now we'll have more of an entryway on towards the A side as everyone is rotating in, and they know where the plan is. The planting is going down, and Snitzel working out together with Hale to get that kill. Jogo would win, does get that one onto MF Storm, so that's a good look for them. The spike does go down this time too, and the Viper's pick comes out from Nader. The perfect time to use it, and Viper, I feel like, is definitely much more of an attacking-focused agent, specifically, just because you can put down the pit, put down the plant, and then makes it so that you know when anyone is entering your pit as well. Nader is using that to their perfect devices, but no, Rhino finally takes them down, ends the kill streak, and 1-on-2 situation for Rhino to see if they can clutch it up.
And he was able to heal himself quite a bit after that exchange. So that's good Rhino now. It's the 2v1 situation. Well, actually, he did a lot of damage as well, and Blanca finishes off. Rhino tried to survive at that moment, but I mean, the damage by the Viper Speed was way too much for the team, for Green Level as a whole. So we see it now, 10-7, reaching out to that mark of actually winning the match. Remember, guys, that this is a best of 1. So whoever wins this map moves forward
to the state finals. Yeah,
the state finals, and that's it. That this is big, and Green Hope getting that. I mean, actually, is it? Wait, Green Hope is.
Let me look.
I think we're the other way around.
Bonk, MF Stork, Nader, and Pale from Green Level. So that is, I think it's Green Level that are winning right now, not Green Hope.
Yeah, I think it's the other way.
Yeah, I think it is the other way around. The team names need a swap. There we go. It's all good. But still, Green Level and Green Hope looking for what they can do here. Green Hope, with the Gecko. So it is Green Hope on the blue side, or the defending side this time. So we'll see what Snitzel can do for their squad. Some good rotations. Nader again putting the plant down. Green Level looking really strong.
Wow.
10-7 currently, but again, Nader with a nice good kill, and
Nader's popping off.
All players still alive with Green Hope. They might be able to get a flawless if they can take out Rhino and also Kaito on the side of Green
One
Hope.
enemy remaining.
Nistel getting Rhino, and only one more is Kaito.
Oh, they got one.
Kaito actually got the knife. But that's it. I mean, good try with the knife kill. But you were found by the other 4 players and got taken down. So 11-7. This is the moment. Green Hope really has to do something right now, or it's gonna be bye-bye for them.
That they do. Green Level are just 2 rounds away from qualifying for the state final. Green Hope, they need to get something going for them. It was looking so good after the first 2 pistol rounds that they lost. They were able to get a couple in a row and then push the issue, but after that, we haven't really seen too much from them. So Green Level, we're looking for anything to show signs of weakness, and we haven't seen that from them on the attacking side. And I talked about it. They might have just been not as strong as they wanted to be on the defending end. A good kill from MF Stork, by the way, onto Jogo would win. And these kills early on to the defending half are making it that much more difficult for Green Hope to put up a fighting chance to stay alive in this bracket.
You see how divided is the attackers right now, how they are trying to push and make something happen. And actually Caucho was able to get FF Stork, which is big a kill, because you have seen how good MF Stork has been so far. So get the 4v4. No one, the spike hasn't been planted yet, but we're seeing some movement from the attacker side.
That we are, some good movement from the green level. Still pretty much a stalemate, at least in this round, between these two teams. The eco round from the last one for Green Hope that they had to go for at this point in time. They wanted a chance to come back, but no, Logan goes down.
Wow.
Clutch master that we've seen a couple times for Green Hope. There goes the spike down as well, so 4-on-3 situation, beneficial, make it 4-on-2. This might be just lights out for the competition. Obey does go down as one player remains, and it's Kaito yet again, the Gecko, who's just been an integral part of getting some plants down when they are on the attacking side, but haven't been able to do too much here. Trying to see what they can do with the machine guns. Yeah, survival mode at best, and they are going to be taken down. It will be another round win for Green Level, one away from clutching the victory in this matchup.
Big match point here, because I mean, you will have to win 6 in a row. And that's not it. No, that's not it. You go to overtime and you have to win 7, actually.
Yeah.
So it's wow. It's a lot. It's a lot for Green Hope right now. Hopefully, they have the name. They have the hope in their names. But Green Level, after
like the dancing ducks, they just had to bring attention to it. I know because the players were showing it to us a couple times. We have to bring it attention.
We gotta mention it. If they put it over there, it's for a reason. Juggle would win. Had like maybe 2 good rounds, and after that, it's been getting killed way too fast. So let's see if they can do something with it. Nader popping off. I mean, just playing magnificent.
I'm loving the positioning from Nader too, like the way that they put themselves in a spot where the other team doesn't quite expect where they're coming from, and then the way they're using their utility is also perfect as well. So trying to get their ultimate. You can see that there are 3 ultimates apiece per team. This is the time, if you're Green Hope, to use an ultimate, I feel like. Make sure you can take down the competition. They do get the entry frag themselves, so that'll be a huge boon for them. But will it be enough with the time that remains on the clock to defend as best as possible? It depends on where the other team is going to be going, because they have so many options. There isn't really much knowledge being gained by the side of Green Hope on where Green Level is positioned.
You gotta be careful. You see how the attackers are moving in, and might be able to do some damage here. Big situation. There you go, Nader getting 1 kill against Jacob Win. Jacob Win was the one that was trying to flank at everyone there on there.
Good plant from Bonk too. Just in case Green Hope do get the round. They get some eco going forward into the next one.
Yeah, definitely.
Wise decision. They could potentially win from that too if there is a situation where time goes out, but Peo gets 2. Obey does get 1. There is Kaito that does go down. 3-on-2 situation. Flank potentially. Nitzel does get 1, and the attackers win the game. It will be Green Level taking the victory, defeating Green Hope, and getting the spot into the state finals.
That was interesting. That was very interesting. It seemed for a moment that Green Hope had everything going their way, and then out of nowhere, the Green Level decided, I don't feel like it. We just had a technical issue, and that's it. Don't get too proud on yourself, because this is not over yet.
Yeah, not over yet, but that was still a great matchup between these two teams. And congrats again to Green Level for getting the victory and moving forward into the next leg of the competition. So they got their win. They will hopefully move on from there. But luckily for Green Hope, they still have another team that is in Valorant to try and make it into the state finals. So we'll see.
And in Overwatch. Still.
And in Overwatch, yes. We did see them get the win in Overwatch, but we are going to be sending this over to a promo video for a second. Then after that, we'll be getting set up with another match of either Valorant or Overwatch. We'll be back in just a sec after this.
Perfection is unattainable, but if we chase perfection, we can obtain excellence. Thousands of students, hundreds of teams, across this great state are all in pursuit. We've dwindled it down to the elite. We may be able to catch that excellence.
Out to midfield space, Adonis over the top, going to crossbar. Right there. Yeah, you have the flash, you have the ball, you have the flip reset, and you... Necessarily as hard as this.
Welcome back to the VESL State Qualifiers. $72,000 are on the line. These high schoolers are looking to put on a show. North Carolina, are you ready?
Games have become something that you play by yourself in your living room to a kind of global interactive space. So being a kind of responsible citizen within that global space is something that I hope my students appreciate. If you look at a game as a way of forming a way of thinking about the world, a way of interacting with the world, we need students who are literate in the ability to understand how that game is acting on them and how they act in that game as well. The scale and the technology that we have here allows us to use this as a classroom space like no other. Understanding that our students are already gaming and taking seriously that this is something that they can use throughout their lifetime and throughout their education, I think is taking our students seriously and is meeting them where they already are.
Hello and welcome back. I'm Robin and I'm here with Bonk, who just won our last Valorant match. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling pretty good.
All right. So you went down, I think it was 5-2, and brought that back up 6-2, and almost flawlessly victoried on offense. Can you tell me a little bit about how you came to do that?
So actually, up until that point where you had to restart from, it was 2-4. One of our players was actually having an issue with his monitor. So he was getting a bug with the scope where he was trying to hold it in, but for some reason it unscoped him. So when we restarted him from there, we didn't really let the fact that we were down really get to us. It was good vibes all around. We were just still joking around. We were like, we were just having fun. And I think that attitude of, you know, still having the good vibes even when down helped us come back, particularly in that second half.
Yeah, it's really important to keep a positive mental here. Especially in this LAN setting where, you know, you can see your opponents over your computer, and that can really throw you off if they start celebrating, especially if they're down and they're still happy. It can really affect the game. So, what's your team comp looking like? I saw you had a chamber, which
so
not always is played.
Our team comp, we had two controllers. We had Astra and Viper. We had our primary duelist as Raze. We had the Sky and we had a chamber. So the reason why we ran chamber, even though he's not as popular anymore, is mainly because one of our teammates, Schnitzel, loves playing chamber.
He just loves chamber. Oh, I love to hear that.
We decided that's better if we put people on their comfort characters rather than trying to force them into something that they aren't necessarily suited for or like playing. So we decided that if we're going to have a chamber, that severely limits our options for engaging into a site. So we pivoted to having two controllers, and as you can see during our attack half especially, we used the fact that we had a lot of cover to cycle ult orbs, and that really helped with taking sites and defending our plan after we got it down.
Yeah, I mean, so I saw you. You're sitting up. We had a little bit of delay, so you had a lot of time to get ready and prepare for this game. How do you prepare for this game?
Generally, what our team does is we just hop in. We get our aim warm. We'll either hop into a custom deathmatch or we'll just play a TDM. And for pregame prep, me and one of my teammates, Nader, actually the night before, unfortunately Bind got banned, but we made plans for both the maps we prepared for got banned, but we prepared for Bind and Split.
That's unlucky. But hey, you managed to pull out the dub. Thank you very much. This has been Drew. Nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you too.
Have a great day.
You too.
back.
Hey, welcome back, everyone. This is North Henderson versus Sun Valley. Is it A or is it B? One of the A's. One of the B's. Maybe C. Maybe it's D even.
Maybe
we'll get that
17
to you all in just a sec. But we're back with some more Overwatch action here at the VESL Greensboro Regional Qualifiers.
I thought it was NC Cyber.
Oh, it's NC Cyber. Okay, there we go. It's not even Sun Valley. Well, we have a sunny valley here. Well, not really. It's a lot of computers and some nice lights in front of us and a great setup
outside,
here. Outside,
with,
it looks pretty sunny from what I can tell. It's pretty cool, though.
Better
But
than
still,
yesterday. Yeah.
shout out to VESL, shout out to UNCG Esports for making this all a possibility for the players to compete here. This is kind of a cross-region matchup where we have some people playing here, I believe, and then some people playing in Charlotte against each other, and we're spectating into this matchup here. And then we're going to be starting with Control on Lijiang Tower. It's kind of a staple for a map that you would typically see here. There's 3 different starting points that you can have. So I believe this is the tower itself that we're starting at, but we'll see exactly who is going to come out on top in this first game. And it all comes down to just holding that capture objective for as long as you can until you get to 100%, making sure that you get everyone off that point so that you can hold on to it and perfectly capture that in these individual rounds.
Yeah, this is the mode that we missed when we were
Yes.
doing the green.
Yeah. Missions like this together.
I mean, this is a very popular one, and I think this is one that we brought from the devs brought
Yes,
from,
you us ourselves. We are the ones who decide this.
We carry that on our backs and
exactly
put it here at this time. So we see the picks. Screwdriver actually going with Roadhog, Genji. We see Kriko, a Tracer, also an Ana for the team in blue. Both are very standard. I would say. Wait, what?
Something's going on. I think we need to reset.
Yeah.
Yeah. Something happened. I don't know what happened, but something did. They all just jumped off. I don't know.
They decided.
I guess we'll see.
Take it
yeah, they left the game. Okay. Well, we'll be resetting things. Something didn't go right with the setup, but we'll get that figured out in just a sec. So they all left the game. Still, no idea what happened, but I think the team that was not here was the one that left the game. I don't know. We'll figure that out on what's exactly going on. We're as confused as you are on what was happening there. So we're going to get that figured out. We're going to get the players back into the lobby.
It's like, no, we're all going to dive in, Like,
yeah. They just all jumped off the map and then left the game. So I don't know if that was them just being like, yeah, we're just not going to play.
This is our way of saying forfeit.
That is a unique way to forfeit if that is the case.
We were here. We went through all the trouble to get everything, set up. And now we're forfeiting. No, I'm kidding, guys. They're not forfeiting at all. But hopefully,
we don't know. We don't really know what's going on with that. So we'll figure it out in just a sec.
Imagine that they actually decided to go everyone there and forfeit, and that's it.
Yeah, they're like, oh, sorry, we can't actually play. We have to, go do some homework. Our parents grounded us, and then it's like, well, we got to.
But you're here right now in Charlotte.
No.
I mean, this is Greensboro, but
either way, we're going to be going to a break while we figure out what that just was, what was going on there for a second. Maybe it's just them not wanting to play. I don't know. We'll speculate a little bit. We'll let you do the speculation yourselves. We'll be back after this.
Perfection is unattainable. But if we chase perfection, we can obtain excellence. Thousands of students, hundreds of teams, across this great state are all in pursuit. We've dwindled it down to the elite. May be able to catch that excellence.
Out to midfield space, Adonis over the top, going to crossbar. Right there. Yeah, you have the flash, you have the ball, you have the flip reset, and
Welcome back to the VESL State Qualifiers. $72,000 are on the line. These high schoolers are looking to put on a show. North Carolina, are you ready?
Games have become something that you played by yourself in your living room to a kind of global interactive space. So being a kind of responsible citizen within that global space is something that I hope my students appreciate. If you look at a game as a way of forming a sense of a way of thinking about the world, a way of interacting with the world, we need students who are literate in the ability to understand how that game is acting on them and how they act in that game as well. The scale and the technology that we have here allows us to use this as a classroom space like no other. Understanding that our students are already gaming and taking seriously that this is something that they can use throughout their lifetime and throughout their education, I think is taking our students seriously and is meeting them where they already are.
It's that previous season All-Star and ID Bay from Kaz on the field. Oh my goodness, Mafia Shadows though, MVP status is just barreling through.
Oh my goodness, what a shot!
But still the attack is on, and it goes through! Void screams into the void! There's another follow-up, cheesing at the 50, and a OT might very well be in our near future.
Stinky Boss waiting for the clear to come out from Gajau Kid to get that goal.
For himself to take some time and
Oh no! But it's up to Mafia Shadows, and if they have a choice, they will deny them off the flip reset from end to end of the pitch.
Now 5 back to you. This touch can be over the net. A chance to follow up alone again.
What in the world? It goes through! Calculated. Why not? Encrypted Savage will tie us up. Wait, hold on. That was just a pre-flip. Jackie Chan, high jump kick. Oh, they tie it back up. And yet the demo just feeds it over to Grassy. The counterplay hits just fine. Crossbar, but wait a minute, hold on. Debonair is gonna make it easy for Mailbox. The giveaway gifted to him. Christmas came early. Draco comes up with that big doink shot. Tommy just kind of took it on right there. Yeah, you have the flash, you have the you have the flip reset, and you have a big fat win on that strike. Kami showing Providence that they're here to play.
Hey everyone, apparently the power went out in Charlotte, so that's why whatever that was just happened. So we'll be back after a break. It's going to probably take us a little bit more time to get everything all sorted for this match, but we'll be back with this match in just a little bit.
Perfection is unattainable, but if we chase perfection, we can obtain excellence. Thousands of students, hundreds of teams across this great state are all in pursuit. We've dwindled it down to the elite. We may be able to catch that excellence.
Out to midfield space, Adonis over the top, going to crossbar. Right there. Yeah, you have the flash, you have the you have the flip reset, and you.
What Welcome back to the VESL State Qualifiers. $72,000 are on the line. These high schoolers are looking to put on a show. North Carolina, are you ready?
Games have become something that you play by yourself in your living room to a kind of global interactive space. So being a kind of responsible citizen within that global space is something that I hope my students appreciate. If you look at a game as a way of forming a sense of a way of thinking about the world, a way of interacting with the world, we need students who are literate in the ability to understand how that game is acting on them and how they act in that game as well. The scale and the technology that we have here allows us to use this as a classroom space like no other. Understanding that our students are already gaming and taking seriously that this is something that they can use throughout their lifetime and throughout their education, I think is taking our students seriously and is meeting them where they already are.
Suppose there are times when you're feeling undefined. Suppose there are days when your colors touch the ground. That's when you call.
It's that previous season All-Star at ID Bay from Kaz on the field. Oh my goodness, Mafia Shadows though, MVP status is just barreling through.
Oh my goodness, what a shot!
But still the attack is on, and it goes through! Void screams into the void! There's another follow-up, cheesing is the 50, and a OT might very well be in our near future.
And Stinky Boss waiting for the clear to come out from Gajau Kid to get that goal.
For himself to take some time and
Oh no! But it's up to Mafia Shadows, and if they have a choice, they will deny them off the flip reset from end to end of the pitch.
Now 5 back to you. This touch can be over the net. A chance to follow up. Alone again.
What in the world? It goes through! Calculated. Why not? Encrypted Savage will tie us up. Wait, hold on. That was just a pre-flip flip. Jackie Chan, high jump kick. Oh, they tie it back up. And yet the demo just feeds it over to Grassy. The counterplay hits just fine. Crossbar, but wait a minute, hold on. Debonair is going to make it easy for Mailbox. The giveaway gifted to him. Christmas came early. Draco comes up with that big doink shot. Tommy just kind of took it on right there. Yeah, you have the flash, you have the you have the flip reset, whoa, and you have a big fat win on that strike. Kami showing Providence that they're here to play.
seen games go from really nothing to a very complicated, probably the most complicated form of storytelling. And how they differ from other texts is that interactivity. So you get to decide what ethical decisions and things that you'll make. As we've moved from a broadcast to a digital mediascape, it's really important that people have the critical skills to know what's true and what's not true. So the same way you want your students to watch a film or to read a book, you want them to be able to play a game, and then we discuss it, we analyze it, we think critically about it. But I think even more important than that, it gives them the critical skills to engage with media more generally.
The obvious things are it's a space for students to game, but I think this space provides a lot of other learning opportunities and experiential learning opportunities for students. The career transfer pieces, whether you're in media, production, or you're going event management, we have an opportunity to train students to get out in the community to help us lead a lot of different esports initiatives, both locally, regionally, and nationally. Tournament hosting, sponsorships within the esports community, continuing to build our competitive edge with our student recruitment. I think that UNCG's positioned itself to really be the leaders on that forefront.
Perfection is unattainable, but if we chase perfection, we can obtain excellence. Thousands of students, hundreds of teams, across this great state are all in pursuit. We've dwindled it down to the elite. We may be able to catch that excellence.
Out to midfield space, Adonis over the top, going to crossbar. Right there. Yeah, you have the flash, you have the ball, you have the flip reset, and you...
Welcome back to the VESL State Qualifiers. $72,000 are on the line. These high schoolers are looking to put on a show. North Carolina, are you ready?
Games have become something that you played by yourself in your living room to a kind of global interactive space. So being a kind of responsible citizen within that global space is something that I hope my students appreciate. If you look at a game as a way of forming a sense of a way of thinking about the world, a way of interacting with the world, we need students who are literate in the ability to understand how that game is acting on them and how they act in that game as well. The scale and the technology that we have here allows us to use this as a classroom space like no other. Understanding that our students are already gaming and taking seriously that this is something that they can use throughout their lifetime and throughout their education, I think is taking our students seriously and is meeting them where they already are.
Suppose there are times when you lose your troubled mind. Suppose there are times when you're feeling undefined. Suppose there are days when you call this touch of gray. That's when you call.
It's that previous season All-Star and ID Bay from Kaz on the field.
Oh
my goodness. Mafia Shadows though, MVP status is just barreling through.
Oh my goodness, what a shot!
But still the attack is on, and it goes through! Void screams into the void! There's another follow-up, cheesing is the 50, and a OT might very well be in our near future.
for the clear to come out from Gajauka to get that goal.
For himself to take some time and
Oh, no. But it's up to Mafia Shadows, and if they have a choice, they will deny them off the flip reset from end to end of the pitch.
Now 5 back to you. This touch can be over the net. A chance to follow up. Alone again.
What in the world? It goes through! Calculated. Why not? Encrypted Savage will tie us up. Wait, hold on. That was just a pre-flip flip. Jackie Chan, high jump kick. Oh, they tie it back up.
And we are back, everyone. We have everyone connected, and yes, it was the power going out, but it's okay. They turned the lights back on for us, and we got everything reset. Just had to hit a breaker, I'm sure. And back into the game between these two squads. Our second Overwatch match of the day. Last one we didn't get to see control, as you were saying, Chimako, so we'll see what goes down this time around.
I'm looking at the picks. Did they change? No, actually, no, they didn't change anything. They remained the same picks as they had done before. So we're going to see a Roadhog here. I'm excited about that. This one tank that, I mean, it has a lot of power, the ability of healing himself quite a bit. Also, one of the good things about that one is the flyer is important player. So, in terms of getting control here of the point, clock down. We'll see how they're going to be fighting each other. We'll see they're actually going down fast before the time fire starts counting, actually, and going down as well. So the Roadhog doing a lot of damage early on in the match.
Nice reflections as well from the Genji here too, just to send the projectiles right back to their opponents. I'm going to expect a lot of them dueling the Reaper on the other side to see who's going to come out on top. Good disengage from the Reaper on their red side, so nice look there from NC Cyber Academy. But so far the control point, or the capture point, excuse me, is being held and held by North Henderson for the majority of this time so far in the first couple seconds.
So, see them fighting out the field. I mean, just testing out the water. They're not risking anything too hard. Although that was, I mean, a few people over there. See the battle. Going straight for Solomon for the Bastion. And that, I mean, every single time that you can take a Bastion out of the way, I'm happy for you. You know, that's not one guy I want you to see, especially when they're camping. Awful to have one of those Bastions now.
Well, Sorzu tried to just stay on the point as much as they can to get it sneaking around the other team and see if they can get it right underneath their noses. It wasn't really able to work out well for them. It truly is just destroying everyone, kill after kill after kill. Already had their ultimate on lock for a while, but they're trying to hold on to it and see the best time for a team play for them to completely take down the other squad. But so far, 75% and no stopping them whatsoever in this night market portion of the Lijiang Tower control map, and they are going to Roadhog hook the D.Va. They are going to go for the self-destruct though, see if they can get anyone. They do get one player down there, but that's not really going to do too much for them. Screwdriver doing everything necessary, taking down 2 players in a row, looking for the third, and this is about to just be a complete sweep in this first round of control, just making sure that the other team can't do anything this first point out of the 3, and 100%, not a single percentage for the side of NC Cyber.
Yeah, definitely Screwdriver being the driver here for that team. Very good.
Ignore the 4 for North Henderson, of course.
Very well used of the Roadhog and just dominating the match. As soon as they step in, they didn't allow anything. And you know, I see what NC Cyber was trying to do, right? NC Cyber on the
on the right, and North Henderson on the left. Yes, yeah.
we just need to make sure that we get the 4 out of North Henderson. They haven't won anything yet. This is the best of 5, so the most they can get is a 3.
Yeah, no, 4 wouldn't really make sense for a best of 5, but it's okay. We'll get that corrected as quickly as we can. But either way, we do see an Orisa, which is nice to see. So, you know, the change in this hero specifically, they did a complete rework from Overwatch 1 into Overwatch 2, and they're a little bit more effective, especially here in this kind of a game mode for Control. So we went from the night market, now we're on to Control Center. And this one's always pretty interesting. I usually see a Zarya kind of camped out just because you can use their abilities, the ultimate, and continue to do some good damage, group everyone up, and just maybe use some combos with the ultimates that you have there. But the Orisa does get knocked down by the Ana on the other team. You can see there for a second, but still doing some good work. The Genji is trying desperately to see if they can take anyone down. They did take down Scotty's a couple of times, and Scotty's just gotta feel bad at this point because Genji's just been targeting them so many times.
And everyone went down on that. I mean, not everyone. I think the Bastion is the only one that actually survived that onslaught. Like I'm saying, you know, camping Bastions. They're not gonna be seen in front of the battlefield. They're gonna be sneaky about it. I mean, which is the way to go, especially if you can avoid it. Well, right on. I mean, North Henderson getting the starting the count on their side.
Yeah, the control point already looking really good for them too. And we have this Roadhog and Screwdriver doing pretty well. And I was talking about this too, Chimako, before we even got into the last Overwatch matchup. Usually for Control, if one team is doing really well and dominating the point, the other team just struggles to really get onto it. That's what we're seeing here between North Henderson and NC Cyber. And you can see the difference in the seeds. Well, they are proving that doesn't even matter. 14-4, they are the dominating force so far in Lijiang Tower, and this is exactly why. With the way that they're positioning, they're making it so that NC Cyber can't even break out of their specific spawn, and they have to find some way to push forward, maybe build up an ultimate and use that to get towards that control point, because if they don't get onto it at all, then they will be going down without a fight in both of these rounds of this best of 3 for Control.
But you don't have any way to do some damage. It's very hard running. So, I mean, the other team will build up that ultimate faster than you when they are having you stay up there. I mean, you can see 50% right now. Solomon is going down once again. The Reaper also down. So this is a nightmare situation right now for NC Cyber.
Yeah, unfortunately for NC Cyber, North Henderson feeling pretty confident about this one, especially with them not even having much competition. And this is what happens in the Control setting. If you can take control of the point and send everyone packing and take them down a peg, then they get stuck in their spawn pretty easily. But now the Orisa is able to use their ultimate to push forward as best as they can. We do see the Roadhog use their abilities too, so that they can continue to do some damage in the heals. You have to give credit where it's due to their healer. They're doing some great work, but also just keeping themselves sustained and alive. And another kill comes through too. But Bing Ling Chat trying to do what they can as well on their side. NC Cyber finally did get on the point, but overtime is here and about to be gone in just a sec. They finally do get back onto it, but they gotta eliminate everyone else, and they won't be able to. It's pretty much GG at that point in time.
They did something great to get off that spawn situation when they use the ultimate from Orisa and also the one from Kiriko. So they were able to push out and move, you know, and try to at least land on the capture point. But I mean, you saw how the Junkrat was able to get a few kills himself. The Roadhog died when he wasn't looking gold for a long time. So this team, like we're watching right now, North Henderson, is it?
Yes, North Henderson.
Yes, they're really in sync. I mean, they not only in sync but also really good, very well skilled players here in this tournament.
Yeah, pretty one-sided for the Control, so we'll see if that's going to be the case, if this is going to just be a sweep for North Henderson. But, I mean, even talking about that, 14th seed into 4th seed, doesn't matter, I guess. Once you get into the game itself, you focus up, you're playing on LAN, and maybe one team's a bit more prepared than the other. Though North Henderson, they kind of just had to wait for the power to come back on to get into the lobby, so the other team might have been warmed up before and then kind of got thrown off their game afterwards, too, because of that.
Did they do another round for the seeds here, or?
Yeah, they did for every game.
So I'm thinking that North Henderson didn't even try for that.
You know that is possible. They might have gone for a lower seed to see if they can have an easier way in or something. I don't know.
I don't care. I don't care.
Who knows? Maybe they just had like a bad matchup too in their seeding match as well, because I think they only played one each for that to see what the difference was between the regions. But nonetheless, we can speculate as much as we want about that. We're going to be going into hybrid this time and seeing exactly how things go this go around. Hopefully it won't be a draw this time, but hey, draws are always fun because you get to see how the competition fares against each other. The last series was super close. This one, for Control at least, not as close as you would want.
Well, last time we also saw Green Hope beating really fast on the controlled part, and then they went for a draw on the hybrid. So, I mean, I'm not going to say I would be surprised or not if something like that happens here as well. But the way the things are going right now, you know, the use of the Roadhog, I've been very impressed. And like I said before, you know, it gives you some other alternatives because the healers, the support players don't have to be on you the whole time as a tank. Whereas some other tanks, you actually need the healers to be on you the whole time to be able to, you know, function and do the tanky part. So very well done. You know, also that hook. Very well used.
Well used for sure.
Whenever you want to disrupt the rotation of the other team, you know, the formation, maybe not rotation in this case, but the formation, because as you saw, there were some times where the whole team wanted to push forward. You take the tank, you bring it to yourself. Now everyone on your team can focus on the tank and, you know, hit him very hard, and now, you know, taking that away, they don't have a tank anymore. You can send them back to the spawn side once again. So, I mean, quite a few opportunities that a good Roadhog can open up for your team.
Well, we'll see what happens in this next game mode, which map they're going to be going to, and where we go from there. But regardless, if you're NC Cyber Academy, you got to be thinking about the next step. You're like, just put that in the past. It was so quick that you just brush it off. Okay, you're down by 1. You just have a disadvantage going into the next few rounds here. But we're going to be going to Blizzard World here this time for this hybrid game mode. It's a pretty fun one, or potentially Blizzard World. We'll see in just a sec. But it's a pretty fun map from what we have seen between these teams. And it's either that or like Eichenwald or Eichenwald. I always mispronounce that one. It's like a German name.
Yeah, I'm not going to even try, okay?
Oh, man. But still, there's so many maps that are available to be picked. And yeah, there's Blizzard World, Midtown, and Kings Row. Those are the 3 that we have available to be picked. So likely Blizzard's World. We had Midtown before, so it'd be nice to see a bit of a change of scenery for this one. So we'll see once we get into the game how things are going to go as we are entering the game. And it is Blizzard World that we are playing on this time. And this one's always kind of interesting to see because it's like an homage to all the different Blizzard games that are out there, as we can get a view of the map itself and just look around at the nice lights and everything here too.
Christmassy still over there, right? On that map. We shall see. Okay, so they have to push. One of them,
yeah, they have to capture the point first, and then it unlocks the payload, and then they go from there.
One is defending, and the other one is tagging, right? And we shall see. We don't have the Roadhog anymore. This time around, they went with the Wrecking Ball.
Okay, I respect it. I mean, Wrecking Ball. We also see Azaria on the other side too for Cyber Academy, changing things up that way as well. So I'm curious how that's going to work out in their favor too. A couple of different changes here for these teams to see what they really want to go with.
I think Big in chat was a Junkrat before, and now so. And Sorzu was playing. He wasn't playing they were not playing Baptist. So. Don't remember the other pick that they had before. But yeah, so they're using the Wrecking Ball, and I believe that this is going to be a at this moment. So let's see how that works. Taking a lot of damage, the ball, the Wrecking Ball, but at the same time, you know, the healers making use of their healing powers to keep the Wrecking Ball alive. Not allowing the to catch that capture point. He's almost here. Get some damage. Too far away actually to do something, but it's really hard to get close by right now and be able to get the opponent. So Minty staying back, which is something, I mean, not ideal right now. Just Genji in their faces right now. They get some slash. That was a good one by Genji. Crystal getting a lead shot out of the way. So that's a 5v3 situation right now. Very favorable for NC Cyber.
Nice looks from NC Cyber so far with the way they've been performing, defending or trying to attack the point as best they can and see where they can go from there. But the capture that's coming out from Cyber Academy, they are just holding it down. They got almost 2 ticks completely, but it is being contested by both sides. So they got to be careful a little bit here. Screwdriver and Thule down now. Blink Chat is also down, or Big Lin Chat, excuse me, is also down here too. And switching over to the Kiriko, North Henderson. They had some trouble trying to keep that control point in their favor and make it so that the other team couldn't get it, but eventually NC Cyber Academy was just that much stronger on that point. Now it's down to the escort portion of this hybrid mode.
They start strong, let's see if they can continue that way. Yes, the first checkpoint should be the easiest one. I mean, it should be the easiest one, however. See the Daria trying to down here against the Rollhog. Not able. I mean, it's very cheap for Rollhog. He's finding the angle to get off. Now nice hook. Yeah, that's what I told you. I mean, he's a very well-oiled Rollhog in the hands of
where you did see NC Cyber Academy try to do something truly with 3 kills back-to-back, looking for even more, but the rest of their teammates are clearing out their entire squad of NC Cyber. The team kill comes through, and that is a good way to stop the progress of their opponents. But looking at the time on the clock, still a little under 4 minutes remaining for NC Cyber to try to get to that first objective and go from then on out. So they aren't really too worried, even though they did get taken down a peg a little bit there. They still already captured a point, and they have 1 point in their favor going forward, depending on how the other team does. But Solomon looks pretty decent here, putting some pressure on. There is going to be a kill onto that Cyber Academy player. Sorzu just taking down a peg as well. Still some more opportunities. King Minty looking for something here as well. There we go. They are going to pull out the ultimate. They do take down 1 player. See if they can spin to win just a little bit, but they can't go toe-to-toe with that Roadhog.
Roadhog, I mean, I don't think he has fallen down at all. It's like maybe one time before the capture, but while we're seeing the payload move, nothing at all. That was a good change by NC Cyber. You know, the Sorcerer is going out with the Moria, a lot more mobile and being able to, you know, not needing to hit the chops quite a bit. You know, Moria, as long as you're close enough, you can do some damage. And the other thing I was gonna say is the difference is one for the healer, for the players. Cyber, where Cyber is going for everything, you know, everything that moves around. I'm not saying that one is better than the other. Actually, Cyber is winning at this moment. You know, you have the data to move around, but it seems, you know, it was an interesting choice, maybe, as it goes on with the
yeah, I like it. I mean, that's a good thing. Target make sure that you take down the other team, but we are seeing the Diva trying to take out this Reaper as best as possible. The Reaper just doing so much great work to take out the rest of the squad. Crystal eventually able to take down Thule finally, and the kill streak continues, but they have to get out of dodge quickly as NC Cyber still trying to see if they can get onto that payload to push as quickly as they can, but North Henderson, just some good looks on the defensive end of things as best as possible to push it back and prevent them from being able to get to that first objective of the payload. Good hook from Screwdriver, but even then, not able to get a kill out of it just yet.
Right, because at that time you see how he hooked Kiriko, but still, Bastion was close enough, so they need to help each other out. Kiriko is leaving, and Bastion can do something on the driver. Just waiting, the train still here left and right. The table is still very static at this point. You know, the Reaper joining, he only got the driver, but that's the thing. I mean, you get the Robohog and the tank, and that's help for the team. So let's see how much we're getting everyone. I mean, that was a 4 kill thing by Thule. Actually 3. My bad. Getting tank, the DPS, and one of the leaders is always big.
looking really good for Thule so far when it concerns taking out the other team and making it that much more of a difficult issue for NC Cyber to even get onto the payload. Screwdriver also doing such a great job as a tank for this team on the Roadhog. Did well in the last game mode, did well in this game mode so far, and they're going to stop them in their tracks. I mean, 30 seconds to go with this much room between now and the objective. They need a full push from NC Cyber. They have all their ultimates though, so we do see the self-destruct come out. There is Screwdriver taking it down. The Kiriko on the other side too, so they can't even use their ultimate ability. Bristol does take down Screwdriver. Julie onto Solomon. Every time Solomon tries to do anything, they are taken out a bit there. Julie assisted by the Ana that time, and they will be able to get something going, trying to stay alive, trying to take down as many players as they can so they can't get this overtime situation, and it's going to drop down as quickly as possible. If they do get onto the payload for a second, and there goes Tule yet again, racking up the kills, taking out the world, and making sure that nobody is going to be alive to move this payload. And there it goes. Overtime is going to almost take down somehow, but there we go. Finally, I keep saying there we go, but somebody keeps getting on the payload. This time it does happen. Round one is complete, and not even all the way to that first objective with the payload. A rough spot to be in for NC Cyber. North Henderson, they are looking dominant.
Yeah, very strong, very strong. I mean, they did lose the capture, but after that, they find a good spot.
It usually happens.
Yeah, and they made it work. That's, I mean, totally, I'm so impressed with that Genji. That Genji is immortal.
Yeah.
I mean, he died a few times, but he was just judging right and left, and, you know, just being very well aware of the surroundings, even with the low health, not panicking, just using making very good use of the guard, and just jumping around everywhere and not allowing, you know, easy shots on his body. So very well. Also, I mean, I gotta say, Tracer, not mentioned very often. Linchat has gone through different players, different characters on this game. So let's see if now they can stick with the Tracer, if it's as useful as they want it to be.
I'm curious about that because we saw some great Tracer plays in the last Overwatch matchup, but now we'll see what happens in this one too. Yep. So Big Lin looking for whatever they can with this Tracer for some good rotations, just so that they can maybe get behind the NC Cyber players as they defend. And that's a good option too, so that they can take them out, make it easier for them to push onto the capture point or onto the payload. Just such a great flanking hero that we see in Overwatch, and I always love to see like the great plays that Tracers are able to pull out. So we'll see if that's going to be the case here, or if not. Screwdriver also changing it up a little bit too. Yep. Tule, I mean, just sticking with the tried and true Genji. They are maybe a Genji one trick, but that's a good reason.
Well, if it works, why change it, right?
Exactly.
He's going to be there putting the pressure and keeping those DPS out of the way and the healers. You see the Tracer, I mean, just right straight into the action. You know, let's go into the capture point. Now, Tracer against Orisa, I don't know about that. You know, it's going to need some help. So, yes, get out of the way. That was a right call in there. Thule, making Thule work. You know, just getting two players out of the way. And I'm telling you, now it's Bristol and Source only defending. And it's going to be a tough one for them, especially against this Ramatra. Ramatra up close, it's, you know, up close and personal. It doesn't let you do whatever you want. And I mean, it's a tank that can work either far away or very close. But very close, it's very those punches are heavy, like Mike Tyson heavy.
You don't want to deal with that whatsoever.
No.
And almost already 2 ticks, now 2 ticks completely of the control point, or the capture point, excuse me, that they were able to get. So quickly into that one. They have 5 minutes themselves to move this down. But we saw, even with all that time that NC Cyber had, it just wasn't enough for them to make it all the way to that first objective. But you can see here where they need to get to, all the way to that center point. They almost got there, talking about NC Cyber, to that first objective. But North Henderson are looking to close this out as best they can, and we'll see if they can do just that.
By the
Looking
way,
pretty good for Screwdriver.
Bristol was fighting against Screwdriver and Tulia at the same time, and the life wasn't going down at all. I mean, those healers were doing their job. You know, Scotty and Source doing their job very, very well. However, this is a different story right now. They had, you know, 2 downs, 2 picks from North Henderson, and I mean the third one is goes down as well. That's Sorsu actually getting down Thule. That's interesting because that's a Baptist getting Genji down. You know the aim that you need to actually get that done. That's a feat by yourself.
That is pretty crazy to be able to pull that off. But we'll see what YMG Minty can do in this situation while they're 1v1ing the Genji. And every time it was not just a 1v1. Big Lin was able to take them down too. Scotty's somehow getting a trade a little bit there for a second, but the ultimate from Big Lin does strike through a couple of times and take down a couple of players on the other side, but NC Cyber getting wiped out across the board. North Henderson looking pretty strong so far in this attacking side of things. They are quickly getting to where their opponents were in that last round.
And I don't know if you saw the feed, but it was all the support players on top of Crystal, on top of Orisa at the same time. Those were the ones that killed it. Very nicely done.
There we go. They just had to get to it because they did not complete all of the escort objectives. North Henderson now 2-0 in this series. A beautiful look from them so far. They're looking for a quick 3-0. And of course, who else but Thule, Master Role Challenger, shout out to that, able to be just taking down the competition, slicing and dicing, taking out the Moira, taking out the Kiriko, going for the finish on to the Reaper, and there's nothing. Nobody can escape their grasp. Even the Diva that's out of their tank, it's going to be gone and dusted, and that's a great look from Thule with the way that they were performing there. So I like to see the way that these teams are giving it their all, but North Henderson, they are just on another level today.
Definitely on another level. That it doesn't make justice to how good they are. If you were thinking, well, based on the seed, they don't have a chance. Well, think it twice now.
Seeding schmeeding is what they say.
They're here to have fun, and that's having fun with us. You know,
we're having a good time. They're having a good time,
making us think something, and then no, quite the opposite. So very well done. Now showing us a little bit of a different facet because. Yes, before it was a Roadhog, it was very strong, it was very good. Let's go with the Ramatra as well, show you that we can be creative as well with other players, so other characters, maybe I should say. So very well done.
Want to know something that's funny? So I did make a mistake in saying, oh yeah, it was North Henderson versus Sun Valley. Well, if North Henderson win this, they play Suns Valley. So there we go. I mean, I was just predicting the future.
Just going forward. You know, that's it. And he doesn't lie, so
exactly.
Never. On stream. I don't know, but personal life.
Sometimes probably, but yeah. Either way, though, still crazy to see how this is going on with like the way North Henderson are so dominant. We're going to Colesso again, so that's what we saw last time with Push. And the biggest thing was the team who got the advantage at the start just lost full control of everything. The other team just was able to just push much farther than them and held down the fort as best as possible after that. So I'm curious what the strategies are going to be here. If you're Cyber Academy, you have your work cut out for you. I mean, definitely. With the way that North Henderson have been playing, and Thule specifically, I don't know. Like, you have to send everyone to focus on that player, that DPS. If you can take them down, you are just eliminating like half the efficiency of the killing power from this North Henderson squad. But the thing is, this is being a respawn game. It takes so long, or it doesn't take long at all for you to get back into the game after you're taken out and then continue where you left off and then eventually get your ultimate and go from there.
Yeah, but it seems that they're not using any player that can counter Genji.
Yeah.
So, you know, and it seems, because I'm not going to lie to you, I'm not extremely versed on the game, on the meta, on how, you know, who to use versus Genji. But the way it seems is that everyone is running away from Genji. Okay? They're not trying to kill him. I mean, maybe from far away, yes, you will try to kill him. But when he's close, there is no one to actually do a lot of damage that makes him second think about what their actions, and that's a problem, right? Maybe someone that you don't have to aim as much to actually inflict damage on Genji will be needed and use it, because as long as you have Genji on the field, your supports are in a big trouble. And after your supports are down, it's going to be your tank who's going to be down, right? And
so
DPS.
I'm curious if this is actually North Henderson, because Sun Valley Team B in the bracket was supposed to be playing NC Cyber Academy. So we'll see what's happening there after a little bit of a breather.
That was Reed, right? Doing that?
Yeah, maybe it's Reed doing it again.
Might be wrong. Reed.
We'll get it updated just a little bit. Well, I can also check like our master document on who is playing on which team, but still crazy to see the way that things are going from these players in North Henderson. Yes, I don't think this is the North Henderson team. It might actually be the Sun Valley team. Now I'm looking at it.
The names? You got the names over there?
Well, North Henderson, I am seeing Pexi, Mateo, Adam, and
I mean for Sun Valley?
Sun Valley. Let me see if I can find the specific ones there. But yeah, I'll look into that and see if this is actually North Henderson that's playing. But nonetheless, we'll get it sorted out on our end.
Regardless, whoever is that team really strong so far. So we apologize for the schools if we get it wrong, because you are definitely putting a lot of effort into your programs to have the players be at this level. But at the same time, right? Let's just focus on the players right now.
Okay, cool. Well, we'll get it sorted out and see if that is the case. Either way, Cyber Academy playing against North Henderson, from what we know currently. we'll see about the bracket and the specific teams on who's playing who, but still, NC Cyber Academy, they still are down by 2 against the team that they are facing off against, so we'll see what they can do in this one. Oh, hello. You just saw our heads for a second, as we'll get into this push mode itself.
We get Moira. I think Moira can do a little bit of damage against Genji, but that's just the only player so far. And Moira, I mean, not being able to save that Reaper there. Yeah, he was doing a lot of damage to Genji, and Genji actually this time acknowledged the damage and left. So that's something we haven't seen before. Tuli actually retreating from a fight. We see also this time around that Screwdriver is not the tank. We decided to let Lin Chat, big Lin Chat, be the tank this time around with Junker Queen. So switching up the roles a little bit. Screwdriver with the Cassidy on his hands. So you know, I'm glad to see that they're switching it up a little bit, but Tuli still the Genji on their hands. So I mean that's a big powerful house here, and the Genji, you know, taking away Soldier and, you know, helping out the team to do some more damage.
Yeah, we'll have to see what NC Cyber can do to stop this push that is being advanced by North Henderson as quickly as it has been going. I mean, Sorzu does have their ultimate, so they will be able to use that in just a bit to heal and damage at the same time. See if that'll help them out a little bit for some sustainability, but also trying to take the other team's task. You see Crystal trying to focus on Thule and see if they can take them down a peg too, but still just not enough.
Here, it seems like you know, you have Crystal up front. Yes, the supporters are helping quite a bit, but it's against 3 attackers, and that's going to be a tough one. Yeah, definitely, it was going to be a tough one. There was no way that Crystal was going to survive that much, and now it starts to retreating and trying to stay alive. Nope. You're not going to stay alive. Watch it down, because they're trying to spawn trap a little bit here while the bot, I mean, the robot is still moving. So just getting to the second checkpoint now, and it will be the last effort here for North Henderson. That's nothing from NC Cyber. I mean, so far they haven't even been able to stop the robot from move around, which is, wow, not good news for them.
Yeah, not good news at all. So we'll see what happens here for these players and what they can do against the competition that is out there. But still, NC Cyber trying their best against the squad that they are facing off against here, and Crystal looking pretty solid, at least with a lot of the shots that are coming out, just trying to take down the competition, take down that Genji. That's who they are focusing on, and when you're a tank and you're trying to go against a squishy opponent, I think that's always a solid decision.
I think so. I think that Zarya is one of the few, I mean, one of the characters that they're going to do some damage, but they are targeting Zarya as well. I mean, they know that Zarya can actually do some damage and be hurtful for Genji. So this time around, I mean, they're stopping Zarya first and then stopping everyone else, and that actually worked money. Now that the robot is just a few feet away, or meters away, and I think it's not gonna stop at all. They're gonna make it in that. I mean, it's contested for how long? Let's see. Watching for Cassidy. He got 3 and with that ult, and that's gonna be it. I mean, Sorsu, how much can you handle that one? Not much. And Crystal is going down very closely, and that's gonna be
wow,
it.
That is
North
the
Henderson.
series.
Wow.
North Henderson with a 3-0 sweep against NC Cyber. Good victory for them. Congrats, and what a victory that was. I mean, confidence oozing out of every pore for the entire time, and Screwdriver on the Cassidy getting the final play of the game for this series. The high noon we see here, and taking out 2 players and then focusing down the other ones that are out there and contributing to their teammates' success so that they can just get the ultimate win at the end of it. So congrats to North Henderson for the victory there. But what a series that was. A very different story than the first one we had, Shamaka, where it was a lot closer, back and forth action. This time we saw North Henderson. Probably not the 14th seed. I think that was incorrect, but still.
I think you can take away the 4, maybe.
Yeah, maybe the 4th seed. Who knows? Nonetheless, though, that was a great performance by North Henderson. NC Cyber Academy, again, we'll see you next semester. It was good showing from them. They were able to make it into the top 14 Overwatch teams because there's 14 teams who came out to compete throughout the competition. But still, beautiful look from them, and not really any notes from us.
It's a big troll because 14 teams here, and they are the 14th seed.
Yeah, I don't think so.
No. Anyways, I think we should, take a little break. And
yes, we'll be back after this with some more Overwatch and Valorant action in just a sec.
Hello and welcome back. I'm Robin, and I'm here with
Coach Lugers,
who is our coach of that last the North Carolina Cyber Academy Overwatch team, who took an unfortunate loss, but hopefully you can come back strong next season. What was your preparation for this season, though, and what do you think you can do different for next season?
Definitely we need to do a little bit more practicing. Our communication was a little bit off today. We had to have a player change right at the end that kind of threw our team dynamic off, but we were able to pull together 5 players. But being in the first season that we've had is really awesome. Our school's we don't have any sports teams. So being able to pull this together for our school to have its very first sports team is pretty awesome.
That's awesome.
And then I was here all day yesterday with the Smash Brothers, and then get to come back next month for Fortnite. So
yeah, you guys placed very well in Fortnite.
Yes.
I remember. I think it was 1 or 2, wasn't it?
We ended up in second by a technicality. So.
Second, yeah. So we're seeing esports introduced in a lot of schools, and I know you guys are a tech school online, do a lot of that stuff. So you guys must be happy about that, being your sports teams.
That and it really helped us out doing like the before we came to regionals and going to state, because all our kids are all over North Carolina. They were able to play from their homes. Getting them here, on the other hand, was like a little complicated because, like I said, they could be 30 minutes down the road or they could be 3 hours up the road.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and it's great. So, yeah, I did notice a little bit of it was quiet on your communications side. What do you think? And another thing I noticed, is there something specific you're going to try to fix that?
I definitely like since my school's new to it, like we kind of players just got thrown together. I'm gonna have a little bit more like practicing, more communication with you guys too. I think that was the big thing. Is like there was like a long break between when we placed to come play in this and when we played last. So there was like a big layoff and then Christmas vacation. So.
Oh yeah.
So.
I think that's all I have for you today.
All right.
All right. Thank you very much.
My final thoughts are I love it. I wished I would have had this 20 years ago when I was in high school, and congratulations and good luck to everyone else in the rest of the tournament.
Perfection is unattainable, but if we chase perfection, we can obtain excellence. Thousands of students, hundreds of teams across this great state are all in pursuit. We've dwindled it down to the elite. We may be able to catch that excellence.
Out to midfield space, Adonis over the top, going to crossbar. Right there. Yeah, you have the flash, you have the flip reset, and you.
Welcome back to the VESL State Qualifiers. $72,000 are on the line. These high schoolers are looking to put on a show. North Carolina, are you ready?
Games have become something that you play by yourself in your living room to a kind of global interactive space. So being a kind of responsible citizen within that global space is something that I hope my students appreciate. If you look at a game as a way of forming a way of thinking about the world, a way of interacting with the world, we need students who are literate in the ability to understand how that game is acting on them and how they act in that game as well. The scale and the technology that we have here allows us to use this as a classroom space like no other. Understanding that our students are already gaming and taking seriously that this is something that they can use throughout their lifetime and throughout their education, I think is taking our students seriously and is meeting them where they already are.
It's that previous season All-Star and ID Bay from Kaz on the field. Oh my goodness. Mafia Shadows though, MVP status is just barreling through.
Oh my goodness, what a shot!
But but still the attack is on, and it goes through! Void screams into the void! Another follow-up, cheesing is the 50, and a OT might very well be in our near future.
And Stinky Boss waiting for the clear to come out from Kajauka to get that goal.
For himself to take some time and
Oh, no,
But it's up to Mafia Shadows, and if they have a choice, they will deny them off the flip reset from end to end of the pitch.
Now 5 back to you. This touch can be over the net. A chance to follow up. Alone again.
what in the world? It goes through! Calculated, why not? Encrypted Savage will tie us up. Wait, hold on. That was just a pre-flip flip. Jackie Chan, high jump kick. Oh, they tie it back up. And yet the demo just feeds it over to Grassy. The counterplay hits just fine. Crossbar, but wait a minute, hold on. Debonair is gonna make it easy for Mailbox. The giveaway gifted to him. Christmas came early.
Draco comes up with that big doink shot. Tommy just kind of took it on right there. Yeah, you have the flash, you have the all, you have the flip reset,
Whoa!
and you have a big fat win on that strike. Tommy showing Providence that they're here to play.
I've seen games go from really nothing to a very complicated, probably the most complicated form of storytelling. And how they differ from other texts is that interactivity. So you get to decide what ethical decisions and things that you'll make. As we've moved from a broadcast to a digital mediascape, it's really important that people have the critical skills to know what's true and what's not true. So the same way you want your students to watch a film or to read a book, you want them to be able to play a game, and then we discuss it, we analyze it, we think critically about it. But I think even more important than that, it gives them the critical skills to engage with media more generally.
The obvious things are it's a space for students to game, but I think this space provides a lot of other learning opportunities and experiential learning opportunities for students. The career transfer pieces, whether you're in media, production, or you're doing event management, we have an opportunity to train students to get out in the community to help us lead a lot of different esports initiatives, both locally, regionally, and nationally. Tournament hosting, sponsorships within the esports community, continuing to build our competitive edge with our student recruitment. I think that UNCG's positioned itself to really be the leaders on that forefront.
Perfection is unattainable, but if we chase perfection, we can obtain excellence. Thousands of students, hundreds of teams, across this great state are all in pursuit. We've dwindled it down to the elite. We may be able to catch that excellence.
Out to midfield space, Adonis over the top, going to crossbar. Right there. Yeah, you have the flash, you have the all, you have the flip reset, and you.
Welcome back to the VESL State Qualifiers. $72,000 are on the line. These high schoolers are looking to put on a show. North Carolina, are you ready?
Games have become something that you played by yourself in your living room to a kind of global interactive space. So being a kind of responsible citizen within that global space is something that I hope my students appreciate. If you look at a game as a way of forming a sense of a way of thinking about the world, a way of interacting with the world, we need students who are literate in the ability to understand how that game is acting on them and how they act in that game as well. The scale and the technology that we have here allows us to use this as a classroom space like no other. Understanding that our students are already gaming and taking seriously that this is something that they can use throughout their lifetime and throughout their education, I think is taking our students seriously and is meeting them where they already are.
Suppose there are times when you're feeling fine. Suppose there are days when your colors touch the ground. That's when you call.
It's that previous season All-Star and ID Bay from Kaz on the field. Oh my goodness. Mafia Shadows though, MVP status is just barreling through.
Oh my goodness, what a shot!
But still the attack is on, and it goes through! Void screams into the void! There's another follow-up, cheesing at the 50, and a OT might very well be in our near future.
Stinky Boss waiting for the clear to come out from Kajau Kid to get that goal.
For himself to take some time and
Oh no, but it's up to Mafia Shadows, and if they have a choice, they will deny them off the flip reset from end to end of the pitch.
Now 5 back to you. This touch can be over the net. A chance to follow up. Alone again.
What in the world? It goes through! Calculated. Why not? Encrypted Savage will tie us up. Wait, hold on. That was just a pre-flip flow. Jackie Chan, high jump kick. Oh, they tie it back up. And yet the demo just feeds it over to Grassy. The counterplay hits just fine. Crossbar, but wait a minute, hold on. Debonair is gonna make it easy for Mailbox. The giveaway gifted to him. Christmas came early. Draco comes up with that big doink shot. Tommy just kind of took it on right there. Yeah, you have the flash, you have the you have the flip reset, and you have a big fat win on that strike. Kami showing Providence that they're here to play.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Greensboro Regional Qualifiers for the state championship for VESL that'll be happening next month. I'm Vaudable. We got Chimako here again. We're back onto the Valorant side of things with JT Williams versus Green Hope High A, the second hope for Green Hope.
The second hope for Green Hope in Valorant.
In Valorant.
Because
yes.
they have hopes all over.
That is true.
Yep. And you mentioned something, it's states finals next month. But actually, they said it here when the date is.
When is it?
They said the 17th.
Ooh, okay.
So I'm not making. I mean, they said it on camera, so
they did say
I'm allowed.
it, so we
I'm
can
allowed.
say
I'm allowed to repeat it. It was a secret.
I was making sure I didn't say it. I was making you be the one to
I'll
say it.
I mean, I got the proof. Okay, they said it here, so they're not gonna comment after my neck for that one. But
we just see like a big hook come in, just like drag you off the screen.
The 17, man, it's gonna be exciting.
No, it's gonna be a fun time. 17th and 18th, I believe, for February for those dates. So a lot of great action to be had, and it's gonna be a good time.
Well,
I mean,
it's a good time right now with only 4 titles, but we're gonna have more titles over there.
Yes, we're gonna have Fortnite, Madden, Smash, Rocket League, Overwatch, Valorant. Am I forgetting?
I think it's 6.
I think that's it. Yeah, 6. So there we go. I
Un-
did like
unless we
go
decide
through the
to put Call
list
of
and all
Duty or
that.
something
Yeah,
over there. I don't
yeah.
think
No,
so.
I don't think there's anything else being added on. We're already crazy enough to do that many
Yes,
titles
yes,
for
yes.
like the semifinals and finals.
So
for
we're
all
gonna have
that.
4 teams for each one of these titles that we're watching right now.
Yes.
Plus some of
Plus
extra
however
teams.
extra there is for like Madden and Smash and Fortnite.
Well,
and all
Smash
that.
is in 4 as well.
No, there's more than 4. There's only 4 that qualified from here. There's like
nice.
more that are playing
Okay.
Smash in Charlotte right now, so they'll
Cool,
have
cool,
their
cool,
own players that are coming from there. I think there's also some coming from Wilmington as well. So
Nice.
there's going to be like a decent amount of players. I think probably 16 is my guess for Smash.
Makes
so,
sense.
Yeah, they'll be doing like a whole single elimination bracket. So all single elimination for everything for the most part. I think Fortnite, they'll be doing like 3 rounds of Fortnite, so 3 drops, and see exactly who's going to be the victor after that. So that's going to be pretty crazy because there's some really good Fortnite teams that qualified.
Awesome. So I'm excited about that. I just wanted to make sure that you guys know about it as well, because maybe you were not paying attention that time when they said it, but I want to make sure that you guys will be
we
there.
gave you a little bit of an update there. But Archicel and Green Level High, the 2 teams who have already qualified into the state finals for Valorant. We're still waiting to see who out of these 2 teams are going to be making it for the choosing a map currently. And then Myers Park High and Research Triangle will be playing a little bit later today too. So some good action to come for all of these matches that are coming forward between these teams, but really curious to see what the agents are going to be, but also what the map is going to be. We saw Lotus last time. Lotus has been not as popular as some of the other maps for the best ones that we typically saw in the qualifiers. So an interesting pick, but it worked out well enough for Green Level to get the 13-7 victory. You know what's also crazy? Well, I guess the score between the matchup for Archicel and Charmec Virtual High.
13-7.
Yes, 13-7. It's
I'm
been
too
13-7
good.
so far, so we'll see if this one's going to be 13-7 as well. Who knows? I'm curious on what like the back and forth was for that matchup, but still, nonetheless, it looks like in the first half it was 8-4 for Archicel, and then 5-3 in the number of rounds that were won for that. So pretty back and forth between them, and then it was 7-1 for Green Level High to win that second half and just dominate the competition. They were definitely more of an attacking focused squad. You can tell there.
Yeah, it happens. You know, sometimes a team will start very strong or be not so strong at the first half.
True.
And then when the sides switch, it's a completely different team. I mean, the dynamics change so much, you know, the debating and how you're trying to fool your opponents into getting false information or, you know, bad information, how good you are actually gathering that information. It makes everything so much different. So I'm not surprised that actually happens. I'm not a guy that watches that much Valorant myself, but even with my limited amount of time, I've seen that happen quite a bit. So, yeah, it's something that happens more often than not.
So I heard JT Williams is the team to look out for in this series, so I'm curious to see how they'll perform. I even saw there was a hype video posted a little bit earlier on the VESL Twitter, so definitely recommend checking that out, the story of that team and them going into this next matchup. But we're waiting on the players to really get the lobby going, and then we'll be getting that one quickly as fast as we can into things, because this is still a best-of-1 reminder, so they only have to win this one map, and they'll move on from there to that state final. So unlike yesterday with Rocket League, where some teams had to play 3 games in a row, well, not like in a row, but like over the course of the day to qualify. Now it's just one. You win or you lose. Yeah, you don't get tired out at least. So, you know, you just have to win this one match, this one map, this one chance. That's all it takes, and you got to grab it and move forward to victory and see if you can get into that prizing as well. That'll be pretty awesome to see exactly how much that'll be. Let me see if it's on the Wikipedia. It is first place $9,000 for that for the regional final, $4,000 for second, $2,000 for third. Allegedly, this could be not out.
I think it's 9,000 for every title.
Yeah, that's crazy to see. So
well, actually, no,
it's different for each title.
It's
yeah,
it's different.
So still a lot of money on the line for these players.
So what about how do they pick the map in this case? Because they're doing some bans.
Yeah,
and
there's
stuff,
like I don't know the specifics on how the admins have it personally, but usually it's like whoever's the higher seed bans a map first, and then it goes back and forth. But either way, we'll figure out what the map's going to be. We're going to be going to a break in just a second, and we'll be back with the game after this. have the right teams here now that are playing. It's not actually going to be Dixie. Instead, it is going to be Myers Park and Research Triangle facing off against each other for a spot at the state finals. Also a great facility to play in here at the UNCG Esports Arena.
So Research is here.
Yes, Research Triangle is here. Myers Park is over there.
I'm gonna be biased. Research all the way. There you go. Let's do it.
Shout out to Myers Park though too. You know, we got to keep it cordial here. But nonetheless, though, we have Myers Park versus Research Triangle. We're going to be playing Lotus again. We're already familiar with that map at this point in time.
Thankfully.
So I'm curious if we're going to have all of the plants at C again, like we did last time. Because that's what we saw happen from green level, and it worked to their advantage. But eventually, they were able to rotate towards A, focus on that too, and see if that was the strategy for them as well. So
very little action on B. Actually, there
was nothing in B really. There's like a couple fights, yeah.
Yeah, they tried to plant and maybe couldn't even, because it was very contested. But yeah, most of the action on the A and C and the baits were going that way. So let's bait on C and move on to A, and let's see if we can plant over there, or let's other vice versa, bait on A and then move on to C, vice versa. So yeah, that was I mean, seems logical to me though. It seems like a great plan. At the end of the day, it's not only the plan but the execution. So you gotta be able to hit your shots and put it, make those headshots count. And don't panic when you find someone out of the smoke screen coming into you, because that happened as well a few times.
A couple times, yeah. I mean, you always got to be prepared for anything. You don't know where your opponents are once you're on the map, so you just got to rotate around, figure out your positioning, get some good comms from your teammates, use your utility as best you can. I mean, Sky, I feel like, is such an important character so that you can actually know where potentially the enemies might be rotating towards. So using those abilities to your advantage is going to be so crucial for these teams to see exactly where everyone is, get some vision on the map, and know exactly what the game plan will be after that. If there is a rotation coming in, if there's a flank, if there's someone missing, when you do spot the whole team, it's like, okay, hey guys, I saw these 4 players here. We got to keep an eye out on our flank because this person might be flanking around. And if it keeps happening every round, then you're like, okay, we send someone else in this different direction. It's the cool thing about Valorant. There's so many different strategies, so much to each individual round that changes round by round by round, and then that's only the first half that you have to deal with. And then you go into the next half and hope, like, okay, everything's reset. We lost that first half. Hopefully it wasn't by a lot. If you can keep it tied and you're pretty good on the other side, maybe you weren't good at defending and you switch to attacking, well, that's your time to shine.
And another thing this time around, maybe, be more conscious about the duelists that you choose. Unless you're an absolute beast and you know that you can carry.
if you're choosing Reyna and you can't get all the frags for your team, don't choose Reyna. That's all I'm going to say.
Maybe try something else. Maybe try something that can actually help the team in a different way.
A little bit.
Way. So, that's me trying to be as selfless as and as a team, as much as a team player as I can be. But that will be my reasoning, right?
Just insta-lock Jet. That's all you got to do. I'm talking to you out there. Insta-lock Jet. You're going to do it, and you're going to have a good time.
There you go.
Oh, man. But I am curious to see what the comp is going to be for both these teams on Lotus. I mean, is it going to be similar to what we saw last time? I don't know if we'll see a Viper in this one, but we'll see once we actually get into the game itself. I think we're still waiting for a player to get into the lobby, too.
It seems like it.
Because we still only have 4 on one team. So waiting for that for Charlotte, for Myers Park to get that player into the lobby itself. So might be a PC issue going on for them to log in. There's always something that's happening.
It's
but
Reed. It's Reed.
It's Reed, yeah. Thanks, Reed.
100%.
No, we're kidding. But we're going to be going to a break once we get everyone in the lobby. We'll probably just go straight to the game so that we have everything squared away. So after that and after this break, you'll be back with some more action for this matchup between Myers Park and Research Triangle.
For real.
All right, welcome in, everyone. We are back with the matchup here. Myers Park versus Research Triangle facing off against each other on Lotus. You can see the comps here on the left and right side. It'll be interesting to see exactly how things met out between these two squads, but I'm liking the compositions. I said, oh, maybe we won't see a Viper, but no, we do see a Viper here from Griffin Dragon on the other side. I remember Research Triangle, Griffin Dragon, Jack Ra, Null, Bonsai, and Rich Star 123. Bonsai was the one I remember popping off the most on that team. So curious to see how they do this go around. Booger, Finite, Nerf Chamber, Oaks Enemy, and Hausa also looked really good on Myers Park. So this is going to be a very entertaining matchup. I could easily see this one going more than 13-7 like the other two matches have, Jamaco.
Well, what makes you feel this way? I mean, do you know the players themselves, or?
Yeah, I casted both of these two
gotcha,
teams
gotcha.
during the qualifiers. Yeah, that's why. So it's like both of these teams looked really good. They were solid, like all around. So I think this is going to be a really good matchup between these two teams. But I'll look in between rounds the information on how they qualified and who they had to go through. But they both look pretty solid for the most part. So we'll see once we get into this.
If you can get me up to speed, Cypher, what was the role of the Cypher here on the?
Cypher, I mean, we usually get to see them put down like the tripwires, they put cameras up, and then they can kind of get more vision on everything else around the map itself. So we'll see what happens with that specifically. But now we get to see how things go down between these two teams, and I'm very curious on what the performance for these squads is going to be. But nonetheless, we do have Myers Park and Research Triangle between these two squads. And Research Triangle on the left, Myers Park on the right, and we'll see how they are going to perform against each other. Nonetheless, though, this is just the bye phase. Still got some time until we get into the first round itself. But Oaks Enemy, I remember, was actually mainly an Astra player that time around too. So curious to see how they perform in this matchup.
Let's go. Let's see. Okay, obviously, buying phase. Nothing much to see here. Just the guys. Well, they can't do anything, right? At this stage, can they buy anything other than a suppressor?
They can buy pistols. That's about it.
Okay.
I mean, maybe some armor if they want to use that instead, but that's about it at this stage. So really just going with their gunplay and going from there, using their utility and their abilities to see if they can take out the competition that way. We do have a breach, so they're going to be the infiltrator for Nerf Chamber. As you can see there, Bogart taken down though, and Null down as well. So two kills already. Bonsai taken down by Hausa, and this matchup already is just a lightning speed with these kills that are coming through. Null with 3 themselves, only the Cypher remaining on the side of, Myers Park.
It's going to be a tough one here. Yeah, Research Triangle looking really solid on this first one. However, I mean, this one, we have seen it over and over. Not gonna take much from that one. It seems like the Cypher is just wasting time to avoid getting killed and avoid getting more money to the other team, more resources for the next phase. Actually, trying to avoid the shots up there. He noticed that everyone was waiting for him on that spot. So going with a little bit of a dance back and forth and see if he can actually get one headshot or something. His life is pretty depleted. I don't know. I mean, with this amount of time on the clock, just run away and don't risk anything else. I mean, why?
They wanted to see if they could get a kill. I think that's what the strategy was there. They wanted to see if they could get anything on the board, and if they could, they'd at least get some more economy for themselves. So they were in a bad spot there too, Tramaco. If you didn't notice, the spike was down behind all 3 of the defenders. So they had to go in to get the spike if they wanted to try and do anything with it. Now, down by that first round. Unfortunate for Myers Park, but Research Triangle here locally in Greensboro, feeling pretty confident about that win.
They got to do. I mean, I'm rooting for them. I told you. Yeah. They're the homeboys. I don't really know exactly where's the school, but still, they're closer to us than we are to Myers Park at the moment. It will be interesting if we could get some of the like an audio of their comms a little bit that way. We'll see.
I mean, we can kind of hear it here ourselves, but if you're in person, you'll be able to hear what's going on. But we got a flawless now from Research Triangle. They are feeling good and popping off, and what a way to do it, following back and forth between each other towards that A site. The defending end is working out well for them on Lotus, and if I remember for Research Triangle, I think they mainly played Lotus during the majority of their qualifying matches, so Lotus is their strong suit, and Myers Park probably did not want to take Research Triangle here.
regardless, I mean, that was the second round, round where you expect Research Triangle to do very, very well, especially because BioSpark, we're not gonna get any big weapons. They were not gonna have any firepower to actually do something against. I mean, that was still really quick, flawless, if you ask me. But regardless, I mean, not a big trouble for BioSpark still at the game.
Well, we'll see what the side of Myers Park can do in the situation. Time ticking down, looking like they might potentially go towards that C site, but Hausa does have some shots themselves, waiting for an angle, seeing if anyone is coming towards them. But yeah, maybe the B site that they are pushing onto. Everyone on B currently, and using the Breach's ability, and Nerf Chamber will be able to take out Rich Star, the other Breach, with their ability themselves. Finite and Nerf Chamber yet again. This is a good comeback by Myers Park, and we saw this happen in the last Valorant matchup as well, Chimako. The first 2 rounds go to one team that's defending, and as soon as the eco is back in the favor of Myers Park, or the attacking side, they're able to do something. But Griffin Dragon, that was a nice slow roll, but now it's all up to Null, and they get taken down. So the attackers, 3 alive, were able to get their first win in that round.
I've been trying to tell you that, you know, that's basically what happens here. First 2 rounds, important because you can lose by 1 or 2 rounds.
Yeah.
I mean, by 2 rounds, not by 1. But still, not the rounds that will actually tell you the story, the full picture of the next round. So still, this one, it could go either way, but I wouldn't be surprised if Myers Park is able to do something similar to what they did before. So now we see the attackers moving closer to A. That doesn't mean they're going to be attacking towards A. They might just be there for the time being.
Get some information, then maybe rotate back around depending on if they feel confident or not about it. But you can see that everyone is just rallied around by the A side. Jack Gerard and Nerf Chamber each getting a kill themselves, and not really trading necessarily in that sense, but they are trading like with the amount of players that were remaining on the team. The maps. Yeah. But we do see a bit more of a rotation. You see that Research Triangle are focusing more on just rallying behind each other, waiting for the different angles, not pushing as much as they were in those first 2 rounds, because you can do that a bit more freely in the pistol rounds. But Finite able to use that Trailblazer so that they can get some vision. They know exactly where the other team is and where they're going to be pushing from too.
Yeah, they got a lot of information on that one, and they probably will rush to plant. Yes, they're planting on C as quick as they can. They got to do it before the defenders are able to get there to C. And now they have they have the advantage there because they know where the defenders are coming from. And the 2 double kills. I mean,
wow,
that was great. By Finite.
Round 3, they had 3 players left. Round 4, they had 4 players left in that matchup. Crazy to see the difference between Myers Park and Research Triangle in that specific instance. But 2 rounds back-to-back for Myers Park. We are now at an even stance between these 2 squads. Curious to see what Research Triangle are going to do to change the game on the defensive end. But usually the attacking side a bit more favored, it feels like, on Lotus from what we've witnessed in that last map.
Yeah, it feels that way to me. Because whenever you have 3 places to plant, then you can bait so much more. I mean, whereas it is only A and B, then, I mean, it's obvious that if you're not here, you're going to be on the other one.
Exactly.
But in this case, you can space out so much, and you got to have, as a defender, I mean, even though people are probably going towards A or C, you still need someone on B to make sure that nothing happens over there. And we see now Nerf Chamber getting the other breach of the teammate away. So that's good. I mean, taking some information away from the defenders.
Astro just trying to see if they can place down any of their smokes to get in a better spot for their teammates to maybe try and take back this position. But Jack Durov finally gets one. Nerf Chamber with 3 kills to their name. Nerf Chamber really doing the majority of the work. And I always remember seeing that name in the kill feed last time when they were qualifying to make it here to the regionals. So Nerf Chamber putting the work for the most part for Myers Park, but now we do see Null try to get a shot. Hausa looking solid too. There's Griffin Dragon taking down Oak's enemy, and we still have the Viper remaining. Griffin Dragon, 1v3 situation. They are spraying, but no, they missed as well. We did have, unfortunately, them getting blinded at the end there, and that'll be 3 rounds in a row now for Myers Park.
Yeah, we couldn't see it. I mean, we couldn't appreciate the blindness on our screen, but it was there. It was there. That's why they were shooting. Just trying to figure it out. Just praying to actually spray a few shots on the opponent, but that wasn't the case. So we got 3 in a row now for Myers Park, and Research Triangle. They're not looking bad at all. I mean, they're just being outpaced and a little bit outmatched in the gun department because we saw Null that only had a pistol in their hands.
Yeah.
Not much that you can do with that.
It's been crazy, too, because Nerf Chamber has been the one that's been doing the majority of the work so far for this team in the last 2 rounds, at least, for Myers Park. But we do see Finite getting a trade a little bit. Nerf Chamber, speaking of them, taking down Bonsai. And Bonsai, I was mentioning before, someone who stuck out to me on the Research Triangle side, but we haven't really seen too much from them so far. Hausa looking for the spike plant, and they are going to easily put this one down. And I'm really liking the coordination from Myers Park in comparison to those first 2 rounds because at a minimum, they have only dropped 2 players. They've had at least 3 alive every single time that they've won a round.
That's impressive. That's really impressive. And in this game, right? I mean, you said
Ooh,
that.
Jack 2 Raw with 4 kills. Okay.
Wow. I mean, that's a name that we haven't heard before. He
Wow.
actually got him, all of them. Wow, and they're celebrating big here in Greensboro.
I would as well. That's an ace from Jack 2 Raw, taking down the entire enemy team. That's a good way to bounce back, tie it up 3-3, and stem the bleeding.
And they allow him to get the defuse as well.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
You deserve it.
You
dude.
deserve it, yeah.
Just take it, just take it.
Also makes it so they get their ultimate, too, so they wanted to get those points and also just feel confident. The economy being that much better. You know that player's playing well, so send them forward and see if they can take on the world, which it's exactly what they did in that round.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not going to tell the observers what to do, but I want to see Jack's point of view right now. That's what I want to see, you know, a little bit here in the next one. So.
Oh, man. Yeah, Jack 2 Raw really just stepped up to the plate to get that victory for their team, the ace. And we saw a flawless earlier from the side of Research Triangle, now an ace here. That seems to be the way that Research Triangle likes to roll when they get their wins, but we'll see if that continues through the remainder of the rounds. We have Finite pushing through a little bit with Breach initiating themselves, and unfortunately we will not have any real vision gained by this Trailblazer. Everyone's in an odd spot, try to go for it, knows that somebody is in that odd position, so Finite trying to push onto the site as best as they can towards A, but they do get taken down by Bonsai. That's a big win for Research Triangle.
That's one that you've been mentioning, Bonsai being able to do so, but we never had the opportunity to see actually Bonsai attacking. Now Jack 2 Raw again in the action, but this time he was nerfed by Nerf Chamber, and Griffin Dragon taking Nerf Chamber as well. So only Cypher, Hausa alive, and this is a situation that he had seen before, and it wasn't very favorable for him. So hopefully this time maybe just wait around and don't risk anything. But no, he wants the blood. You know, he's looking for something. He knows he's gonna be surrounded by enemies, but just trying to be very patient about it. He got it. He got it.
Oh,
he got
got one.
He got one. He knows that. Oh, he wasn't expecting that
so
one.
Close.
He knew there was someone in the stairs, but not on that corridor, so couldn't get that kill. That wasn't a bad play, actually. I'm impressed by Hausa a little bit more now.
Yeah, nice positioning from them. They knew that there were so many angles their opponents could come from, so they were just caught in between a rock and a hard place, and they got one kill at least, so it helps them out economy-wise a little bit, but even then, it was a 1v3 situation. They would have had to clutch in a crazy fashion, but the perfect timing for Research Triangle on that attack towards that last player, I think, is what won them that round, so they didn't even have to worry about a potential clutch by Hausa. So 4-3 now. Good comeback in these last 2 rounds from the side of Research Triangle. They got to keep that up, though.
Got to keep it up. Let's see everyone going towards C this time around. The attackers to get there, and they're going to be met by the defenders. They're still trying to, well, not planting yet. They got the spike, but they traded a few kills, and Jack 2 Raw getting back into the action now, getting a double kill. I want to see Jack 2 Raw. I'm telling you, I want to see that guy. I want to see what's that raw about him. Seems to be doing really good. Oh my God!
Hausa with
wow,
a 2-piece too, taken out by Bonsai though. Finite. Nobody knows that they are there either. And you mentioned it, a 1v1 situation that gives away the positioning of Hausa. At least if I'm Bonsai, I know that they're there, but no, you're looking in the wrong direction. And what a finish by Finite to clutch things up and tie things up 4-4.
Well, you said it. Bonsai knew where Finite was, so I was expecting Bonsai to actually have the opportunity there, but just zooming in a little bit toward the ledge, and it was a Finite waiting for Bonsai. Actually, you know, Bonsai saw the shots coming from that direction as well. So yes, definitely Finite had the right information. Even when they destroyed Finite's utility, Finite was able to get the information they needed.
Truly, and that's what was a great positioning from Finite. They had the upper hand because they didn't, Bonsai didn't really have the angle on them and didn't know exactly where they were coming from. So curious to see what Jack Dura is going to be able to do with that judge. We also see a judge here for Boger and looking for something else, some Nerf chamber, maybe a different angle. It's a lot of just eco rounds from these players, but there's somebody behind them. They get the kill, turn around and just snipe them in the head with the the judge there for a second for Boger. What a great way to pick up that kill. Unfortunate for Reese's Triangle, already down by 2 players.
The plant is why going in. Myers Park looking really strong right now. Okay, that's good. Jack, I mean, Jack is business. He is serious about this. You can let that guy, wow, getting fighted as well. Man,
there we go.
Hard, but getting the kills, only Astra here alive for Myers Park. But the
1v2.
The spike is planted. Oh,
there we go.
Was it a showstopper? No, it wasn't. No.
It was nice, whatever it was. Owen able to take the final kill there and get the defenders win again. Wow. You can hear Research Triangle just having all the energy in the building here, making themselves known throughout these different rounds. With Myers Parks, no slouches whatsoever. I'm sure when they get their own round wins that they are popping off in Charlotte. It's just interesting to see like the dichotomy between both these two regions that are facing off against each other, and only one of their representatives can move on to those state finals.
Round number 9, and we're still, I mean, three rounds away from switching lanes, switching sides. But this has been very even. Like we were talking about, you know, maybe one team is better in attacking and defending. Right now, we don't know. I mean, we don't know anything from these two teams because they are so dead even so far. Well, the only thing I can say is that, you know, Jack Raw is doing its job. It's going at it very strongly, which is a name that you didn't mention before when we were looking at the names. I don't know if this is popping up today or...
Doing really well today for sure. Yeah, Finite though as well. 2 kills back-to-back, taking out Jack 2 Raw, and well, Bonsai will take them down this time, unlike the 1v1 we saw before. Griffin Dragon onto Boger, making sure that they can't really do anything. We do see the ultimate coming out from Breach 2. Rich Star, 1 kill. There's the second kill for Rich Star. There's the defuse coming out too, and that's 2 rounds back-to-back for Research Triangle, and they are on a roll.
And Rick Star, he has been, or they have been really surviving. I'm not going to say the killing in every turn, in every round, but surviving a lot, which says a lot. I mean, we were talking about how good Myers Park were before, where they were having at least 2 or 3 players surviving the rounds, and it's been the opposite in the last, I would say, 3 or 4.
Yeah, it's been a great situation here to see how Research Triangle have been able to pull back from the brink as they got tied up by Myers Park. The Myers Park were able to take advantage eventually, but it's been back and forth since then. Now this is the strongest lead we have seen from Research Triangle since those first 2 rounds of this map itself. And again, this is just the best one. Jack Dura with the snipe onto Hausa, though. That's a good opening salvo, but Oak's enemy, and we also see the Sky. Ooh. There's another one onto Oak's enemy. Jack Dura is on a roll. Finite, we'll see if they can do anything with this. Trying to get the flash. They stun themselves for a second, but they do have some shots. Not enough. Jack Dura with a 3rd shot and a 3rd kill. Nobody's going to go stop them whatsoever. Now it's a 5-on-2 situation. This is a bad spot for Myers Park.
Yeah, Jack can use any single weapon. I mean, anything. We've seen it with the shotguns, with the automatics, with the sniper rifles, anything.
There's one.
There go. One side, getting 1 kill, and there's only, I mean, Race is about to go down. I mean, he could be beaten by a mosquito and die on this situation right now. So, very, very bad situation. A 4v1 and basically 1 hit point. That's all. You can see in Boger's life. He's trying to be very careful about it, but he's going to fight 2. He got 1. He got 1.
There's
he got
2. One more.
2. What?
Oh, what a play by Boger. Just slowly moving forward, waiting for that machine to go by them, and then they are going to be in a 1v2 situation. Jack 2 Raw, though, they've gotten 3 kills. Maybe they can get 4 in this situation. But 25 seconds counting down. Boger, I don't believe they have the spike themselves either. No, they don't. Jack 2 Raw is the one who is guarding it, so I don't think they're going to be able to do anything unless Griffin Dragon goes towards them. I think Boger might be able to hear them as well since they aren't taking their time. So the rotation comes through. Griffin Dragon is going to keep an eye out on this other spot, and Boger is just going to save, which I think is a wise decision for them.
Okay, not risking anything. Nothing that is not necessary. Yeah. Defenders won 11th round then. For the defenders, 7-4. I mean, this started 2-0.
That it did, 2-0. It did, and then
it's
eventually went 3-4. So we do have a timeout that is going to be starting here instead. So we'll be getting our first timeout before the half, and the defenders, Research Triangle, are going to be waiting to see what's going on here. So again, Myers Park 7-4. This is the last round before the half that we'll be seeing here too. So we'll see what's going on between these two squads on if it is going to be Myers Park bouncing back, if it is going to be the other team, Research Triangle, that's here taking it 8-4. I'm so curious on what's going to go down because Jack 2 Raw, as you were mentioning, I didn't mention him before, but I should be mentioning them like ever so since then, as they were able to pop off so well.
Maybe he had another name, you know. Maybe he was.
No, I remember the name. It's just I didn't mention it.
well, I mean, there's days and there's days. You know, maybe he's having a good day today. Maybe,
no, definitely having a good day today.
And I mean, what I'm trying to say, maybe he doesn't play this good every single time, or maybe whoever was the player popping off that day that you were casting,
it wasn't them specifically.
Yeah. So I mean, many things can happen, but today you can definitely see that it is nothing new because the teammate trusts him. Or them. They're going with the person that is hot, that is landing the shots, and that's Jack. They trust that Jack will get the job done.
Well, we'll see what happens in this final round before the half, round 12 that we are on currently between these two squads. Myers Park, they want to stem the bleeding themselves, see if they can get that 5th round and go a bit confidently into the half. You can see 2 of them have their ultimates. Only one of them on Research Triangle has it, and it is the Raze. And that's always fun to have a Raze ult available. Trailblazer goes forward, Finite trying to get some information. They're pushing into it to see if they can go forward, but no, they have to back off for a second because all of the abilities are being used by the other side, and they lost one of their players on Myers Park, so they're going for a different angle instead.
Well, it's the round to actually use all the utilities, so they're correct in doing so. They needed to take him off before they switch sides. So
it's unfortunate because the Cypher went down before they could even use their ultimate, but Boger and Nerf Chamber are able to get a kill back-to-back. There goes Boger again onto Rich Star, and this is a bad position to be in for Research Triangle if you want to even take this round before the half. Myers Park in a good spot. They put the spike down, and they just need to hold on to it.
We're talking about the Cypher going down. The Cypher is usually the one that is able to stay longer, alive longer. Nerf Chamber and Finite, they have been great. I mean, both of them have been doing a lot of good job by Myers Park. So I'm not surprised about that result at the end. Finite has been great getting all the information in the beginning and then stay alive and doing some damage. And Nerf Chamber, probably the best attacker from the Myers Park school. So now we're switching sides. Back to the beginnings, right?
Pretty much,
kind of. That's the feeling. That's how we're feeling right now. Even though the score obviously is 7-5 in favor of Research Triangle.
Yeah, so Research Triangle now on the attacking side and Myers Park on the defending side. So we'll see what goes on between these two teams. Again, we'll get those names back up as quickly as we can, but still some good looks between these squads, and I'm curious to see what happens. Rich Star just getting stunned and splashed and nothing that they could do. Boger taking out 2 players there with their utility. That was going to be unfortunate for their side. So Rich Star, again, getting splashed. Can't even see anything for a moment. Just putting shots out left and right. Another flash coming through again.
Wow.
Rich Star can't see for the life of them, but finally somebody comes through the door. They do get the kill. Nerf Chamber gets one as well. There's Jack 2 Raw coming forward. There's some utility from Rich Star. Going to be stunning them as well. And there we go. Rich Star finally able to get another kill. Rich Star and Jack 2 Raw, those are the 2 players. Now it's coming back to me, my memory from the qualifiers, to get to this point in time. Those are the 2 players to look out for on this team.
Yeah, they definitely are. I mean, even if you hadn't seen the previous qualifiers, yes, they're doing great today. And that was that was a good play by Restart. They definitely waited enough time to get a chance against all the 3 attackers. But at the same time, I think the attackers had the opportunity to blind him and go in a little bit earlier, and they did not. So they wasted that opportunity. Now we see being very patient for Rich Star here. He knows, they know that it's only a 2v1 situation, so let's be very careful. But being a gun pistol-only round, maybe feeling a little bit sassy, maybe feeling that they can pull it off.
We'll see. They got the spike planted, so that's going to help them economy-wise going into that next round on the half. So we'll see what happens between these 2 squads. and what's going to be happening as I think we do still need to get the names swapped around. Sorry. Research Triangle on the left and Myers Park on the right this time with the chamber, or what, not the chamber, excuse me, with the Cypher, but still the defuse coming out. They did get the kill on the Rich Star, so we'll see what happens there.
It's going to happen. It's going to work out. So the defenders win, and slowly but surely, Research Triangle has been able to catch up onto the lead that the Myers Park. Myers Park is catching onto the Research Triangle lead that we were watching before. So we are moving here. Let's see a little bit of the action from Research Triangle in terms of offense and in attacking, because that round, I mean, doesn't mean that much. Maybe this round as well, it's not going to mean that much. But let's see how they move around each other and how they try to bait the defenders into finding the wrong attacking points, basically.
Yeah, 7-6, a lot closer than it was at the beginning of the half. So this is a good position if you are a fan of Myers Park for their comeback on the defending side. Research Triangle, they started out really strong, then they got taken back. That just seems to be the way that this game is going, back and forth between these two teams. We'll see if this is going to be the case for Myers Park on the defending side, if they can manage to break the curse of 13-7 wins that have been happening so far in these regional qualifiers.
Well, I mean, it will be. I don't think we're gonna see a 13-7 here.
No, I don't think so either.
It's very. It's gonna be a difficult one. Nah, I don't think so. Anyway, regardless, what a long line phase. It seems like it's going on forever.
Yeah, I think we do have a pause or something of sorts going on right now. So we'll see what's happening as they are figuring things out. I think it has been paused, so they'll probably come back to us in just a sec. But still, we'll figure out what the tech issue is as they are taking their time, and the timer has been stopped in the game itself. So we'll see what's going on there in just a moment. But nonetheless, 7-6, pretty good position for both of these teams. We'll see exactly what they're wanting to do, what they're wanting to fix, and what they're wanting to adjust. But I think another PC might have gone down, so that seems to be the case on our side of things. So they're going to be swapping over to a different PC and getting set up as quickly as they can. So have to reset the lobby again, make sure that they have the economy sorted, and get everything back into it. So we're going to take our time getting that set up. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. Just the way things happen in LAN environments. Sometimes PCs mess up, and we'll do what we can.
We're not going to be talking for that long because it's going to take a while here. I mean, we know how long it took.
A couple minutes at least.
Yeah, we're not gonna go to a blank screen. We're actually gonna go into a hype video this time.
Hype video this time.
Cool.
Get you hyped up.
A little bit better than just watching our faces.
Awesome. Well, we'll be back in just a second with this hype video. We'll see you on the flip side.
Perfection is unattainable, but if we chase perfection, we can obtain excellence. Thousands of students, hundreds of teams across this great state are all in pursuit. We've dwindled it down to the elite. We may be able to catch that excellence.
Out to midfield space, Adonis over the top, going to crossbar. Right there. Yeah, you have the flash, you have the ball, you have the flip reset, and you necessarily as hard as this.
Welcome back to the VESL State Qualifiers. $72,000 are on the line. These high schoolers are looking to put on a show. North Carolina, are you ready?
Games have become something that you play by yourself in your living room to a kind of global interactive space. So being a kind of responsible citizen within that global space is something that I hope my students appreciate. If you look at a game as a way of forming a sense of a way of thinking about the world, a way of interacting with the world, we need students who are literate in the ability to understand how that game is acting on them and how they act in that game as well. The scale and the technology that we have here allows us to use this as a classroom space like no other. Understanding that our students are already gaming and taking seriously that this is something that they can use throughout their lifetime and throughout their education, I think is taking our students seriously and is meeting them where they already are.
Suppose there are times when you lose your troubled mind. Suppose there are times when you're feeling undefined. Suppose there are days when you call this touch of gray. That's when you call.
It's that previous season All-Star at ID Bay from Kaz on the field. Oh my goodness, Mafia Shadows though, MVP status is just barreling through.
Oh my goodness, what a shot!
But still the attack is on, and it goes through! Void streams into the void! There's another follow-up, cheesing is the 50, and a OT might very well be in our near future.
And Stinky Boss waiting for the clear to come out from Gajau Kid to get that goal.
For himself to take some time and
Oh no! But it's up to Mafia Shadows, and if they have a choice, they will deny them off the flip reset from end to end of the pitch.
Now 5 back to you. This touch can be over the net. A chance to follow up. Alone again.
What in the world? It goes through! Calculated. Why not? Encrypted Savage will tie us up. Wait, hold on. That was just a pre-flip flip. Jackie Chan, high jump kick. Oh, they tie it back up. And yet the demo just feeds it over to Grassy. The counterplay hits just fine. Crossbar, but wait a minute, hold on. Debonair is gonna make it easy for Mailbox. The giveaway gifted to him. Christmas came early. Draco comes up with that big doink shot. Tommy just kind of took it on right there. Yeah, you have the flash, you have the you have the flip reset, whoa, and you have a big fat win on that strike. Tommy showing Providence that they're here to play.
I've seen games go from really nothing to a very complicated, probably the most complicated form of storytelling, and how they differ from other texts is that interactivity. So you get to decide what ethical decisions and things that you'll make. As we've moved from a broadcast to a digital mediascape, it's really important that people have the critical skills to know what's true and what's not true. So the same way you want your students to watch a film or to read a book, you want them to be able to play a game, and then we discuss it, we analyze it, we think critically about it. But I think even more important than that, it gives them the critical skills to engage with media more generally.
obvious things are it's a space for students to game, but I think this space provides a lot of other learning opportunities and experiential learning opportunities for students. The career transfer pieces, whether you're in media, production, or you're doing event management, we have an opportunity to train students to get out in the community to help us lead a lot of different esports initiatives, both locally, regionally, and nationally. Tournament hosting, sponsorships within the esports community, continuing to build our competitive edge with our student recruitment. I think that UNCG's positioned itself to really be the leaders on that forefront.
Perfection is unattainable, but if we chase perfection, we can obtain excellence. Thousands of students, hundreds of teams across this great state are all in pursuit. We've dwindled it down to the elite. We may be able to catch that excellence.
Out to midfield space, Adonis over the top, going to crossbar. Right there. Yeah, you have the flash, you have the ball, you have the flip reset, and you...
Welcome back to the VESL State Qualifiers. $72,000 are on the line. These high schoolers are looking to put on a show. North Carolina, are you ready?
Games have become something that you played by yourself in your living room to a kind of global interactive space. So being a kind of responsible citizen within that global space is something that I hope my students appreciate. If you look at a game as a way of forming a sense of a way of thinking about the world, a way of interacting with the world, we need students who are literate in the ability to understand how that game is acting on them and how they act in that game as well. The scale and the technology that we have here allows us to use this as a classroom space like no other. Understanding that our students are already gaming and taking seriously that this is something that they can use throughout their lifetime and throughout their education, I think is taking our students seriously and is meeting them where they already are.
Suppose there are times when you're feeling undefined. Suppose there are days when you call this touch of gray. That's when you call.
It's that previous season All-Star at ID Bay from Kaz on the field. Oh my goodness, Mafia Shadows though, MVP status is just barreling through.
Oh my goodness, what a shot!
But still the attack is on, and it goes through! Void screams into the void! There's another follow-up, cheesing is the 50, and a OT might very well be in our near future.
And Stinky Boss waiting for the clear to come out from Gajau Kid to get that goal.
For himself to take some time and
Oh no! But it's up to Mafia Shadows, and if they have a choice, they will deny them off the flip reset from end to end of the pitch.
Now 5 back to you. This touch can be over the net. A chance to follow up. Alone again.
What in the world? It goes through! Calculated. Why not? Encrypted Savage will tie us up. Wait, hold on. That was just a pre-flip flip. Jackie Chan, high jump kick. Oh, they tie it back up. And yet the demo just feeds it over to Grassy. The counterplay hits just fine. Crossbar, but wait a minute, hold on. Debonair is going to make it easy for Mailbox. The giveaway gifted to him. Christmas came early. Draco comes up with that big doink shot. Tommy just kind of took it on right there. Yeah, you have the flash, you have the you have the flip reset, whoa, and you have a big fat win on that strike. Tommy showing Providence that they're here to play.
I've seen games go from really nothing to a very complicated, probably the most complicated form of storytelling, and how they differ from other texts is that interactivity. So you get to decide what ethical decisions and things that you'll make. As we've moved from a broadcast to a digital mediascape, it's really important that people have the critical skills to know what's true and what's not true. So the same way you want your students to watch a film or to read a book, you want them to be able to play a game, and then we discuss it, we analyze it, we think critically about it. But I think even more important than that, it gives them the critical skills to engage with media more generally.
The obvious things are it's a space for students to game, but I think this space provides a lot of other learning opportunities and experiential learning opportunities for students. The career transfer pieces, whether you're in media, production, or you're doing event management, we have an opportunity to train students to get out in the community to help us lead a lot of different esports initiatives, both locally, regionally, and nationally. Tournament hosting, sponsorships within the esports community, continuing to build our competitive edge with our student recruitment. I think that UNCG's positioned itself to really be the leaders on that forefront.
Perfection is unattainable, but if we chase perfection, we can obtain excellence. Thousands of students, hundreds of teams, across this great state, we're all in pursuit. We've dwindled it down to the elite. We may be able to catch that excellence.
Out to midfield space, Adonis over the top, going to crossbar. Right there. Yeah, you have the flash, you have the ball, you have the flip reset, and you...
Welcome back to the VESL State Qualifiers. $72,000 are on the line. These high schoolers are looking to put on a show. North Carolina, are you ready?
Games have become something that you played by yourself in your living room to a kind of global interactive space. So being a kind of responsible citizen within that global space is something that I hope my students appreciate. If you look at a game as a way of forming a sense of a way of thinking about the world, a way of interacting with the world, we need students who are literate in the ability to understand how that game is acting on them and how they act in that game as well. The scale and the technology that we have here allows us to use this as a classroom space like no other. Understanding that our students are already gaming and taking seriously that this is something that they can use throughout their lifetime and throughout their education, I think is taking our students seriously and is meeting them where they already are.
Suppose there are times when you're feeling undefined. Suppose there are days when your colors turn to gray. That's when you call
It's that previous season All-Star and ID Bay from Kaz on the field. Oh my goodness. Mafia Shadows though, MVP status is just barreling through.
Oh my goodness, what a shot!
But still the attack is on, and it goes through! Void screams into the void! There's another follow-up, cheesing at the 50, and a OT might very well be in our near future.
Stinky Boss waiting for the clear to come out from Kachuk. And we are back, everyone, right after the half, as we were talking about before, seeing exactly how things will go down for the rest of this game. Round 13 was done. Rich Star and Jack were doing pretty decent, but it was not enough for them to get the victory for the side of Research Triangle. So Research Triangle again on the left, and then Myers Park on the right. Rich Star, speaking of, going for the plan. Oaks Enemy, 2 kills back-to-back. Griffin Dragon takes them down a peg themselves, and the flash comes out, but Finite will be taken down. Nerf Chamber, we're looking pretty good. It's not taken down, excuse me. Griffin Dragon will be taken down. And there we go. All players on Research Triangle eliminated so quickly into this one. What a way to tie things up by Myers Park.
Wow. I am impressed. I am so
Blink and you miss it.
Yes, yes. Well, remember last time we were casting Valorant today?
Yep.
Something similar happened. We had like a computer issue at some point. We switched the computers and then immediately flawless or something like that.
Yep.
It happened. However, after that, things settled down a little bit more and they got more even. But let's see if that's going to be the case right now. But that was a what a welcome.
Yeah, welcome back, everyone. Myers Park, we're just ready and waiting while we were getting the PC situation set up. But one of the players in Research Triangle had to switch their PC setup, so that's why we were a little bit delayed there. Had to reset the lobby, make sure everything was set properly for the amount of kills and stats and points and everything else, few and far between that you can think of. They had to get all situated. So now we are back into things here, tied 7-7 in the second half of this best-of-1 matchup to determine who out of these two teams will make it to the state final. Bonsai looking out for any angles, any entrance, any inklings of the enemy team. And they do get one kill, nice. Focusing on them on Oaks Enemy. That's a good kill to get because they were the ones who were getting a lot of action in that last game. We do see another good kill from Bonsai following along with them. Vine Knight taken down this time. Jack Raw with the plant, and this is a much better story for the side of Research Triangle.
Bonsai being aggressive. I mean, just moving forward and being very confident in their steps. I like it. I like it. And Noel getting house as well. So only 2 players that left from the Myers Park. Oh my God, Jack Raw now getting Boger. And it's only the breach, the Nerf Chamber is the only one alive here against against 4. I mean, Nerf Chamber has been incredible, but that's 4 on top of him. So let's see. I mean, maybe getting 1, maybe getting 2. Let's see. No,
nope,
nothing. It was Jack the Reaper. I mean, is Jack the Reaper. Right?
Jack the Reaper, basically, yes. Yeah, is what we are seeing here right now. But that was a pretty nice round. Round of 15 already gone and dusted. Some good work from the side of Research Triangle to stem the bleeding, because a lot of rounds in a row that we just witnessed in the second half, actually every round up till this point now, had been won in the second half by the side of Myers Park while they were defending. So they were able to stop that in its tracks and get back onto the plus side of things so that they didn't lose their lead that they have had all the way since round 6. Or not round 6, round 7 technically. They tied it up in round 6. Round 7 is when they got the lead.
Well, still very close match, and I think at this point both teams are understanding each other a little bit more, as you can see on the gameplay. They are, I mean, sometimes trying to get very sneaky, like Boger on that one got only 1 kill, like moving away just to lose the tracks that they had left after that shot. Oh my God, Bonsai was not able to get the Nerf Chamber. That was a great by Nerf Chamber. Jack getting in the action with Nerf Chamber, getting Jack away from the lines anymore. And this time around, only 1 player left from Research Triangle. Hausa is going to defuse very calmly because there's no one else to do anything about it. And we're going to have an equalized match once again.
And we talked about this before, Chimako. For the majority of this game so far, when Myers Park have had a couple of players taken down, they are still standing strong at the end of it. So the big thing here is to see what Research Triangle can do to knock down the hardiness that we have witnessed so far from these defenders in Myers Park if they want a chance to hold on to the lead that they had for such a long time. It is still tied again, but this might be the chance for Myers Park as well to finally get one up over top of them since that round 6.
Let's see if they can get it.
That's 10 rounds ago now.
it seems like a long time, especially with the pauses. So let's see. I mean, they need to get the lead somehow. I mean, if they want to win, right? Because we're nearing to the end of the regulation, basically, right?
Yeah, might potentially go to an OT like I was talking about before. Hausa then Oaks enemy as well. Bonsai with 2 pieces themselves, and that's a good grenade toss. Seeing if they can go with anything. They still have the boom bot available to maybe clear some area if they want to use that as their utility, but it won't be coming out anytime soon. Instead, some good trades back and forth, and we are 3 players apiece still alive for each team.
Okay, Jack planting, that's a good sign. Getting the dog out of the way, but
Bonsai couldn't do anything there.
Yes, it wasn't great. Boger also getting the
and
Jack,
there they
and
go.
that's
Team
it.
Ace.
Well,
every single player on Myers Park able to kill 1 player on Research Triangle. That's what that means for those at home. Nice. I don't really know too much about Valorant, but still, timeout starting for the attackers for Research Triangle. I would do the same if I was them. This is the first time that they have been down, as I mentioned, since round 5. So this is a huge time for them to see what they can do in this matchup. Use that time wisely, talk to their coach, and strategize as best they can, or just talk to each other if they really want to in this situation for Myers Park. So, or not Myers Park, Research Triangle. It also gives Myers Park a little bit of a breather too.
It does. The only thing, sometimes I use timeouts just to calm down things a little bit.
We'll go to the bathroom. That works too. Yeah,
you know what?
People did that during RLCS.
But with that much time that they had here, to wait for that computer to be set up, I think they should have done that before.
Yeah. Well, I didn't see anyone get up, so I don't think they had to do that.
But they should have done it beforehand.
Yeah, no, they definitely should have.
That's what
I think they had time. It's at the player that was getting things reset back up, so that player didn't have time because they had to relog in, make sure their keybinds are right, and that they had the right angle on the chair that they were sitting in. Their headset was working and all that.
It's
but
a lot of things.
It is a lot of things. Still, we'll have to see what goes on after this timeout, as we'll be getting into the next round here, round 18, 8-9 currently in favor of Myers Park. As I mentioned before, it's been all the way since round 5 that Myers Park have had a lead in this match. So very likely, Chimako, that this one will go all the way to an overtime situation, but we could easily see Myers Park run away with it. How's it starting out with that op onto Jack 2 Raw? That's going to hurt.
That hurts big time because Jack 2 Raw, we have seen, and Rick Star as well, going down. That's the worst possible.
The duo you don't want to go down early in the round, especially after a timeout. Ouch.
No, that's the worst possible outcome for the beginning of a round if you're Research Triangle.
Looks like they're going for an eco round, though, so it makes sense. Maybe they were just trying to see if they can get some information, trade a little bit, and go from there, but unfortunately it didn't work out in their favor.
But it makes sense to go for an eco round and then go all in for the next few rounds before
a potential OT,
Yeah. I see it. I see it. It's not a bad idea. So maybe a good timeout, but still, you want to do as much damage as you can. You know, going
also
for an
another
eco
snipe too.
Oh,
My gosh! And then the flawless comes through. Well, eco rounds you usually don't expect to get much, but maybe even just a single kill, Chamaco.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
That's got to
what I
hurt the
wanted.
ego a little bit.
That's what I wanted, at least a single kill, because you need to get something. I mean, you're going economy mode, but at the same time, it's not like you're not gonna do anything. You still gotta work and do something in that situation. So, well, too bad for them. They couldn't get it, and now biggest lead for Myers Park, and they are 3 rounds away from getting the win if they manage to get to 13 before Research Triangle gets to 12. Yeah. I think I got it.
Well,
right.
yeah, we need Myers Park to get to 13, before Research Triangle can, like, bring it close enough for them to get to 12, have it be, like, even between the two to force that OT situation. But I'm curious what Jack Duras' plan is going to be here. Same for Nerf Chamber. Those two have been really doing well for themselves for the most part, but we do see Nerf Chamber getting into some sort of situation, and we can hear a countdown from the players on Research Triangle. 3, 2, 1 to just initiate. They took down Finite, but Jack 2 Raw, no, Nerf Chamber is going to nerf their main duelist the way that they've been performing so far. Noel also looking good against Nerf Chamber, so some good trades back and forth. Bonsai with 3 kills to their names.
Wow.
Bonsai really popping off and stepping up to the plate for their team. Only 1 player remaining on Myers Park, and I believe that's Boger.
Bonsai has had some pretty good moments. Like, not in every single round being spectacular, but some moments it's like going all in and actually getting a few kills or more than one whenever that happens. We are watching Boger here, the lone survivor on the Myers Park, making some shots. Maybe it's baiting that player.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it if I were those players. I would wait for Boger to push themselves, because you got the spike down. You really just have to wait, and you know that by this point in time, there's no chance to really do anything. So they're able to clutch up. They don't have to worry about anything. They save as well for all 4 players on Research Triangle, so that's going to help them even more so economy-wise.
Well, yeah, the economy round actually paid off a little bit there. So
huge.
You know, maybe they got something out of the timeout. You know, going for the economy definitely wasn't pretty because the flawless hurt.
No, definitely.
At least in my eyes. But they stayed grounded. They knew what they were trying to get out of the timeout and out of the economy round. And, you know, it paid off at least on that round number 18.
Also with an Odin. Okay, I'm curious to see where this one's going to go. That's a nice skin on the Odin, though. But nonetheless, we do need to see the Myers Park bounce back if they want to close this out in regulation before an OT situation. There is a stun that comes onto Boger. They do take down 1 player, which is Null. They can't take down 3 players at once, though. Bonsai taking out the other Rays, and it is going to be Hausa rotating around instead.
Moving around, Bonsai still in the action. I mean, I'm becoming a fan little by little for Bonsai. Being quite smart here. The attackers decided to not go to A, now moving towards them, probably to C, and just getting the long way, but that's the only way to go there. There's no defenders in C right now. I wonder if they're going to move some forces. It seems like it, so watch it, because they're going to encounter each other.
Nerf Chamber just patiently waiting right behind the door, too, to see if they can stun, flash, and take out everyone. But Griffin Dragon, that was a huge kill into Nerf Chamber, who was in a good position to maybe stop their push and advancement into the side. Bonsai also looking for that kill onto Finite. Very good heads-up play, and there we go onto Oak's enemy. There's only 1 player remaining, and that is the Cypher. We'll see what they can do themselves, but that is also Hausa, who is a pretty strong player on their squad, looking for something with the Odin that I talked about before. I was curious what they would do. They do get 1 kill on the Jack Dura. Can they clutch it up in a 1v3? Oh, there's 1 again. There's might be able to take down 2 more. There's another kill. Hausa can't get it, though. They are stopped by Rich Star, and now we're back to 10 for the scoreline, all tied up.
It took 4 players to take down Hausa. He was the Terminator with that gun over there. That's, I mean, I wasn't expecting that gun to be that precise. Or is it precise on his hands?
Just in his hands, yeah.
Yes, definitely. That's what a way to make a comeback and tie the match here. 10-10 right now, going into round number 21. Very nice, and Rickstar, actually, I think he was sweating a little bit.
I was sweating for it.
And Hausa says, I mean, this works, so I'm going to keep it in my hands.
Stick with it. I mean, that's fair. You almost 1v4'd and got the win for your team in that round. It would have only been 2 away from making it to that state finals. And what a way to do it if you got over an Odin. Nonetheless, though, Hausa, speaking of, taking out Jack 2 Raw yet again. Jack 2 Raw's got to feel so bad.
Man,
twice in a row, been taken out by the Odin first.
And he was doing so good before, before the troubleshooting that we had to go through. But after the troubleshooting, he hasn't been the same. Something happened. He got nerfed or something, and maybe Nerf Chamber had something to do with it. But, man.
Oh, the stuns. Oak's enemy just popping off. 3 kills back to back to back. Noel was able to do a little bit, but that was all Oak's enemy.
Wow. So, I'm saying Hausa is behind all this. You know, they gave the team, you know, a new spirit, more energy after that 1v4 situation, and now Myers Park only 2 away to get this done. I mean, Research Triangle, they're playing really good. They are holding in very strongly. So anything is possible at this moment. But these two teams, these two schools, definitely very even in every situation. This is about being able to get a better placement on the map and carrying, you know, and getting the best of luck on those placements. So because 1v1 situations, gunfight are very even so far.
That they are. The back and forth between these two teams, trading the way that we saw, especially at the end of that one, really just comes down to positioning at the end of it and how you're using your utility, those stuns, those flashes. And Boger is able to get 1, get 2, and Noel finally takes them down. There's Hausa again onto Jack Dura. Every single time Jack Dura peeks their head out, Hausa's there with the Odin. That's got to hurt. And there is now a 2-on-2 situation. The Sky and the Breach versus a Breach and the Killjoy. Curious to see what will happen. Nerf Chamber, really a lot that they can work with. And look at the health that's available, though, for the other side. Yes, they do have a pistol. They'll probably be able to pick up a weapon. There's plenty on the ground. And if I was Research Triangle, I would fully rotate around to a different spot.
Yeah, and they still haven't planned it. They haven't used the spike. They have it. They're carrying the spike. You see Noel carrying the spike.
14 HP, though, for Rich Star, and not much as well for the Killjoy. So this is a difficult spot to be in.
This is interesting because the defender.
Oh, there's one down.
I wasn't expecting that one, to be honest with you.
Noel with only 22 HP. They got to take down Nerf Chamber now, and if they are going to be baited out like the way they are, and now they're even stunned, flash, they can't really do anything. If they push on them, they're going to get this kill. I don't know why they aren't going for it, but Nerf Chamber is taking their time. They have the shot. They don't have the kill, though. Noel with 3 kills to their name. They're going for the plant, and they are able to get it down. That's huge for them, even if they don't get this round. 1v1 situation, but Finite does close it out with the Odin.
I understand the planting, but at the same time, I was expecting something a little bit different on the after planting. You know, that's the only thing. You know, like the movement was very slow, very like. Yes, you're gonna get attack from behind if you're moving that slow. That was my only concern. But I get it. I get it. Maybe Noel was expecting someone from coming up high or something like that. So, but. Yeah, I mean, in hindsight, it's 2020, right? So I might be being too critical here against Noel on that situation where their HP was extremely low, so there wasn't much that could have been done anyways. As you said, planting is good. It gives you a better economy in the end.
They need it. And if they go down in this round, they are out. We're so close. Yeah, they're out, of course, but they were so close to tasting victory to make it to the state finals. Hausa on to Rich Star. No, that's going to hurt. Hausa again with the operator, trying to see if they can fish for 2. But if I was Research Triangle at this point in time, you don't have time to waste. You want to go to a different spot because Hausa has it covered. Finite has the other angle. And there's only 3 players remaining left for Research Triangle, and their hopes and dreams are slowly dwindling here, Chamaco.
And they're hurt. They're hurt. I mean, the only one. There's only one that isn't hurt, but you see 2 out of 3 players are completely hurt. And we're in some celebration from other game that is being played at the same time right now. But we see finally looking for some information here, trying to catch the position of the Research Triangle players. Nothing, couldn't find anything. Very calm Hausa. I like it. I mean, the Hausa using a variety of weapons so far. Let's see how this one goes.
Ooh, Hausa does open the door, and now it's Jack 2 Raw versus Hausa, and they do get the snipe. Oak's enemy, Bonsai, was alive, but Boger does take them down, and it will be a victory for Myers Park, and they do pull off the comeback. They were down but not out after round 5 in this map, and they were able to get the victory in this best of 1. Unfortunate for Research Triangle, but a valiant effort nonetheless. Bring it to us, our closest Valorant match today, Chamaco.
It was fun. It was very fun. I mean, 10 to 13, 13 to 10.
28 kills for Nerf Chamber. That is insane. Jack Dura, again, tried to do so much, but every single round afterwards, not getting a single kill in those last 4 rounds.
But I think the factor at the end was Hausa.
100%, yeah.
I mean, going with that Odin, as you mentioned, which was, not an orthodox pick of a weapon, but then using the sniper as well, very long range and using so well. That's a guy that he doesn't go down very easily. You see the kills, the death that they had only 15. Compared with the rest of the players, pretty good. Final was the only one that survived better, but they didn't have as much kills as Hausa did. So. Pretty good. But that 28 from Nerf.
Yeah, that's really what the difference maker was Nerf Chamber that entire game. But as you mentioned, Hausa making the difference at the end there too.
The others did something at moments.
Well, that's where you saw like the majority of Myers Park were above in the scoreboard compared to Research Triangle, where it was mainly Bonsai that was at the top of it, and then you saw a little bit of Jack Chira's action. But unfortunately, wasn't enough for Research Triangle. They gave it a college try. Well, I guess you could say a high school try instead here. But still, great performances from all the teams who've been performing throughout the competition today and yesterday. But we are going to be taking a break in a short moment, and after that, we'll be back, I believe, with some Overwatch. So we'll see what's going on there. We'll see what the schedule looks like. And then after this, we'll be back with some more action. Welcome back, everyone, to the final series of the day here on the Greensboro stream. I know I had to say I might cast a cursor. We might have another one after this. But as far as we know, this is the last series here today being streamed from Greensboro, the UNCG Esports Arena. Shout out to them and VESL for helping put this together. But also, this is a qualifying match for the state finals coming up next month. And we know the dates now, the 17th and 18th, that they will be happening. Location TBD. I don't think it's been announced yet. So
they say Greensboro.
It's in Greensboro, but they haven't said where in Greensboro. So it's
gonna be
somewhere
here,
in this city. You could probably, by process of elimination, think of a couple of places, and then maybe you'll be right.
Yeah,
but we do have this game starting up in just a sec. It is Control, and I believe we do have Lijiang Tower yet again. So we'll see how things go in the Control Center for this first section of Control. Last time we saw Control, well, one team destroyed the other team, and there was nothing they could do. They didn't even get a single % on any of those control points. So hopefully Providence and Research Triangle being in the second round will be a little bit of a different story.
I'm going to call it right now. I'm going to say this. I don't think Providence is a 13th seed.
No, they're not a 13th seed. Ignore the numbers that are right there. Those aren't true.
Like last time that we saw the 14th seed just annihilate their opponents. It wasn't even close. Not even close. But yes, we're going into Control. This is the first
Oh, they got the basketball. They got the hoop.
They're winning this.
They're getting it all. Yep.
Yeah, they're getting everything.
Oh,
so
man.
Let's go right now.
Actually, I think this one's Night Market on Lijiang Tower. So, excuse me, I got it wrong.
Wait, no. We saw these players before. This is not Providence. We saw Plore. We saw Oblivion. It is Green Hope.
It is Green Hope. Okay.
What's going on? I don't know. I saw the face.
So it is Green Hope that we have. Okay, cool.
But I'm guessing that that's not research then, if that's the case.
We'll get the correct team names in just a sec. Nonetheless, though, it is Green Hope.
Well,
yeah, we see Green Hope in the bottom left, so we are expecting Green Hope.
I knew it. I'm glad that we're seeing Green Hope.
We're seeing Oblivion again, so yeah, there we go.
I wanted to see that matchup. I was so excited to see Green Hope once again here. So let's see how they do. Oblivion last time, they were great. As a tank with that Zarya and Plore as well. I mean, such a good Reaper to see in action now. Over to Taku, usually a healer themselves, so not a big change here. One player that it's in a different kind of character is Ryunki?
Yeah, they're playing Symmetra, and usually you would see
around.
Symmetra in some of these other game modes just because they can use like the teleporter in a certain way.
But in this case, you can put all the cameras all the way in that area and do a lot of damage. So that's really big.
Ooh, and using the Life Weaver, Tree of Life as well to get on to the control point 2 for Green Hope. Or wait, Green Hope's on the left side.
Yes.
We'll get that fixed in just a second. Nonetheless, though, Green Hope doing pretty decent for themselves. They were holding on to it all the way up to 50%, but the red team, which whenever we change to one of those players, we'll be able to see who is on that side, are finally getting some percentage themselves. So Lauren did get some good damage there for the Reinhardt. Now we got to see what's going down for these two squads. And Green Hope, I believe they were playing against, or supposed to originally in the other brackets, were supposed to play against, what was it? Panther Creek? Oh, it is Research Triangle that they're playing.
I think it is.
No, it's Providence that they're playing. Yeah, so it's Green Hope versus Providence. So those are the two teams.
So it's Green Hope Providence. We just need to switch the overlay. Green Hope is on left and Providence is on right. That's the only difference.
There we go. Well, speaking of Green Hope, they have 3 of their ultimates ready, and they are ready to push back onto that control point as quickly as they can. Well, they're locking it down as best as possible. Providence looking for something here to maybe push in, and I'm looking for this Reinhardt to see if they can support the push forward themselves as well. Maybe they can put the barrier up, but they aren't really focusing too much on that. That would be a better idea. They do get 1 kill for their team, looking a lot stronger and getting onto the control point. There we go. This is where they need to use that shield, but instead they're just trying to swing and see if they can take anyone out that way, but that's not the way to play Reinhardt, baby. We do see Oblivion, though, with 2 kills, and Plore with 2 kills back-to-back, and you talked about it. Those were the 2 players to look out for on Green Hope.
Those are the big mean machines on Green Hope. So they were doing their job. Now going all the way to 92%. it's getting close. So I mean, there's still time to step on the platform and stop the clock, stop the percentage going high. I mean, force the overtime. Basically, that's what I'm saying. But they gotta take him out now, because if Providence loses this fight here, they're gonna lose the control.
Yeah, overtime situation here for Providence, and you do see Zolux getting so many kills back to back to back. The 83 VF also getting one too with the Lucio, but they do get taken down a little bit. We do have the Wrecking Ball still alive, trying to stay up as much as possible. They are taking down the overtime. It's going to go, and there goes the first round of this control to Green Hope. A good win for them.
That was a tank versus tank, and I mean, we've been talking about Oblivion, how good they were, and I mean, even after the Reaper coming in with the ulti and killing everyone, I mean, almost everyone, because they didn't take out Oblivion, obviously, but they took everyone except Oblivion, and Oblivion still managed to find a way to get that done. So pretty good over there for Green Hope, keeping the hopes high. And I mean, this is a qualifying. I don't want to call it elimination match. This is actually qualifying.
It's a qualifying matchup. Yeah, they are in the top 8, I believe, now, for them to try and make it into the top 4 of the teams in the state for Overwatch. So it's a bad spot to have your spawn be at if you are this team, but hey, that's exactly why you want to be using that Symmetra, so that you can get them all the way to the control point as quickly as possible. And now we get to see what Kaloran can do here, using this support player and making sure that they can support their team as best as possible, but also do some good damage, throwing some fists, and that's exactly what their power is here.
Yeah, Ramatra, I mean, I was telling you that the Mike Tyson here of Overwatch 2, going hard with those punches. You get close to
Who needs
Ramatra.
guns when you have those hands?
Well, the thing is, no, I mean, you got a really good, solid hitters in this case. You know, obviously, Souls with the Reaper as well, very hard hitting, but I mean, they're getting hit themselves. However, the Masterino with that Live Weaver doing wonders, and also the 83 VF. I mean, 83. That's fine. That's such a long name. They did great, helping and healing everyone, so that they could hold on a little bit longer there. However, they survived, but they were not able to stay on the platform and actually capture the point.
It's interesting composition. I mean, we have a Hanzo, and then now we switch over again to Sojourn, I think that is, and then we have Moira, as you mentioned before, and Lifeweaver from the side of Providence. They're trying to see if some different composition might work out better for them, but Oblivion going back to the old faithful, the Zarya we saw before, Plor, as you were mentioning, on the Reaper, looking pretty solid. Over Taku, using Lucio to support their players as best as they can, and Spicy Pepper using their ultimate pretty soon. Hiryokin able to use the Blizzard before they get taken down, and that will shut down any access to this hallway. Spicy Pepper seeing if they can stay alive, and the Baptiste looking really strong and solid. You were talking about them being a little overpowered. We're talking about overpowered. We got the Providence here with Moira doing all the damage with their ultimate, trying to heal and deal some damage and get onto that capture point, but they still can't get any of it contested by both teams. 2 players from Providence, now 3 alive from Green Hope onto the capture point. The kill streak from Oblivion is unmatched.
Ooh. Man, Oblivion was trying to go hard on that one, but maybe a little bit too hard, and then he got against 3 or 4 opponents at the same time, and that was it. That was the end. And this is something that you don't want to leave behind, to get Oblivion behind, because now it's a perfect opportunity for Providence to actually catch up, but somehow they didn't. I mean, somehow the damage from Oblivion was strong enough to avoid everyone else actually step into the platform from Providence.
This might be the last chance for Providence to push on to the capture point, and there we go. The Dragons from Hanzo using their ultimate to see if they can get anyone, but really we're just clearing some room. As you mentioned, only one player taken down there from Green Hope, which was Plor, and they were more of a squishy character, so it didn't matter too much. They'll get revived or respawn and get back into the fight as quickly as they can, but we do see that ultimate as well from Zarya, taking down some damage, and there goes the 83 and Mailbox 101. Zolux seeing if they can stay involved in the fight, but every player from Providence is taken down except this Wrecking Ball. That's all they need to take down so that the overtime can go away, but they are buying enough time for the team, but as I say that, they are gone, and there's no chances remaining. That is going to be control going the way of Green Hope like it did in the last game.
Yeah, and Ryunkin going back to the May, I think that was a good call. Going into May, these close quarters, having May put out the walls and being able to freeze the opponents, because you have a lot of opponents that are going to be in the same spot at the same time, so you can do a lot of damage that way. Also,
That's gotta hurt.
Talking about being on the same spot at the same time, it goes for your teams as well. And the Lucio is one of those characters that actually, can do a lot of good, a lot of healing if the teams are in a very close quarter, because he can get all of them at the same time, all 5 players. So that I think it was a good composition, having Lucio to do that, but also Baptist that could attack if
Baptist
needed,
was looking really good.
or do the AOE healing as well. So having 2 very good AOE healers, kind of. I don't know. I mean, Lucio is AOE basically.
Yeah.
Kind of. So having 2
depending on like what ability they're using, specifically their ultimate is definitely AOE, so that
Yeah.
you can have like all the healing and all the sustain that you need necessary to stay on those control points. So that was nice to see the speed and momentum from the side of Green Hope. And now we're just waiting on the map pick. Again, reminding you all this is hybrid, and the 3 maps that are available for our specific map pool is Blizzard World, Midtown, and Kings Row. We saw Blizzard World, we saw Midtown. Hopefully we get Kings Row this time. We'll see if that is going to be the case. But either way, it's been some great matches so far for Overwatch today, also with Valorant from what we've seen. But this potentially being our last one, that was a very dominating performance by the side of Green Hope.
It was. However, last time that we saw them, the hybrid was the one that gave them.
It was a struggle. That was where it was a draw.
It was a draw. They didn't lose, but it was a draw. I mean, if anything, that draw shows you their fighting power.
Yes.
They're gonna stay fighting the whole time. They're not gonna give up at all, because they were in dire situation at some point in that draw, and they still managed to accomplish the draw, right?
That they did.
Keep fighting on. So it wasn't a loss, but it wasn't their strong suit. So maybe going now. I mean, last time we saw them winning the control very easy, very fast as well. So let's see if there's a chance for Providence. I think this is going to be it.
This will be a good chance for them to try and turn things around. So we'll see what goes down here. We might be going to Blizzard World this time, but we'll see in just a moment if that is going to be the case. Either way, still excited to see how these 2 teams are going to fare against each other in this second game. Again, this being a best of 5 as well. If we do see this win for the side of Providence, they still have it in them for either team to take the win at the end of the day. But if it is a draw, it will be no score awarded to the total of the wins that are needed. So you would still need to win 2 more after this, regardless of if you get the draw or if you lose this as well. So we'll see what's going to happen there. But we're going to be going to a break actually while we get this map set up. We'll be back after this. Welcome back, everyone. We do have all 3 maps for Hybrid being played today, at least on this stream, and it is going to be Kings Row this time around. Very familiar with this one. There's like a little circular area that you have to capture the point typically, and then go from there the distance down the alleyways and make sure you can escort the payload as far as can be. Nonetheless, though, we got Green Hope versus Providence. Ignore like the seatings up there, as we will have, I believe, Providence being the first ones to challenge the point itself, and then Green Hope will be the ones defending this first go around. So we'll see how that's going to go for both these two teams. If it's going to be a quick capture for Providence, I know Green Hope, when they played this last time, as we were talking about, it was a struggle for them to defend the capture points. So we'll see how this goes.
Or with Torb this time around.
Oh, love Torbjorn.
Yeah, so switching it up, I want to see him actually. I mean, I'm manifesting too much, according to you. But yes, going with the turret guy, with a turret Santa Claus here. Let's see how that works. Actually, the 83.
Ooh, the Maywall too.
That was clutch. The 83 changing to Baptist as well. They were using Moira before. So let's see how this one goes. Oblivion doing a lot of damage, with those bombs going very far away. And now targeting Bastion. Bastion decided to get some help on the way. They needed that one to save the Bastion. But, with the 87, that's a lot of power from the Syra.
So much power behind that too, and a lot of kills already happening, forcing the Providence team to back up on this and wait for everyone to re-engage. I've seen some different strategies here too, where you can use the Symmetra to try and teleport yourself right behind the capture point, and that might be a good strategy if things tick down time-wise for them to get onto the point. Capturing this point compared to any of the other maps is much harder, just because this circular area, you can easily use the Maywall to prevent them from even getting towards the actual capture point itself and force them to go the long way around the statue, and that's where it makes it difficult. So I'm curious on what the strategy is going to be for Providence to push on to this capture point. And seeing this Bastion, I mean, it's decent for damage, but the Maywall just blocks everyone. Though Lifeweaver now being available, it wasn't back in Overwatch 1, it makes it easier to get around those Maywalls.
A little bit easier, but obviously you waste the ultimate, the ability in that situation. But it's still working, and they're pushing forward. They're trying now using the tree to get enough life and move around and stay within the attacking the capture point. However, they get annihilated. Green Hope doesn't play light. They don't play light. They took two attackers in that situation, and that was they moved them backwards. They look strong. Like moving forward, they said, "Okay, let's go in," and then they got hurt a little bit. They said, "No, let's go out."
Returning like sick puppies, unfortunately, back to their spawn. But this time they're going to have to push back onto it. Less than a minute and 40 seconds to go for Providence. That's good maneuver from the Reinhardt to get them out of position from that. They do have the ultimate to work with to see if they can stun everyone. But Maywall is going to block off that corridor so they can't get behind them. And that's a good idea to keep that pressure going just in a single direction. And Green Hope still holding on to this with a minute and 20 seconds to go.
And Spicy Pepper doing the job. He's way back, hitting the opponents when he needed to, but also giving a lot of support, a lot of heals for Green Hope. And Providence in the top spot right now. They still have a Reinhardt's ulti, but they're waiting maybe for some of the ultis to also get all together. They used Sojourns and Reaper's ultis, but they did nothing actually with those two. Not enough damage. So they needed to combine it with Reinhardt. I don't know what happened, but the communication was not there to use all three of them at the same time and actually get something done.
Oblivion almost getting taken out completely there, so got to be careful, but they are able to build up their ultimate. I'm curious if they are going to use it, and that they will, but it's not going to be super effective. A bit of a counter there from the Reinhardt ult to stun them and make it so that they can get onto the capture point. The final tick of that about to be taken, but they are all just battling back and forth. Lifeweaver keeping things in check for Mastertino, doing best that they can. They are on the capture point, eventually trying desperately to take it, but they're the only ones still really alive. Two players now on the point for the side of Providence, and they are taking down one player by one for Green Hope. Floor out of the equation and still contested. Less than 5 seconds. They need to get onto the capture point. Otherwise, it's not going to be an overtime situation. They need to secure it now for Providence. Otherwise, they're not going to have anything,
Okay,
and there they
it.
go. They do have the payload. They do get another 2 minutes and 25 seconds, but man, that was close, Jamako.
Super close, and I gotta give it all to Mastertino. I mean, the way that he set
Saved
up
the day.
the way he set the tree, and he was about, I think he had like 2 hit points to go down, and somehow moved around, got able to dodge every single shot afterwards and survive and keep everyone else alive. I mean, at the same time, that was great. That was a super clutch play by Masterino, keeping Providence in this game.
Loving the Lifeweaver play we've been seeing so far across the board today. And Green Hope, I saw like we did have a decent Lifeweaver earlier too, but Mastertino doing what they can to support their teammates. Mailbox trying to get behind them. Lauren now having that Reinhardt ultimate too to just try and break the competition down a peg in their hearts and dreams. Well, the Molten Core does put down, so that is going to help a little bit for the side of Green Hope to make it so that nobody's going to escape. Floor and Oblivion working together in tandem, using their ultimates and making it so nobody is going to be on this payload for the opposing side.
They're so deadly when they play together. I mean, that's the definition of teamwork right there.
That's a duo,
yeah,
if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, Polar and Oblivion. I don't know. I mean,
oh, look at this flank though from Jokin. I don't know if they're going to be effective with it, but I like the maneuverability that you are seeing from the Tracer trying to take down Mailbox here, dueling back and forth, but they are going to disengage wisely as they weren't able to do too much. They sniffed out where the Reaper was.
Well, all they need is to call the Reaper and maybe force the Reaper to use the ulti. If they can do so,
that's true.
On only one player, that's a win. That's a win if they can force it that way.
The Baptiste still has their ultimate available too, so I'm curious when they are going to use that as well. But nonetheless, we do see Torbjorn putting some good shots onto this Reaper. They are trying to get into a good position behind everyone so that they can use their Reaper ultimate, and they are putting some good shots on, but Oblivion, 2 kills back to back. We do have Mailbox still not using that ultimate just yet. They're waiting for the perfect time to strike so that they can use it to take out the rest of the Green Hope team and then eventually push the payload all the way to that objective. But they only have 15 seconds. They need to do it here and now, and if they don't do it anytime soon, well, they don't have any more chances in this specific iteration of this payload push.
They're desperate. Caloring actually switched from Roadhog to the Wrecking Ball because they're desperate. They wanted to get to the payload, and the payload is so close. Don't actually.
There we go.
The time is overtime. That was a great one by Mailbox. That's what they needed, and now the overtime is paying off. They just need to keep pushing. I mean, if they die and they stop pushing, that's it for Providence.
Well, now we see Zolix just holding on to the payload with the Wrecking Ball. A couple of players on their team just contesting this as best as possible. They need to get all the way to that checkpoint. Otherwise, like overtime before, they won't be able to do anything. They need to get rid of these players, and finally Spicy Pepper is taken down. They had to send everyone, the entire armada, against them, and eventually they were able to take them down a peg. Unfortunately, for the side of Green Hope, they are still having to contest this. They do need to just take down Providence so that they don't have a chance to get to that objective, and that they could potentially just win it by taking it a further distance than what we have seen from Providence this time.
If Providence makes it to the checkpoint, they're going to be—
That's 2 overtimes in a row that they clutched up. They're about to do it, too.
The most clutch team I have seen here in the tournament so far. They're so close. They're pushing. They're still staying alive, even with the players, with the characters that they don't use normally, especially Lauren. But
Zolix.
wow, Zolix, I mean,
and Mastertino too.
Mastertino with that.
The supports are doing everything.
Yes, well, I mean, Zolix is not a support. That's a soldier. That's a DPS. But still, yeah, Mastertino being clutch every single time. It's incredible. And now he's 80% with the ulti. That means that the tree is going to be there eventually, very, very soon. And in this final straight that they have here, the tree will be super
effective,
super useful.
Especially if it gets right towards where they're trying to get to that final checkpoint. They want to get to that final checkpoint to at least guarantee an overtime situation for themselves if they can force it to go all the way there. But there is the Tree of Life there deployed. There is also going to be the Wrecking Ball ultimate, so that's going to make it a bit difficult for anyone to really push towards the front of the payload to stop the momentum from it. So it's a pretty decent strategy, but maybe not the best strategy that is out there. The 83 also switching on over to that Lucio. I'm liking the maneuverability just so that they can can have the speed to get from their spawn to the payload as quickly as possible. And it looks like nobody's going to be stopping this one here. We finally do see a contest by Green Hope. The life grip is going to save Lucio for a second, but the final fight that seems to be happening for this round, Green Hope haven't had much to do. Overtaku's down, Flora's down, Spicy Pepper's down. It's all up to Oblivion and Hirokun, and they can't really do too much. A 1v5 situation here, trying to hold on as best as possible to contest it so that they can't complete the payload push, and eventually everyone respawning from Green Hope.
Oblivion went down, but still everyone else responded. Mailbox taking a few other people out of the way, and somehow we still get people from Green Hope
overtime again.
Here. you see how May is trying to survive here against 4 or 5 attackers. I don't get it. I don't get it how Ryunkin has been so good at staying alive.
May still hasn't died.
It's incredible. It's incredible. And now gave a chance for everyone to actually get into this place. You see how Overtaku used
the Lucio
ultimate to give them enough time, enough power. Another tree here.
There's been so much time for another tree.
Yes, and they keep attacking, but they're not going down. I mean, they are actually going down, but still finding a way to remain stepping on the capture point.
Ooh, Mailbox takes them down, and this is working out in the favor of Providence. Only a couple players still remaining. Oblivion using the D.Va so that they have some more sustainability while they are on this payload. Everyone is fighting tooth and nail, using the self-destruct, the perfect timing on top of the payload. Anyone who's near it, who's trying to keep it, they can't do anything that will stop them. It is somehow contested, though. Somebody survived. They were able to contest it as best as possible for Providence. They're screaming. You can hear it, but Green Hope, they are able to stop it, and round 1 will be complete. Oh, no, actually, no. Providence were able to get it. Never mind.
It's
I couldn't tell at the end there, honestly.
Man,
they couldn't get it. They didn't get it. They stopped them. Green Hope stopped them.
They took Sojourn out of the way. They pulled Sojourn to fall down.
That was down to the last second,
yes.
Chimako.
Man,
My goodness.
I don't believe it. I mean, I don't believe it. If I was playing that, I would say, okay, we won. They had two threes.
I thought they got it. No.
Yeah, and when they sent the first one, I wasn't complaining about the tree. I was complaining about Caloran using the ulti of the mice of the Wrecking Ball, because I think they didn't do enough damage in that situation, and I stand by it. It didn't do enough damage. Had they done more damage with that Wrecking Ball ulti, maybe they could have gone further with the tree and maybe avoid that. I still don't know how May survived that long.
So long. Hirokun is like the MVP of the end there. But now we got to see what Green Hope can do. They have to get 3 points. They have to get the objective and then those 2 checkpoints afterwards if they want the victory easily in this. They could at least get the 2 checkpoints and then go into another round for this hybrid game mode to see if they can win after that based on the amount of speed and timing that they've been able to get and how far they can move it, but they want to get the victory here and now and be 1 step away for a sweep to make it to the state finals.
By the way, I gotta say, thank you for the observers to give us.
Yes, the observers are doing a great job. I gotta give a shout out to them. They have gotten really like a lot better throughout the day, and it's amazing the way that they are performing.
They gave us the all-around vision map.
That was perfect.
In that situation, that was great. That's what we needed to actually see the whole page of everything going on. So right now, I mean, it's sides are turn and change. We'll see how good is Green Hope overcoming that first barrier in this map.
Yeah, they're sticking with the same comp that they had before, and I expected that to really happen. They haven't really implemented too many changes to their composition. They've been pretty familiar with what they like to play and what they're going to try to stop the opponents from using. So the Maywall, I feel like in this situation at this capture point, not really the greatest option to use. It blocks your areas of entry into the capture point and puts you in an odd spot where, yeah, maybe on one side of the statue you don't have to worry about an attack, but we've seen it happen a couple times here where they're in an odd spot, but still they're getting pushed back. They don't have much to worry about so far because they still have 3 minutes. As long as they get past before overtime, they'll be doing a little bit better than Providence were.
Yeah. It's all about completing the 3 stages. That's it.
Yes.
I mean,
that's all they're worried about now.
That's the goal right now. How fast? It doesn't matter. Just get them. In overtime 3 times? It doesn't matter. Just get them done. Actually, they were about to get it 3 times overtime.
So close.
Before for Providence. But
I thought they even added at the end there.
Yeah,
I couldn't believe it.
Confused, yeah. We'll see now. I mean, if War is able to get that ulti and use it wisely, it could be a very good way to open space for Green Hope and actually step on the capture point. I'm not saying it's going to be easy. As you can see, Caloran has the ulti, also Mastermind, Masterino, I'm sorry, who has been so good with that tree so often. So Caloran was able to get a double kill there without using the ulti, actually. It was just hitting the right points So Providence being very tough. And we talk about how good Sigma is at just putting the barriers and moving the barriers far away or close as it's needed. And also not needing to wait the whole time for the barriers to be fully charged to be able to displace it. So that's I mean they're doing such good work right now using the Sigma and keeping everyone away from the capture point.
Curious on how the Graviton Flux is going to come into play here for the Sigma too, just to see if they can use that to their advantage, just to send everyone into the air packing. If you see everyone is holding on to their objectives, and as I talked about that, the Flux did come out, but they actually mistimed it and didn't really use it as properly as they would have wanted to. So the Graviton Surge instead from the Zarya, helping out a little bit just to clear the area. The Life Weaver, Tree of Life this time is going to be on the capture point, but finally they are contesting it. They only have so much time remaining. There's
a save by May.
Great save by May, you mentioned it, but the Tree of Life sustaining everyone on Providence. They got to get rid of that Life Weaver before they can really do anything here. But finally, Green Hope are able to try and clear out this area. Sigma is staying alive as long as possible, but they got to just keep them away from this entryway. And that's the good thing about Control here on Kings Row, is that if you can get them away from this entryway, you'll be able to lock down the control point that much easier.
The Reaper had to go back, and the Reaper wasn't one, keeping everyone away. But now, as soon as they get in, you see they're trading kills now.
Woo, wow. Everyone is gone from Providence, and that is going to be the capture point taken by Green Hope, already doing much better than Providence were. Didn't have to rely on an overtime situation there.
Definitely. I was a little bit confused. I thought they were trading kills, but they were not trading kills. It was all
They did
Green
for a
Hope.
little bit, to be fair. But yeah, Green Hope, they came back into it. They did really good with the Lucio rotating around just to secure things there for a second. Now it's on the escorting the payload strategy. They got to get all the way to the end. They got to complete it. If they do, they win this game, or this specific game mode. They'll be one win away from qualifying for states.
Yeah, I mean, definitely that's the goal right now. They're moving the payload.
They want to at least get that checkpoint, though, to force another round in hybrid, though.
Definitely. So here we go in this situation. As expected, Providence was waiting for them. There's no ultis or anything except for
oh, Moira.
Man.
Able to get back in time. That was dangerous. So close. Hirokin, looking back at them again, they were the star of the show for Green Hope before, and I'm loving the way that they're able to just use their ability to sustain themselves as much as they can, but unfortunately they were caught in between a rock and a hard place at the end there. So Baptiste backing off on this play. Instead, all their teammates having to abandon the payload for a moment till they can rejoin each other. I'm loving the maneuverability of Baptiste too, because they can really just go wherever they want and then support from different angles and get ready for them to re-engage the payload here. And again, we need, or Green Hope specifically, need to actually get onto the payload, get it to the checkpoint, or else they themselves will be in a bad spot.
And Baptiste is one of the reasons why Spicy Pepper, one of the reasons why Green Hope is so good. I mean, it's so deadly because they don't die. They have that person, giving them a lot of heals, but from far away. So it's like, where are they getting the heals?
Floor.
Yeah, I mean, mailbox. Wow, but Plor as well. I mean, I'm sorry, Plor. That's the one I was looking for. My bad. What a use of the
Mailbox did
right
that
there.
last time too with the Reaper, so it's okay.
Yeah.
I was confused for a second as well. But Hero can also getting 2 kills themselves and holding on to the Blizzard as they are progressing it towards that objective. Smart from Oblivion to push forward too, so that they can keep anyone from moving out of the spawn for Providence and be able to make this push all the way to the capture, to the checkpoint, excuse me. The Maywall stopping some of that advancement as well. Then we are just seeing even more pushes by Providence, but Oblivion really soloing the other team with some support from their teammates just to keep themselves alive and in this. You could tell that Providence, they're saving their energy. They know it's going to go down to a battle here for that final push, and that's where everyone's focusing on.
Yeah, but that Oblivion, I mean, it uses the bubble so well to keep the charge very, very high all the time and also attacking. But it's I mean, the gauge of their life, just waiting for the right moment to go back and May,
wow, Kalora is doing so good too.
Well, he's doing good, but at the same time, I'm saying, you see the lives that they're not going down. It's because Spicy Pepper and Over Otaku are doing such a good job at keeping everyone alive. And May with the barrier also not allowing the opponents, the teammates to actually take more damage than they need to.
Well, they took too much damage, so they had to back off on that one. They do still have some time to re-engage, and this is their chance to shine. They got to take down this Kaloran player who has just been sustaining as best as possible, using those deployable barriers and just doing some damage, being a nuisance to the other team. You talked about Mailbox. They have their ultimate available for Bastion. We also have Moira with theirs too, so this will be a good time to use it once they want to stop the other side of Green Hope, who have almost all of their ultimates. I think they're waiting for Floor to get theirs, and then they're going to fully push the payload as far as they can, but they're all pushing in. The Blizzard is deployed. We do see Baptiste using their ultimate as well. The Graviton Surge too from Zarya. Floor still staying alive as well. Over Taku waiting for their time to deploy and break it down for their team, but they don't really need to do too much. The 8-3 able to do a lot. 10-player kill streak. Hirokin trying desperately to take down Kaloran, and there is the push that we are witnessing from the side of Green Hope, but it's still not enough.
What a patience by Overtaco. I mean, I would have used it a long time ago when Oblivion was in a dire situation, but no, they decided to wait. And now, I mean, they went down. Overtaco went down, didn't use it. But, I mean, that means that they still have Floor and Overtaco with the ultis. On the other side, you have Souls with, I mean, that wheel is deadly from Junker wraps up. Mailbox and Souls and Kaloran, they can do a lot of damage. They force at least Green Hope forced Mascherino to use the Tree of Life in that situation. But other than that, you know, still got to be very careful. Watch out for that one to see how many they get. Actually, not that many.
They didn't really get anyone.
Wow.
Floor able to get some with their ultimate, but there we go. We have the tire is just going to be let go and taking 2 away from Green Hope. Oblivion, trying to do everything necessary. We are in an overtime situation. They're trying to push it as far as they can, get into at least the same spot that we did see Providence. The Blizzard does get put down. It is contested by one of the players on the other side, and it will be stopped right before it can even be pushed forward anymore. Junkrat, is in a great spot to stop them from doing it and moving it anywhere. It's still an overtime situation. All of Green Hope is here. Providence, 2 players down. This might be a chance for Green Hope to push it all the way, but they still are being contested by this Junkrat.
Okay, so Kaloran still holding there by himself. Oh, no.
There it goes, and that will be the game win for Green Hope. Valiant effort by Providence in OT. They had 3 OTs total throughout this game specifically, but it wasn't enough for them to eventually stop the advancement of Green Hope. Of course, Solux as Sojourn is going to get that play of the game because we saw some amazing maneuvers from them, especially right here and now, taking out one player, using their ultimate, and just doing a lot of great damage to the enemy team. But even then, when this was the second overtime that pushed them all the way into getting a chance to move all the way towards that 3rd checkpoint, it still was not enough for Providence, but they gave it their all. We almost had a chance to go to that 3rd round to determine who might get it until a potential draw, but Green Hope, they gave it their all. They knew that the objective was all that they needed to focus on. It didn't matter about the time. They got to OT, and they eventually were able to clutch it up.
These are so cardiac, you know. These matches. I feel bad for the last moment for Providence because they had the Wrecking Ball.
Wrecking Ball was on there too.
So the way that you want to use the Wrecking Ball is, you know, keep going around and
spin to win.
Spin and hit everyone around, away from the capture point.
That way, in OT, then they can't hold on to it long enough. Yeah.
But since everyone else was away, they were done.
And the Maywalls were in the way too, so they couldn't even do that either.
But they were done, so you can't spin because otherwise you're going to be away from the platform.
That too,
and you're going to be sitting in there. So if you decide to spin, then you lose the moment since you're the last one over there. So it was a tough decision to make. I mean, not a tough decision, but a tough spot to be at. In
1v5 at the end there. It's not too much you can do in that situation. We saw the Junkrat coming out too, trying to see what they could do to get involved. But I think they just didn't have the right strategy, the right timing. They didn't have time to think at the end there to try and get that away from the payload.
They needed another tree.
I know. They needed another one somehow. They needed a lifeline, basically.
I think they used a tree a little bit too
early.
Fast, maybe too early. But I mean, it's
what it is. Again. Hindsight 2020. Yeah. Well, the hindsight might be that they will potentially lose in a 3-0 sweep if they go down in this push matchup. That is the potential final mode that we have here, and I believe we're going to the exact same map that we keep doing. Colosso, that seems to be the favorite for people to play push from what we've seen so far. So we'll see what's going down between these two teams.
I prefer. I mean, I don't like it, but I prefer it from the other map.
That's fair.
Yeah. It's more.
Oh, okay. Never mind. We're not doing Colosso this time. Esperanza. Okay, I like it. We're changing it up today. I like it.
Well, they are changing.
They're changing it up.
Not all. So
We don't have the script, unfortunately. Though the script probably reads 3-0 for Green Hope. Well, maybe I cast a curse at that. So we'll see if that's the case.
You never lie, so that's fine.
Yeah.
We'll edit that if it happens. Okay. So if it does happen. So
yeah, this would be the first time though. Maybe the map change for push is what these teams need to freshen things up, to get a change of scenery and see exactly who's going to come out on top in this push mode. If it is going to be Providence, because they desperately need this win. They need a reverse sweep at this point to come out on top, whereas Green Hope, well, they just need to keep business as usual like they did in those last 2 rounds. They were quick on their feet and dominated in control. They kept it close in the other stage of things and stopped the competition before they were able to get all 3 objectives in hybrid. Now in push, we'll see how far they can push the limits of this game mode.
You know, one thing is I understand that saying a reverse sweep is a big deal. You know, it seems like a huge endeavor, and it is. But it's not impossible because Providence have been playing very closely.
Yeah.
Maybe the control wasn't as you know, the control map wasn't as close, but that one that we just saw, the hybrid just now. I mean, it was overtime after overtime after overtime. Okay, so yes, they had a really good.
We almost had to pause for a second there. Mailbox is having an issue, but they got it fixed out. I think they maybe hit sticky keys for a second, but who knows? That's a throwback.
We shall see here. We shall see here what happens on this.
Esperanza.
Yes. So this is not the other map I was thinking. This one is not the. Actually, it is. It is. Yeah, I don't like this one.
I don't think you like the push.
I don't like the push that much. I don't like the push. You know, my PTSD goes back hard.
So you like pull better than push?
Wait, I mean, I don't know what we're talking about anymore. So
when you see a door and it says push or pull, I think you like pull better than push.
Gotcha.
Are you okay?
Well, on the
3
rope,
kills
yeah.
already. I mean, we were just taking a break there, but I think there is a DC for a second.
Nope.
We'll see if they can get back into it. I think they're okay. We'll take a pause if we really need to reset this one.
Left the game. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. We're gonna be taking a pause, and seems to be the internet is struggling for these teams, so we're gonna be taking a tech pause for that, so that we can get the lobby reset. It's probably just the server wasn't really the greatest there, so we'll get that reset. We'll get back into the game as quickly as we can, and we'll see exactly how long that's gonna take. But it seems like all the players on Providence got disconnected. I think Providence were in Charlotte, so hopefully no issues there again.
Makes sense.
Charlotte's just been going through it today. But either way, we're going to be right back, and hopefully we'll be finishing up that last match in just a bit.
Perfection is unattainable, but if we chase perfection, we can obtain excellence. Thousands of students, hundreds of teams across this great state are all in pursuit. We've dwindled it down to the elite. We may be able to catch that excellence.
Out to midfield space, Adonis over the top, going to crossbar. Right there. Yeah, you have the flash, you have the ball, you have the flip reset, and you...
Welcome back to the VESL State Qualifiers. $72,000 are on the line. These high schoolers are looking to put on a show. North Carolina, are you ready? Perfection is unattainable, but if we...
And we are back. We got things reset. Just some internet problems. We want to make sure the connection's good, especially at this state in the game. One step away for Green Hope, again, as I mentioned before, to qualify potentially for those state finals the 17th and 18th of February in Greensboro again. So we'll see exactly where the venue will be announced. TBD. But Providence, they can push back. I had to say it, I'm sorry, Tramaco, into this push game mode and see what they can do here on Esperanza.
Look, you don't have to apologize to me. I appreciate every single dad joke. And
thank you. Someone at least does.
And pun that you can make. No. Every single one. I mean, I'll make it. My way of acknowledging is okay.
There we go.
I'm not complaining. I acknowledge the joke.
Who pulled out the drum kit? That's all I'm asking.
Yeah.
Gosh.
But that's it. That's it. Well, you're welcome. You know, you just keep doing it.
Well, Robot will unlock pretty soon. We'll see them try and fight for control of it any moment now. As they get to the center of the map, push it to the first objective. You'll be able to unlock another spawn point that's a bit closer to the Robot at that point in time. Nonetheless, though, Green Hope trying to defend the position of the Robot and make sure that they are the ones who have control of it first and foremost. As they are getting the first few meters. Well, actually, not even a meter. It didn't even really count for anything. They did technically move it, but not really enough for it to get to the barrier to push it itself.
That's 2 steps. That's basically that's
two
what
steps,
it is.
Yeah, basically. Those are the big steps, but not enough for it to really push the barrier. It is going the other direction at this time for Providence. Reminder for those who are watching this game mode for the first time, if you are contesting the Robots, well, it's not going to move anywhere, but if one team is going for it, you just really need one person on the Robot. You don't need anyone else because it doesn't go any faster, unlike the payload does itself. You get the barrier to the checkpoint. Well, it shuts down the Robot for it to reboot for 9 seconds, and then the checkpoint will be respawned there for your team to potentially carry it forward. And if you take it all the way to that final checkpoint, as you can see in the overlay, you get an instant win condition.
Now, the thing with this map is that you can see all the buildings that they have. So all the buildings are so open. So, you know, they have all the windows in and outs and the doors. So a lot of people are going to be using those buildings to attack from there. Also, I mean, you still need to go to the robot and move forward. But the battle itself, it could be from those areas. So if you get like a Widowmaker, Soldier that you're watching right now, maybe a Soldier, some of those players that can do a lot of damage from afar, they could be very deadly, very annoying when you're trying to move that robot. However, I mean, if you get you get someone that is as good as keeping you alive as it is Spicy Pepper, for example, or Taco, maybe you're not that bad. I mean, that's what's happening right now. Even though they're trying really hard to kill everyone and get away from the robot, somehow Oblivion and company are still staying alive. Not near the robot necessarily, but not suffering too much. Actually, Mailbox was able to get a few players by himself, and then over tackle, actually getting nasty as well. I mean, got a double kill, I think, in there with the Lucio, showing that Lucio can actually do some damage.
Some great damage there from the Lucio, but look at the push that is coming out from Green Hope. They are pushed past that first objective, so
I like the
beautiful work there, and they are quickly moving forward down to the potential final objective that they need. They are trying to quickly win this series so that they can go home early tonight and not have to play much longer, but there's still 7 minutes available for Providence to push back and get it all the way to the other objective themselves and see if they can take the charge.
Okay, so we see Valorant moved to a Ramatra so they can actually attack her from far away. Also, having the Junkrat with Soaks, another opportunity to actually do some damage from far away. So I think that they're trying to do so. However, they're not used to the buildings too well to inflict that damage, and somehow Green Hope are still moving forward, so they're not being annoyed by the damage at all. They need some higher input here to do more damage and be able to push back Green Hope.
Good looks from Spicy Pepper on the Baptiste too, just making sure that they can contest things. Zario with Oblivion as well, pushing forward right through the barrier, not having to worry about anything. Lifeweaver's not going to be able to do anything that time. Neither is the Moira. Both supports down. Maybe the tank in just a second too. That they go, and that's nothing that we can see from Providence. Some good looks from Oblivion. They are trapped for a second, but not going to stop the push as it continues forward, and this is not stopping anytime soon as they are towards that final objective, that final turn, and the final chance for Green Hope to clasp with their hands the glory that they have found themselves in with these last 2 game wins and potentially a third here.
Plenty of ultis right now for Providence.
So many.
They need to be very wise on how they use it. Don't waste it, but they have the opportunity now to actually push back. And you see the robot, okay, moving backwards now. It's still without using actually the ults. No, they're using the ults now. Okay, they're trying to push back. They're trying to do some damage here, Providence, but still not killing that many people. Okay, not actually doing that much damage. Yes,
too.
They're actually losing people. So I told you they had to be really careful about it, and they were not. They went with a Junkrat, actually not doing that much damage as well.
The Riptide didn't even connect with anyone, unfortunately.
It's sad. It's bad. Providence is falling down right now.
Unfortunate for Providence, but they are able to recollect themselves for just a moment, send the robot packing, and still have plenty of time to work with. So they need to regroup and reorganize whenever they get into a contesting spot with the robot against their opponents. If I was one of the opponents, though, at this point, I'd just maybe pick a Tracer and get behind them and just see if I could contest and take the people off the robot just so I could be a nuisance for just a moment. But it is to be sent right back towards the center, and finally they will be able to push their own barrier if they can't get the robot there. And they almost do. They get stopped in his tracks for just a second and contested by Green Hope.
Green Hope somehow, they want to keep it flawless here, okay? We're not going to allow you to move the robot, the barrier 1 inch, and they're sending the robot back. Man, this is desperating. I mean, if you're Providence, I mean, you gotta be feeling so good for some moments, and then all of a sudden it's like, nah, you're going back. Ramatra goes down, and a couple of other players as well. It was Moira going down, so they're gonna have to wait now at the respawn area and try to go hard, but no ultis right now, and they use them all before to try to push Green Hope away from that robot, and it didn't work out that well in the end. So let's see what they have under the sleeve this time around.
Good looks from Providence, just contesting this as best as possible, but it's going to be a difficult situation to find themselves in with time ticking down. As long as they can keep it away from that instant win condition, they'll at least have a chance later on, but Oblivion is just taking out the competition, and things are getting pushed forward even more so. With so much time to work with for Green Hope, it seems like inevitability almost at this point. With the pressure from the Wrecking Ball, it's going to help a little bit for Providence to push back onto that push point itself. But looking at that, they're at the final objective, and we got to see what the side of Providence can do here.
Nothing.
Oh, no. That is going to be it. They're already at it, but they are contesting it one final time. They're using the Reaper with Flora to take down the Mailbox and take down the 83. Spicy Pepper looking good. Zolix too. And Spicy Pepper again with the Baptiste taking out the competition, using their ultimate so that it can secure this spot with the payload, or with the push for the robot. It's still contested. Finally, somehow, every single time we think that's it, Chimako, somebody for Providence pushes onto it. You just need one to be there for them to stop it in its tracks. But no, know that will be game. GG's is Green Hope 3-0 sweep to make it into the state finals.
Green Hope is showing up here. I mean, they look so good. And yeah, it wasn't it until the end, but it was it in the terms that no one was actually killing. I mean, Providence wasn't getting any picks at the end. So they were showing up and they were stepping close to the robot, but they were not getting any kills. So I mean, that's not gonna change the fact that all of Green Hope is there waiting for you to get out, and then the robot keep moving on. So GG's for Green Hope. They got another team qualified for states.
Crazy to see the way that Green Hope have been performing so far across the other esports that we have seen so far here today, but it's been an amazing time to be here at the UNCG Esports Arena. Got to give a big shout out to those guys and see exactly how things are going down here. And thank you to UNCG for allowing us to use the venue. Thank you to all the parents for coming out after this match. We're going to go through ending statements and see exactly what there will be an interview for Green
Perfection is unattainable. But if we chase perfection, we can obtain excellence. Thousands of students, hundreds of teams across this great state are all in pursuit. We've dwindled it down to the elite. We may be able to catch that excellence.
Out to midfield space, Adonis over the top, going to crossbar. Right there. Yeah, you have the flash, you have the ball, you have the flip reset, and you.
Welcome back to the VESL State Qualifiers. $72,000 are on the line. These high schoolers are looking to put on a show. North Carolina, are you ready?